She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace, she loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a jam jar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a damn smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the broom gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin,
Hey, thank you, Star. I was saying like, oh yeah, hello, I'm here. And there's a little karma baby. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Little karma baby got a treat. There you go, little karma baby. Oh, little karma baby got her treat. There you go. Huh. And I spent so much time yesterday to make like complete new vertical overlays and shit. But I have to get used to it because now I have to center myself. No, no, no. Yeah, good enough. There we go. Yeah. Look, I got karma like this. There's a giant bone. It's chicken. Everything with chicken. With chicken. Little bit over lit. And my stomach is being a little bit of a meanie. Just a little bit. And my mother, everything is a mess. What? Without the light, it's better. But then you see how dead tired I am. Chicken, chicken, always chicken. Oh, damn chicken. I got a shit on water. Actual water. Water. That's a good thing. Yep, 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 yep. How you doing, Star? We turn on music. Or this one. Where my audio? Showing up? Yes, yes, yes. Everything working. Yeah, 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 yeah. A hot shower. Oh yeah, wait, it's cold over there, right? It's still warm over here, so like you had a hot shower. Are you okay? But yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm legit like a little cold. I'm thinking of maybe grabbing a sweater. Like this is going all the way now. Hey, you woke up for the first time this night. Also, look at the channel friend stream. I have a surprise. I thought you were gonna save your surprise. What? Oh no, you lost your streak, Star. You got still a new streak. Thank you for the new streak. 3 streaks in a row. 3 streaks, 3 streams, 3 streams in a row. Let me give a little huggy to Star. We got some music going. You guys hear the music? You know the one that I started with, I still keeping, so I'm live. Okay, okay, till you're live, but this one you can see on stream. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Thank you. Is it in your Discord? Yeah, Miss Relaxing Gaming. My Discord? Oh my god, I put on a poll and no one voted. Because I just put it for an hour. Yes? Okay, okay, let me search this. In yours? Or mine? Or on the message? I'm blind. Hi, awesome Wolfie. Hi, so put up one. No?
Thanks for checking in.
Thank you for checking in, Kill. Kill your pumpkin chocolate chip one today. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you. That's a better idea. Yep, yep. I was like, wait, what? Yeah. Because I was like, we haven't streamed all week because I had a medical. 3-way? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, yeah. My Discord and the channel friend.
Thanks for checking in.
Your Discord? Do you have to get some other rules for that, maybe? Wait, I do want a blue unicorn. Do you enjoy playing The Sims? Always. These are all the questions, but I'm still replying. Fuck yeah. Dungy, join that Dungy. Oh, the Tanja dungeon is showing up. It's so tiny on the vertical one. I like, this is the Dungy. It's small. That's really cute. Maybe give me a second. I think the reason why you're gonna see it. Okay. I'm just gonna give you a screeny in Discord of the other channels that I can see. Maybe that helps. And yes, I'm gonna put up the poll here. That is a really good idea from you, Wolfie. Thank you. Okay, what should we play tonight? Because I don't know. My brain is not 100% working, but yeah, what else is new? But I haven't streamed all week, and I was okay enough, so I was like, you know what? We have the librarian as a new one. We have Ghost and Chill. There's Fish. We can do Marble the Word always. We can do Jackbox or Drawful. What else did I put up? League of Legends. Okay, I'm just gonna put it up now for like 10 minutes. There you go. Look. If you guys have any other suggestions, do you have Fortnite? I never played Fortnite. I would be up for. Hey, Dad! Hi! That is a cinnamon apple muffin. Hi, Dad. How are you? I can try Fortnite one time, but I don't. I have never played it. I don't know. Nom. Cinnamon apple is a good combo. Nice muffin. Should I play Fortnite? Really? Star, do you play Fortnite? I don't have mascara on today because I was in chill mode, but now my eyes like boom. Yeah. Oh, you play Fortnite? Okay. Oh my gosh. Like when Fortnite was the thing, I was like, oh my god, I'm never gonna play it. But I'm always open to trying anything. It's free. It's free. That is good. But okay, can you help me then maybe with like the stigma that I have of Fortnite? Like, as I said, I'm open to watching anything. Thank you! Awesome Wolfie stream streak as well. Heck yeah! We got a lot of streaks today. Love it. Just started all the streaks coming in. But it is fun. Like, okay, but that's the thing. Like, I'm not questioning if it's fun. It's more like my let's say that like the stigma that I am like a little bit on it is that it's just that there's a lot of kids or toxicity or stuff, but you play it to chill out. Because that's the thing. I put up some options up in the chat, but like if you have other suggestions, I am always open. If people want to play together, I always love it. I'm gonna okay. You know what? What we're gonna do? I'm gonna leave the pool running. I have set it like for 10 minutes because I'm gonna make smokies. And then I have smokies for during stream because we haven't smoked today. My pain levels are not that nice today, so I just yeah. Kids are there, but I just play. Okay. So it is not that like because there's like a lot of kids you can't play it at all or it ruins the fun or something. So yeah, that's good. Oh, I gotta put on my fish wings. I said you can fish and I forgot to start to fish. Fish. Bam. 400 or 500 hours in Animal Crossing. And I had like a whole setup where I was checking like the turnip exchange every day. That's so good. But okay, I see the Sims, I see the support, I see all the chats. I do see a lot more, I think. Where should it be under the streaming category? I see stream announcements, highlights, all that stuff. Let me just yeah. Like Discord can be a little difficult sometimes with roles and stuff, and then you have to figure out like can people see it or not. One time I like invited someone to a voice and they almost got mad at me because they're like, there is no voice. And I'm like, there is. Kill 7 stream streak. Yeah, we're streaking today, people. Thank you. Thank you, Kill. And you're doing all good. As long as you're still here, you're still functioning. That's all great. And sometimes that's all you can ask for, right? I think I'm also doing. I feel like maybe, like I hope not, because I thought I was just getting a little better, but I feel like I'm getting sick because I like cold ass fucking hands. I slept for forever this week, just very very long. But I'm still cold, and I was overheated so much last week and the week before. And now it's getting like a little colder in the house, but it can be because it cooled down that I was just underdressed when going outside with Karma. And I just get instant flu and infection and all that stuff. So it's great. I hope not. But yeah. It's the first channel under self-promotion. Am I blind? Current stream. I am blind. I was looking for like new notifications or something. Oh. Okay, this is the thing that I fucking love because there's a lot of people that have like announcements from friends or stuff like going. But then 9 of 10 times, like, it's automated, right? And that's also really cool. Like, it also helps a lot to promote other streamers, other friends. But you have written, like, such a big personal message, and I love it. Is that gonna share every time I'm live? Because you have it on StreamCourt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she has it shared on StreamCourt. Pokemon, good one, Kill. And it says like if you want to support an absolutely lovely creator who is the proud co-founder of the Chronically Ill Streamer Club, get in here now. We actually met on Twitch first, discovered our shared health struggles, and then get to hang out in real life. Because yes, we met on TwitchCon and it was really good. I'm so incredibly proud of her and honored to call her a close friend. Right back at you. And what I said, if you have a shit day, whatever, you can message me. You know that. And this is mostly the how do you say that? This might be the best compliment because she said like her stream is a safe, cozy space where you can talk about absolutely anything. And that is the goal that I had every time for building up this community, to just build like, yeah, a safe place, because there's so much you can't talk to people normally in everyday life. And go drop a follow and say hi to the amazing human. Join the Muffin Madness and mine. Aww. I appreciate you. Okay, that's such a good surprise. Oh my god, I love that. That's what I mean. Like, I love it that you're sharing me. Anyway, that's already fucking amazing. But the text. You made me a verified unicorn. I'm a verified. I'm still like, okay, next time we meet, whenever it may be, because we live at the separate places in the country. Travel is sometimes a thing. But next time we meet, then I'm gonna collect like all the unicorn stuff I have, because I had like a period, I don't know, like a couple years back when I was collecting unicorn stuff. And I have so much unicorn stuff with your name on it. Oh, League of Legends. You guys voted for League of Legends? Okay, Fortnite is still installing. It is like, what is it, 50%? I'm gonna check one moment because if you want to do League, I can join Akbar maybe as well. I just saw that the Pokemon extension actually tells you if you got the Pokemon before the timer ends. Oh, but the timer is not updating right now. Okay, with extension, so you mean like the extension is quicker than the chat? But I forgot to start at the timer. Because the timer is like a custom script that I'm running, but every time lately, because I not have it in every stream anymore, like the timer on stream. I mean the chatbot. The chatbot tells you sooner before the timer ends. And now the timer on here is working again. Yeah, that was the reason why you couldn't see it, because you weren't verified. You can do that yourself, but I did it for you. Oh, thank you. A lot of people forget to do that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I was happy to join your Discord server, but I have it up on a special thing. But I was talking to that recently when I was like in Numi stream. I think maybe in over 50 or 60 or whatever different stream servers at this moment, because like it was like, oh, I met you, that we're gonna collect there, but it's a lot. So yeah, I do have you moved up all the way up the front, but then if I forgot to do something, you can always let me know, because yeah, the extension tells before the chatbot. Ah, you mean it the other way around. Awesome. But yeah, so I couldn't see it because I wasn't verified, but I did it for you, and a lot of people forget to do it. You're just tricking the server. And I still want to pray for you, but for that you need to wait until my live on Monday. Okay, I have to wait until you're live on Monday. Yep, because then your next live again. And your community knows that they have a second safe space home now if they need something, because a lot of my viewers are struggling with themselves, with mental health, coordinated illness, or whatever they're struggling with. Thank you. And yeah, I will send anyone your way as well. If you want to talk about stuff as well, like Miss Relaxing Gaming is an awesome advocate. Why is my fuck it all not working? Senja. Fuck it all. I see you did it, but
Williams. Thanks for checking in.
are my dungeons working? Wait, one second. The dungeons worked, the bongos worked. The blurb, where did the blurb go? Did you guys hear the fuck it all? Second, thank you for checking in, Willie. I already gave Carmi Cookie right at the beginning. Did I hear this or no?
Thanks for checking in.
Did I break my blurbs? Denji. Yeah, so the yes, buddy. But Canonium gave a shouty. Oh my god, hi Undead, and I also see Bob Bird is coming in. Hi, your salted caramel muffin. That's such a good one. I might have broken my blurbs. So before we continue, let me just fix my blurbs. We're just yapping at the beginning now. Because Miss Relaxing Gaming surprised me with another surprise. I was just saying, like, okay, if you guys want to check her out, she's an awesome streamer. She's an advocate for disability, for mental health. She's working on amazing ideas. I do trust Blurb. Am I missing something in Blurb now? You gonna miss the thingy here? I only see Tenja. Did I just... That's connected today. Check browser source connection. Hope all is well beside the blurbs. Yes, yes, it's okay. I had a long week. You just helped me massively today because I had a really bad day, and it says a lot that I texted you because that means I'm feeling safe. And I replied to the new message in the morning, and it means really a lot when you say I'm a good adjective. Because I'm used to doing bigger things, it feels like I'm not doing good enough, so it really means a lot. Again, as I said, like even if you cannot do everything that you want to do right now, the fact that you still keep thinking about new ideas continuously, the fact that you like she was like, oh, I have an idea, a whole theater show, like that's amazing. That's still like you're thinking of apps and everything. Like there's so many ideas, so many ways to want to help other people going around in your head. It's just, I'm already impressed by that. And the fact that you what? Okay, those work. Those work. All the tangents are good. All the tangents are good. Now, when Bird, I had a. Here, the fuck it all. Muffin Time song. Fuck it all. Pub Shot's also got a 3-string streak. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Eggborn, I was just checking you out. You just rated out, right? I put a poll up, what we were gonna do. That people were saying like, oh, like awesome Wolfie, I started like play Fortnite, so I am installing Fortnite. Yeah, you did, yeah. But I put a poll up and I was like, oh, I could do some league. So I was checking like, I can do some league with you maybe. I still have to train up before I can do ranked even. Fortnite, really. I told you, I think that we're never gonna do Fortnite. But I am always open to try anything. And like, I'm searching for ways to game with people more cross-platform as well. Or with, like, for example, Fortnite. If you're still awake, do you want to do Fortnite together? We were supposed to game together. Okay. Let me say. Okay, a little secret actually, because meeting you inspired me to go back into it. I never would have thought I would go back into any industry that I left because of my health. I inspired you? Oh, you text me about it? Okay. I did check. But Mr. Lexion Gaming still, you are really good at what you do. You really are. And the fact that your body doesn't want to do the things that you want to do is just fucking frustrating. And I know because yes, I've been just sleeping all week basically. And people don't see it with me because I'm like, yeah, I'm a win, but I'm fucking dying recently. Like my gosh, things hurt. Which you probably might have noticed because lately I'm also like on the stream. But the fact that I can help you, that I can inspire you, that makes my day. Because yeah, we are wired kind of the same way, and I would love to help more people. I miss my coaching and my lecturing and my teaching more than I thought I would. Like I never wanted to be a teacher, but I got into it with teaching game development. And I fucking loved it. Just talking about games all day with people who are also just very passionate about it. Seeing them like go from step 1 to making like a little guy move to making their actual first whole running game. It is amazing. It's so good. And I do miss it a lot. But yeah, maybe one day I want to do more online things. And I was also thinking of making a game on stream. End of this year, maybe. If you guys want to see. I have to prep for it, but I was thinking maybe in fall or winter time I will make an actual game here. Because I have missed making games. It's been a couple years. But for those that didn't know, I'm actually a game developer by heart. And that's why it was also kind of a natural switch. What I heard was Blender. Hi! Yes, Muffin, yes. Hi, other Muffin, you're amazing for being here. Thank you. And yes, that is why, okay, so I taught game development. I did as well, like a part of my course of studying game development and game technology was doing Blender. Um, I once thought of making my OC into a game character before. You make games? That's cool. I used to. Like, I do want to get more into it again. But I also, yeah, because I do want to see if I can make muffins. If I'm gonna start up Blender, I thought that would be like a good first step because I can make models to use as well for in stream, but also for a game maybe. And if I'm gonna make models, I am gonna make muffins. So I'm gonna hit you up then, English muffin, as promised. Because yeah, the idea of you being like the little muffin that has like the different flavors, that's so cool. I love it. If you guys don't know the English muffin, he's one of my muffin squad people now. Did not say I make games, just had the thought. No, I make games, Kill. If you wanted to, if I am getting back into it again at one point, we can put your muffin thingy in there. Your OC in there, Jesus, sorry. Or we can see how it, you have a 3D model, don't you? Yeah. Is it 3D or 2D? I don't remember. Because of the emote with the... Now the Go-Fi things work again. I don't understand. I didn't turn them off or on. Muffins will be epic. I know. It's an awesome movie. If you don't know Blender, Blender is a 3D modeling program. And one of the most famous tutorials ever is the donut. Always the donut. And the guy that makes the donut, he actually updates it every year, I saw. So he made a new donut for 2026. I can see if I still have my files for the old donut. And it is a really good way to learn about just the basics and all the hotkeys and everything. As I said, it now has been a couple years, so I do have to get back into it because there are so many shortcuts and there are so many things. And once you get into it, then it is easier. But if you just start with it right away, again, there's so much to remember. I don't know, it's a lot. There's so much. But yeah, I did make the donut a couple times. And I did make game art for some game jams I just did for fun, basically. Like, I was bored, I had a burnout, and COVID was making it... There's a dungeon redeem. It's just a dungeon. I thought it would be a good clickbait. It's a dungeons. Yeah. It is up to 1 now, so it's all the way up the top if you miss it. Thank you, English muffin. Awesome Wolfie, that's what I meant. Like, muffins would be amazing. If you haven't seen English muffin yet, he is sort of like a VTuber as an actual muffin. That was like one of my first ideas when I was starting up. I was like, I could be just a muffin, but then the first Snapchat filter and all that stuff, an MTuber. Wait, what is an muffin tuber? Yes, okay. You're a legit muffin tuber. Okay, let me read up. Okay, first of all, Willie, because I know you're going to sleeps. Just checking in to make sure you're good. Thank you. Have an amazing stream and I'll text you. And up tomorrow, I'll send Frodo some little buzz. Are you gonna celebrate tomorrow? Because I think she's going back to mom on Sunday, no? Send me picture of her on her little chair. Willie got his daughter for her birthday an actual little gaming chair. So cute. It is adorable. I want to see how extremely happy she's gonna be with that and that little tablet. Cupcake. Peace out, Nugget. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chatter. Yeah, you did see English Muffin. It's amazing, right? Sunday's the party. Yeah, okay. Sunday is her actual birthday, right? He's cool. He is. We're always like checking out like muffins tonight because I was just finding all new muffins. It's also, I know, like the fudgy muffin that also is a Man of Leather stream often. She made a fan art as well. It was such a cool drawing. Thank you for the follow. I still feel like... Oh no, that I hear. The ADHD is gonna take over, so I was always Almost forgetting that I had to fix the blurbs still. I don't really get it because it does say new follow works. Fuck it all, muffin time song. I didn't hear the muffins when checking in either, I think. Oh, that is you! But that's a good emo. That is just you. And then you can show people. I bought dance. And thank you for the follows out, Nugget. And I have to scroll back up for a second. Before I go, a word from your sponsor. What? Oh no. I'm like, oh no, what are you gonna do? Really? But okay, Sunday is her birthday. So yeah, already an early congrats to Little Boss. Okay, that just worked. It just worked. It's just the blurbs, but as I said, I made completely new.
Please, I just wanna die. Please, somebody kill me.
I don't know what to say now.
Have we had a muffin today? I wanna die. Please, I wanna die. It's muffin time. I wanna die. Please, I wanna die. It's muffin time. I wanna
Die, potato, die. I baked you a pie.
Oh boy, what flavor?
Pie.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Pie hungry, I'm bad.
Why did you name me this way?
Why?
I'm gonna do an internet. I'm gonna do a walk. You're leaving me.
I've met a real man.
Hey, buddy, look over here. You're gonna die. We're all gonna die.
I legit dream of muffin time the other night. And my mom because the fact that my mom knows this song means it like a lot. Like she doesn't remember shit. Especially about like gaming or streaming. Every game is still a Nintendo.
Here comes the airplane.
Honey, I'm pregnant.
I can explain.
I don't know if you can still see me because I can see shit, but
I have no idea how to breathe.
stand by. This is a word from our sponsor, Muffin Time.
got a license for that?
You'll never take me alive.
Haha, they said I could never teach a llama to drive.
You can find my tippies. Oh, there.
Even though letting go feels right, I can't afford
Because it
to
should
say
play on
goodbye.
check-in.
You and I are bound together, especially since cartoons live forever.
We're all gonna die. Pie.
Granted, I'm terrified, but I still have to read back to your message, Mr. Lexi. I didn't. It's so cute. And I hope you have a good night. I hope you get
Thanks to
some
Shmoyoho
sleep.
for songifying Astor's movie. You should check him out. Also, you can buy this song
Thank
on
you
iTunes.
for the
Side note,
muffin
I'm gonna be
time,
at MCM
Willy,
Comic
and
Con
you
in
also
London this
get
month,
some
so come on
sleepies.
by and say hi to this guy. The guy is me, to be clear.
I can
so
see you
manage your
again.
expectations.
Hello. I don't know how it's playing. Like on a vertical one, you probably see like a tiny muffin time, so then you still see like in the back. And the dungeon is this big, but I don't know how to skill the Tangia for the vertical one. I eventually, by the way, really, if you're still like, I work for like, I don't know, maybe 12 hours, so I'm making all the new overlays. And I still have to update everything. Night, y'all. Love you, muffin. Night, Willy. And it's a muffin time. Yes, awesome. Wolfie did a dance party. Love it, thank you. Toad Nugget is anti-muffin. She calls me a cupcake, which is muffin racism. Well, no, you are not a cupcake because you don't have the frosting on your muffin, so that makes you a muffin and not a cupcake. We've had whole muffin cupcake discussions on this channel at the start, but still, I stand by it. A muffin is a muffin, a cupcake is a muffin, but a muffin is not a cupcake. It's very important. A muffin is not a cupcake. A cupcake can be a muffin. Logic. Muffin logic. Yep. Shout it louder. Muffin is not a cupcake! We've offered to glaze him. I know. You always pack me as well whenever I come there. No, he's not a cupcake. Not yet. Like, you can change it, but not yet. I do not know if you saw that the model I was using was a Fearoid model. No, yes, wait, I can scroll up. It's a Fearoid. That is like a... I don't know what a Fearoid... Nothing wrong with some friendly... Yeah. Never being changed. It's a muffin. Okay, see? If he doesn't want to be frosted or glazed, then he will always be a muffin. You can't make him a cupcake. Okay, wait. Okay, you are going to... No, there. I don't know if you saw this. Yes, you did. And I don't know if you realize how much impact you have on people. Probably don't. And I really love you for letting me know, because I needed that this week. So much. And you reminded me of the reason why I started streaming again. And I needed that so much more than you guys know. And that is a large part as well, like, thanks to you, Miss Relaxing. But yeah, you said before that I would never go back into disability. That was something from the past. And when we had a conversation at TwitchCon, and it was like, there's still so much I want to help the society with, and so many problems that still need advocating. So I decided to go back. But the way you were talking in TwitchCon, the way you were just so passionate about everything, it would be a waste to not have you back there. You can do so many good things. I believe it. Random break from all the muffin stuff. Fearoid is a specific VTuber model. And muffins can be glazed. No. Yeah, okay. Glazed muffin, yes. Frosted? Like if you have like literal like the stuff, like the thicker stuff, the thick frosting on top, and it's a cupcake. Yep. See, yeah, frosted no, glazed yes. You can have a glazed muffin still. So okay, so South Nugget, if you wanna glaze him, you can. He still is cupcake then. No muffin. Oh my gosh, he will. You guys are confusing me now. He will stay... sorry! He will stay a muffin! A muffin! Scrap that! No! No! A muffin! I'm sorry, I'm trying to manage several conversations. You are a muffin, and you're not a cupcake. That's what I meant. Like if you have the thick frosting on that, then you can be a cupcake. Otherwise, The English cupcake? Are you trying to give him a shouty? Do you want attention? No! That's not his name, Star. Bad Star. Do not bully any other muffins on my channel. Yes. It's a muffin. Okay. No, I did not. No. No. Start bullying me. These bad muffin. Sometimes we needed a reminder when we are people players are also chronically ill. I just freaking appreciate you. Never forget you don't need to change for anyone. Even in streaming, I'm so incredibly proud of you, and if you ever need something, I'm just a message away. Even if I'm not doing well, I'll always be there. If I can follow my dreams, so can you. Hey, now I gotta cry the good way. Thank you. Now you just get the ice. I promise I have ice, okay? Ban her? No, I do not ban people. Not without good reason. Hmm. Have a great sleep, Miss Relaxing Gaming. Thank you so much. And yes, the same goes for you. If you ever need someone to talk to. Oh, tutorial family, welcome in. Muffis. But if that's the reason, then I'll have to ban stars. He's my mod. Cupcake being a snowflake. Not a cupcake. Oh my god, are we into muffin bullying here now? Yeah, you are a bad boy. Yep. Okay, I do know. Maybe this will help. Does that help? Maybe. Now, let me finally just test blurb, because I had it in there. I know I had it in there. That's sounds working here, right?
Thanks for
No, we
checking-
missed the muffin time still. We just heard the ding ding ding. Thank you for the follow tutorial. And yeah, I am also jealous that you don't have those. Harder? Okay, one more time then. And otherwise you gotta do it yourself. Hanging with my burp for a bit. All good. Kiss your little burpee for us. I apparently just... Okay, can I just get the link for the browser source? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, then... Do I have blurbs that are not audio? No, blurbs are only audio, right? Then I can just bloop and then go to blurb. I accidentally, just deleted my completely blurb thing. Yep, yeah. But now it should be good again. Think? Very convinced. Let me check. Fuck it all. There we go. Can you hear it? Throw audio here. Yes, right? Wait, can I also check in? I never checked in with myself, only at the start.
Single member.
Wanna die, die, die. Die, die, die.
Checking in.
It's muffin time. Yes, I wanna die, die, die.
Yes, okay. Fixed. We got this. Thankfully, I'm not a cupcake. Oh, there's a Pokemon. Okay. Maybe we can start because I'm still really sucky at the league. We can start with a little league and then do a little Fortnite. Is that a good idea? Oh, we have a very important message in chat first from Miss Relaxing Gaming. A reminder for everyone, you are good enough. For whoever needed to hear that today, you are good enough. Yeah, I fully agree. And I'm proud of you. Stay amazing. Keep believing in yourself because you're awesome. And the only person you need to make proud of in your life is the 8-year-old and the 80-year-old self. That's a good one. I will see you guys very soon. And if anybody needs something, you can find me in Muffin's Discord and always message me. Yes. And if you want to go check out Miss Relaxing Gaming, who will be live on Monday. Silky's burping around. I kind of want to have, but that's the thing. It is kind of dangerous if I put a pegging on here. Because that will... I'm legally an adult. You're 12? You're 12. If you're 12, you're not legally an adult. No. This is an 18 plus stream. No. No. Bye, and have a good night, yeah? Get some good sleeps. Facts? Okay, no. Just... Sure, little bro. Like, oh my gosh. You guys just bullied the
We
muffin all
interrupt
day.
our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Now get sleep. It's 1 a.m. Sleep, sleep. And if you can sleep, you know I'll be live for a couple of hours, so you're welcome back. Anytime. But try to get some sleepies first, yeah? Okay, I am still, because I am so ADHD fucking crazy mode today. I'm still finishing the other smoky, so I have like all the smokies ready for the rest of the stream. So then we have just one big chatting mode. You guys are giving me energy again. I was like, I haven't streamed since like the last big stream. I did game a little, but not this week. Just a little bit. Because we had a rest day, and then yesterday OBS crashed 10 times. 10 times! Can you believe it? Yeah. Muffin love. Wait, is that playing? Yeah, but very soft.
Muffin is amazing. Go hit her up. I'm going to spam her link in, and we're going to get a little clip from her as well.
This is my
Guys,
vibe, gotta say.
give her a follow, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, and she's got me post up on her channel.
Thank
you.
you.
I appreciate that. Love you too, baby. Love you too. Guys, go give us some love.
Caution, we're wet.
Was in bed most of the day, so as it's cold, so awake, but should sleep. Did you sleep as well? Or was it so cold that we were just hiding in bed? Like if I slept too much during the day, I'm awake. Well, that's what we are today, because yeah, it is 1 a.m. for me too. That's how I put the clock thingy up there. People are like, we're always like, the fuck, why are you awake? I do love that the muffin love includes like a clip of me just like, what is that noise? I sound like a dying horse. And every time I'm like But thank you. Thank you, Kill, for the muffin love. I appreciate you being here always. Just relaxing in bed with the little one. Nice. Okay, wait. Turn on music again. And Rami, thank you for coming in. English Muffin, did you just take all your muffin lovers or haters? Cupcake lovers and muffin haters with you? I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, I really messed this one up. But it works, and that's what we want. Have my thingy? Yes, I have. Like I have a fancy case where I can put them in. Now we have milk. But this one is... Look. Okay, we're just gonna roll with it. That's what we do. Okay, Awesome Wolfie Star Wars, would you be okay with it if we chill, do some League, then try some Fortnite? You made Willy really happy because he wants to play Fortnite with me. And I legit told Willy, I'm never gonna play Fortnite, fuck you. But yeah. Like that's it now, and now it does feel biased because now we're like, but now people ask in chat, so I'm gonna play Fortnite. But yeah, no. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Does any of you in chat play League? A dungeon. What level are you now, Gil? Level 30. Hi, Mud Duck. How are you tonight, sir? How are you, PC issues? Not League, but Dota? Ooh, nice. Rami, did you also come in with English Muffin? Or how did you find me? Welcome in here. You're very welcome in the Muffin Madness. Normally I do start up a little sooner with gaming, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. Like the thing is, it's not that I don't have any games, it's more like the same thing that when you're hungry and you walk to the fridge and then you stare at the fridge and you're like, do I want to eat something? And then there's so much food in the fridge, but it's not like the food that you want to. You know what makes sense? So I have like 300 games. Selena, hi, welcome in. Join that, Dungy. To be honest, no idea, just a great coincidence. Thank you. Well, I'm happy to have you here. You no idea how you end up here, but that's amazing still. I'm just blabbering about it. We're just chilling here. But we're always having good vibes. So like if anyone needs to have like a good convo, just drop it in. If we have to joke about packing some muffins, drop it in. Gotta go where life takes you. Exactly. I've not played it, but watched it all my life from my bro in Chathaven. Nice. Does Chathaven play League? Oh, I wanna play League with Chathaven one day. Oh, thank you. We're still in this dungeon, but then the next dungeon will spawn in chat, and then we can join the Kinky Cow dungeon. He did? Oh, he doesn't do it anymore? Oh yeah, I got my smoky. I still gotta ask Chubby. Save this one. Oh, a raffle. Yeah, it's gonna be place. So you play League, what do you enjoy playing? So yeah, okay, backstory for League. Well, I start up. Because otherwise we're just gonna blabber on forever. But thank you everyone for being here and just indulging in me blabbering on forever. We have some nice music, we have some dungeons. We could also fish, by the way. You can join a raffle, you can join the next dungeon. We have a lot of like hidden mini games. So now I finally figured that out, how to hide the thing. It was just a setting in the game and I didn't see. But now the fishing just that's good. But yeah, no, so for League, I have played League a lot. Like in when I was 16 to 18, like when it was very new, when League was still baby League. There were not that many heroes, but there were a lot of heroes already. And I did play like a lot of more bot and mid, I think. I did like support a lot as well. But I just recently started like a couple weeks back to play it again. And I made a brand new account, so I have an account now on the US servers. So I could play with my US people. I still have my EU account. I still have some skins on there, I think. But I played a long time ago, so I'm kind of rediscovering, and I don't know a lot of the heroes still. Like I know like a lot of the older ones, as I said. And I was just thinking like, oh my god, how was this again? Because it's been over 10 years. I feel old. But yeah. So yeah, I'm starting it up now. But I think we played, as I said, like yeah, mostly like Katarina, Morgana. Those were my two mains. And I've been trying more now with ARAMs, like the ARAM Mayhem, to just try out more heroes to figure out everything in the game. Because then I feel a little bit more comfortable playing with other people as well. Because I would love to play with Agborn, who was just here, by the way. Star, if you're here, do you want to give Agborn a little shouty? And Angel Queen, who is an amazing VTuber. She's still like one of the best VTuber examples that I've come across. Oh, and I got a friend request from Chubby, also one of the people I want to play with. So many people. But now this is the thing. I don't know 100% how to stream this, like without just showing my entire screen. So that's what I've been doing every time. Ooh, I missed Agborn. I think she already got like an audio shadow, but she came in here. She just quit. She just stopped her stream just a little earlier, where she was also playing League. I do the same when I try League. Good mode to try new legends. Oh, you have tried League. Okay. So you're more Dota player, but you have tried League. Nice. Okay, let me just click. Wait, which one do we take? We can do the clean one, maybe. Which one is that? I changed stuff in OBS. Okay, there we go. Am I here? Oh, my dungeon is in my face. That's not what we want. Let me just move that dungeon. In my face, people. Also, I'm just wondering if anyone is on mobile. Do you see like the vertical thingy? Is everything working okay? This is the first time we're trying like the dual formatting. I'm super excited. I put way too much time in it. Okay, let me move. Where's my face? Where my face? Okay. Dungy down there? That's okay, I think. Dungy down there. I should pull up stream and laptop. Wait. Let me give you guys a Dungy to test. How does this Dungy look? What is still in my face? I had to save it. There it is. Okay, there we go. Multi-raffle is still going. You can still join the raffle from our muffins. You can fish. Does the fish work here as well? Fish. Yes, it does. Let me just... There you go. I should pull up stream on laptop to make things easier. You don't Smite? I don't know if I ever played Smite. Indeed, I have a lot of friends playing League, so I tried it a bit before I'm judging. Good. That's the thing. We play League very chill mode because I'm like I kind of still suck. So I'm just happy to be here, kind of vibes. Oh my god, why am I so like? Is this better? This is okay. Okay, then we have the clean stuff. Hey y'all, it's a Chubby. Chubby, we are starting up League. I'm at a casino and I can't hear, but I'm supporting and dancing. Okay. Because then I gotta switch to display. This one. And we have double muffins. Look, there's all the muffins. And you get an inside look of how my OBS looks. But look, I can just do this and then it shouldn't switch whenever we load in the game. Let me update here, muffin. There we go. And Gil, can you maybe update where is that? The gosh. Can you update the game for me? Because every time I try to do that, like in the thingy. This is the language we're using today. In the thingy. I'm gonna do AR5. We're gonna do some mayhem. Everything running okay still? Everything running okay still, nice. And there is a Pokey. And Chubby is a gingerbread muffin while dancing in the casino. Fuck yes. But Rami, like if you have a lot of friends playing League, are they like the toxic kind of people? Or are they also chilling mode? Okay, we're just gonna do ARAM again. Thank you, Kale. Like every time I try to do that in OBS, 9 out of 10 times it doesn't load in. I don't know why. Like it says it changed, but then I have to like click update 3 times. Oh, accept. Are you guys liking the music tonight, by the way? Oh wait, I gotta check my vertical source. Oh no. This is interesting. Okay, now my vertical one is not working like I wanted to. Because I did not think about this. Well... Wait. 1.5. I think I want 5. Why do you want Lulu? I know some names. No. Oh no, that's not... No, okay. Who's this? What can Fi do again? I just like Fi. I don't know, people. I don't know yet. I've got both kind of vibes, so I'm there for the vibes. Nice. Well, that's the kind of approach that I take with it. Like, I have some people, some friends that are really, really good, which is awesome and impressive. And I have had some people like wanting to game with me, and I'm like, thank you. But I don't know what I'm doing yet. And also, I forgot about the display capture thing here. Can I then transform and then fit to screen? But now it's tiny. Can I? How is this on mobile? Maybe it's really shitty. Maybe it's really shitty. Oh, if I stretch it, it's really, really shitty. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm just gonna. No, that does not work. Okay, if the vertical one is really shitty, I'm gonna update it in a bit. Do you guys have any ideas with the Aramean one? You can. It's your fun when people are not tryharding. I know. If you're tryharding, you get frustrated a lot. So yeah, that's why, as I said, like we're doing the Air Mayhem. I'm just getting to know people. No heroes, no abilities, all that stuff. And this is kind of a fun way. Like the first time, for example, I just walked everywhere. That was already a big mistake. And I was practicing because everyone was getting mad at me. Because nowadays you can apparently... Oh, go back. Oh, I should have pushed through. But no, the tower is right there. Oh, nice. Okay, our team is doing pretty good. As I said, I don't know her attack yet. But we're doing good. We're doing good so far. Why am I rooted? Oh, we're healing? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And another Dungy. I don't have like... Oh. I messed up there. Oh my gosh. Okay, heal here. We're still good. We're still good. What does my W do? That's a thing I don't know. Okay, wait. Passive one? I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. You can't heal here. I didn't buy a heal thing. I kind of want more money first. Let's get some money while we can and not die, hopefully. Oh, that's like the next attack is gonna deal shit ton damage. This one is... Okay. That's charging and release. Okay. They're so low. They all healed. Darius! No! Get away from him! Get away from him! Okay, heal up. No, game is... Oh, game is okay. Oh! Okay. We're not laggy, right? No. But the vertical overlay looks so shit now. I spent so much work on it that I forgot that I use display capture for games like Counter-Strike or League of Legends, and I didn't make any... Oh, I died. Okay, but I wanted to die, okay? I wanted to die because I need to shop. And I kind of want to have this one for now. And then just the speed boots. And then I'm gonna do that one. There we go. That's the thing, I can't really alt up out of it. Oh! Where am I? Where am I? Who am I? Okay, there we go. Okay. At the beginning, I make everyone like mad because I use normal AAWSD key bindings. But yeah, that was because I was very curious about it because it was never an option before. And I never saw it, so I was like, oh! And it plays differently, but that's not how you play as a League player. So I had to get used to, playing this way again, but I think I have my mouse way too sensitive. Oh, he's already dead. Oh, they are already dead. Dying a little bit, but we're okay. I need heals. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Trying to get us just for the kill. I oh okay. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay, that was a waste. Uh, anyone have any idea? Okay, but have you ever tried Dota 2? I think I have. Wait, just one more gold. Do I want this? Grant 12 gold per target effective with it. Blah, 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 blah. Executing with the collector's passive increases grants the blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I think we do that one. Okay, I'm getting the charge now. I don't know if I ever played Fi. I do have the LGBTQ, like the Pride Month rainbow thingies on and everything. It looks pretty. Are they just gonna chill there? Okay, I'm on my way. But yeah, I think I have tried it. I have a friend who was also like a teacher in game development who played Dota so much. He played on pretty high competitive level. But I had the same thing a little bit with Dota that just kept me out of it maybe a little bit because people get so obsessed with it. Oh, that was nice. I'm gonna die. But I made a kill. But I'm gonna die. But I made a kill. Okay. Like, so that's the thing. From the people that I have played with now, I've heard that I'm not really shitty. That's good. That's like the nice compliment. You're not that shitty. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I feel bad for how bad this looks on the vertical stuff. I still have to update it. How would you? But then I would just have to zoom this in, no? Probably. Okay, so I do get this one. This is like a passive, so I don't use it, right? Like it is passively used, basically. Yeah. Every third attack on the same target grants an additional 7%. Oh my gosh, that was a lot. I know half what happened there, but I helped. That's how I played Manhattans. I don't know what I did, but I helped. I know my light turned off. It looks so much darker now. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. We gotta wait, we gotta wait. We're fucked because we're at the tower. Yep, yep, yep. See, I know stuff. I know, but I wanted to wait there. It's funny, but I'm gonna die from it. I know. Oh no! Like it's funny. I'm gonna die. Oh, I immediately died. I'm gonna turn on my lights in the meantime. Like I have an automatic timer that turns on my lights when it's dark out. But then every time it's like a wake up call. I'm like, no, I'm not ready for bed. Okay, on takedown, get a stack that increases your size and maximum health, lose stacks on hell. I died too much. Okay, after that, you gain armor and magic resist up to 5 stacks. But I don't know if we have. Is this a dash ability? Maybe just this. Because we need more help because you cannot heal in this one. You just go back and forth and back and forth. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my god, what a meanie! I missed. Now they rooted us. Okay, we're okay. Oh, I was not paying attention. Why did you channel to go back? You cannot heal. Yeah, but we're gonna to go shopping. I don't know what you're talking about. Enjoy stream. I'm gonna go get the little one to sleep. Oh, good, awesome, Wolfie. If you want to go back later and see if we're gonna do Fortnite, let me know. We are gonna try it. I'm kind of curious now. Maybe I should upgrade this. This really like bam bam bam. Yeah, that's good description. Bam bam bam. Hey, there you go. He got away. That's the thing. Like if they get me, I just die. I don't know how. Oh, that's what I mean. Some people are so good at like dodging all the stuffs. But yeah. But okay, Raimi. I hope I pronounced your name right, Raimi. You play a lot of Dota. And what do you like to play in Dota? Oh, they're taking so hard revenge. Oh, my teammate was trying to defend the tower, but oh, we were doing better at the beginning, and now I'm yeah. Like at the beginning, the difference between me and like other players isn't that high because we're all just building up and you don't do that much damage yet. But the second that they start like actually building and doing stuff that they know, they yeah. No, cool, cool. I'm gonna be playing it tomorrow, so yeah, enjoy. Okay, okay. I will play. I will test it. I will let you know how it goes. If I don't get to this stream, then I will definitely play it with Willie as well at some point. And then we can play it together with everyone as well, maybe. That would be good. No, Darius, no. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Thank you for the player saying you're like, no. Thanks, Gil. And a Denji. Thing is, I don't know if I can. Oh yeah, I can alt up. They're gonna break everything because I also want to join the kinky. Oh, the kinky Denji. Oh my gosh! There we go. This is how I out myself that I just type everything that I use. I don't have any stream decks or whatever. I still gotta upgrade stuff at some point, maybe in the future. Okay. There we go. Maybe I'm gonna switch music a little bit later. But I do like the vibes now. Nope. That was a waste. And I feel like they all know their heroes a lot better than me. I'm running, running, running. Oh no. Oh no. Now I'm just feeling them. Okay, okay. If I slam people with my Q like a pure, do I then immobilize or ground enemies? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. Flower? Is that a flower? Oh. That's a new one. The flower lore I'm reading today, the classic streamer pick is a rose, meaning love, respect, and a little chaotic devotion to League of Legends. 10 viewers, 0 mercy. Wait, wait, okay, while I'm here. Catch the poke. Okay, I really cannot multitask during League. I don't know. Maybe we're making really weird choices. If anyone has tips, feel free to drop it in chat. I also kind of fucked myself over with the position of the Denji. It's okay, but Yeah, I think I am. I am grounding him, no, because I do get a bonus. I just pushed them away to help him. Okay, I got him. They're killing the tower though. Very hard. My response just ah, great. Oh wow, Silky has appeared. 1 in 727? Nice. Gil, what are you rolling for? Do you have a certain goal in mind? Or are you just rolling for the rolling? Where's everyone? We're taking instant revenge, that's good. I did try to save like my teammate. Just getting the tower, come on. Okay, I'm getting the hang of what does my R do? Singles out a single enemy? Oh no. I'm dead. So dead. Oh my gosh. Bakil, you rolled an 18, did you? And what do you have to roll to catch a Silky? I like that. Okay, we're just gonna like that's a thing. I just buy like the recommended stuff 9 out of 10 times because I used to know bills a little bit, but again, 10 years ago. And we got another Kinky Dungy. Kinky Dungy, Kinky Dungy. That sounds so weird in combination, but it's because Kinky Cow God, okay, people? I also feel like a Kill Dungy or whatever Dungy, so it's a Kinky Dungy now. Oh, I like the rainbow. Can you die, please? Oh, that was hard. Oh, yeah, oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah. Sounds almost like your name on Steam. Kinky Pinky. Oh, I like that. Kinky Pinky. Yeah, we have Kinky Cow God. It's also with Kinky. Is that a secret? Hit me up on Steam. No, I forgot to shop. Okay, we fuck. No, 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 no. No, Darius. No, you don't. No, you don't. I know my hero now a little bit. See? Just a little bit. I can do it together with my teammates, not by myself. But you're getting somewhere. Like this is like, do I even use this sometime? No, right? You do not cost it ever. It's just oh my, oh my. What is the pumpkin bastard? Why does he do so much damage? What was that? Why? Now I can shop. That's good. I forgot to shop. What is that hero and why does he kill me instantly? That's not good. Is that just no? But we okay. We're still ahead. I'm really, really proud for not being scared whenever someone comes to chase me, and I made some efforts. I made 2 kills. Like I'm literally just proud of every single kill I do. I'm like, yay! Look, I have a purpose. I help teammates get away. I die. I have a purpose. Oh my god, that was great. Wait, while we have 10 seconds, look, guys. I got the best thing ever from my mom today. You could put it in your neck like this, like for pro gamer fights. I don't know, Pikachu. I can also just do this. Yeah. Let me evolve into Pikachu. Maybe if the 5's evolve, we will just do that in our head instead of my headphone. Irene, yeah, that is next level indeed. I know, right? It's awesome. She was like, yeah, I found this. Maybe it's for little kids. But I knew you would like it. I was like, thank you, Mom. You make my adult heart really happy. Okay. Oh no, 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 oh no. What is that swing? What is that boy? He's a bitch. Yeah. No, okay, so yeah, really, like I have this one. Be careful relying on it too much because it can cause neck problems. Really, Silky? Yeah, so I have this one for my headphones, but I don't often wear them like the whole time because yeah, I don't know, it's too warm. It's not comfy. It's a playback. But okay, I can do this and I can just or just like still. This is also still a good look. Maybe I will just stream like this now. Because say this is a next level Pikachu headband. I know it looks ridiculous, but it's still kind of comfy. Okay, I have to stay away from the scary people. Does that make sense? Yes. But now I was away. Too far. Too far. Too far. Nope. 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 That was okay. That was okay. That was okay. Okay. I'm so proud of myself every time I do something that's okay. So many sneezes just then. I'm okay. Oh no. Are you sick or do you have allergies or what's going on, Silky? Or did the feathers from the burp just tickle your nose too hard? That's also possible. Am I dying? A little. Muffin plays League. Am I dying? I think so. We're doing good. We're doing good. Where is he going? Well, we're gonna destroy our towers in the meantime. Have a good life. I'm gonna die now. Oh no, I didn't die. But he's scary. Yay! Am I in time to join the dungeon? Yes. We won! I'm Muffins. How are you, Angel? I'm playing League. Okay, wait. Again, every time I see you, I'm like, okay, you are legit the reason that I was able to get a US account because you helped me through it. So I'm gonna give you a big shouty. You get a normal shouty as well, always with the automatic stuff. Okay, who was okay, I'm gonna give him a vote up because he was scary and they were nice. And I'm gonna do it you because yeah. Yeah. You look so lovely. Thank you. I'm actually like in a chill mode. My hair didn't want to do it, but I have like sort of pigtail thingies in. Yep. Because my hair is growing out, but it's now just like the exploding. I don't know. Yeah, and we're level up. I don't know how to stream the thing as a game capture without it having to switch every time. Chubby was gonna help me with it, but I still have to figure out how to stream Deke better. Okay, look, okay. Did we do really shitty? Yes. Did we still participate and help? Yes. Were we lucky to have a really good team? Yes. Are we gonna play again? Yes. Oh, thank you for the follow, Remy. Okay, Shoki, you used it too much and your neck said it was angry. The muscles got weak, so now I can only use them a few hours at a time. Oh, because then you rely on that. Oh, okay, I get that. So if you just do this, then you don't have to use the muscles at all. Now I'm like, okay, that looks ridiculous again. Look, Angel, I got this. It is so cute, though. The unicorn. Oh my god, I didn't even know that there were like neck pillows that looked this cute. I've only had one inflatable one, I think, for when we went on long trips back in the day when I was a kid, or we had airplane trips or stuff. But I can just cuddle this. This is also fucking comfy. And allergies, you cleaned your car of dust today. Oh my gosh. Okay, do you wear? Okay, accept the new one. Do you wear like a mouth cover as protection? Protect those lungs, Silky Poo. You moved so much and I'm hyper. Go run a circle, girl. Go run like. Yes, to all of the above. Indeed. Indeed. So cute. I know, right? This is adorable. Okay, Angel, I still am very noob, so we're still leveling up to the point where I hope to know more of the heroes. Like, I know Ash, I know Morgana, I know... But a little bit now? I don't know. Just a little bit, not really. Are we gonna try to do the tree? This reminds me of Groot. Are we gonna play Groot? I think we're just gonna try it. No, I just used a rack and water with a little dish soap. Probably should. Okay, next time, just wear like a mouth mask thingy. Even like if it's soap and water, you're just wiping out all that dust like right in your face, and that's not good. Not good. I am Groot. I know, right? That is how I describe like the heroes here. It's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna play Groot. Okay, and I made like a vertical display, but it looks so... Oh shit. What did I do? Nope. Yes. Okay, that's the thing. Like I made it, but I made it with the game captures, and I'm streaming this with like the display, just the whole desktop capture, because then it just... This doesn't lag when it has to switch over. But now it looked so silly on the vertical one as well. And I know there's a better way to do this, but we're gonna figure that out another time, people. I am putting in like a normal screen so people can actually watch what I'm doing on the vertical one now. But now it should be better. Let me just center that one. Okay, and does anyone have any tips like what to use here? Because I'm just doing stuff. But yeah, that's how we do stuff here anyways. 9 out of 10 times. We just do stuff. It looks good. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, this is gain, health, and shield power, ability, buffering. You mean the vertical one with this edit thing? Okay, good, good, good. I'm happy to hear that. Because I now added one that was just stretching out, but now you have the game as well. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, okay. Maybe just... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, we're here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, team. We're here. I was not distracted. We're gonna cannibal. Hi. I don't know what I do yet. Oh, gosh. This is not gonna go well. What am I? Am I heals? I can do this. Nice. I can do this. That just... It's just random making grass. I have a bush. I have more bushes. What does this do? Is this good? This is heals. I'm support, I think. Okay, Angel, bear with me. This is like the way we're exploring League still. Like, as I said, I played when I was, 17. 16, 17, maybe until I was 19 or something. That's been a while. I don't know the heroes yet. Oh my gosh, am I gonna die? No, we're not dying. What you talking about? I'm just creating a whole forest here. But okay, I think this is... Oh, there's a Danji. Thank you, Danji. I think I'm support, no? I like the bush a lot. Oh no, I don't want to die. Can we make a bush here? Yes, there we go. We have our own little private bush. Ooh. And I can root people, so that's pretty helpful for the other heroes. I can give heals to myself, to people. Is this like a shield? It is a shield. Okay, good. A sensible friend. We spawn a little friend. Okay, I like this Groot. I help the people. It's okay. It's okay. I am comfy with support. Oh no. Can I help you? No. Running, I'm running. Ah, that was a waste. This is max health, that's kind of good. After entering a bush, remain in the bush. I do love trapping them. This is less damage, but we already focus not really on the damage, but we do need the damage for if we are in trouble. Wait, can we buy stuff? Yes. Yes. I gotta pee. Oh, wait. Okay, while we do this, there's a chance of winning slots with 9 emotes to choose from. That is true. That's true. Okay, I kind of want to see like if someone can win, because I've never seen someone win at the slots. It's just with the muffins. If you need more muffins, we can give you muffins. Free gambling. That's not good to promote, but I want to just, yeah. Like Chubby is at the casino, it feels fitting. Trap you! Okay, should I just get now? Yeah. Was a good escape. Heal. There are more bushes. Back here. Okay, we can build a tower. Oh, no, we cannot. Oh. Okay, they're good, they're good. They're good, they're running away. But okay, so there is a chance, but yeah, they have 90 emotes, so yeah, I'm not, ugh, I don't know. How many times would that take? Silky, are you still chilling with the burp? Can we do bite it? Nah. Buff attackers. Or team heals, yes. 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 I like the rainbow. Salomon! Hi Sel, how are you doing? How's your night, evening, time zone, day? Thank you for coming. Playing some more League. I'm still, that's what I keep saying to everyone, like, don't judge, we're doing this for fun. I am very noob still, we're just trying to get to know the game a little more and level up my account, so eventually one day, we could maybe try some ranked. Nice one. Oh, he's just gonna get himself killed. Yes. Okay, goodbye, my little baby. Oh no, 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 no. We can just heal. See, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, but I'm trying to focus and take careful so we don't die. Don't die. Should be good. Do you guys hear the game clearly as well? I didn't check the audio from the desktop. I just now figured it. What? No. Oh my gosh, we're doing so good. But that's the thing when ARAM, if you have like something of a support, it helps a lot. Because yeah, you cannot go back and heal. So you cannot technically like retreat. But yeah, we won. I think they gave up. Yeah. We won! You're mistyping over. I'm figuring out what to play. My fingers, my hands won't stop the hyper jitters. Well, if you want to play something together, hit me up, Shilky. That's also all good. For now, okay, wait. That was a good one. I'm gonna. You were good. At 20 assists, that's decent. I never ate my polo snack. Like I'm not that far behind from the rest of the team. We're practicing, we're getting better. There is a Poke. Oh, Jesus. Oh, duck, there's a duck. Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you, duck. No. Don't do it, duck. No, don't do it, duck. You're so cute, but not really. Who touched? Someone touched the duck. Safe step. I didn't touch it. Safe step. Okay, Sap touched it. Oh. Hello, I'm back. Okay, quick question before we continue. because I'm trying to figure this out. Because I'm now streaming with the whole desktop thing. Do you guys hear the sounds from League or no? Because yeah, I can see like yeah, how do you say that? I can see like the whole desktop audio or stuff, but not. Mm, let me switch back. Mm-mm-mm. I sleep so much better here because the camera lighting and stuff is better with this one than with this one because it goes to removing the background. But yeah, it's fine. But okay, do you hear game sound? I don't think so. Let me just make a little folder here. There we go. Music was muted. We don't need no music. We do need music. Okay, but I think I can, if I add this and add like a application audio capture and then make a new one. What? Man of letters, welcome in, welcome in. How
Welcome,
are you?
27 from a man of letters.
How is Gothic?
Ty for joining us.
Thank you so
Feel
much
free
for
to drop
the
a
raid.
in chat
Come on,
and
Apple.
get cozy.
Damn it.
If you'd
Oh,
like to
you
see
are
more of this
amazing.
muffin,
Time I want an
don't
apple
forget
instead
to
of a
follow.
cake.
Let me
get
pause my
cake.
music for the clippy.
Ah,
Thank you so much. How are you? How are you? Okay, I'm gonna check. Okay, match title, find other ways, other type, same executable, League of Legends. This one, okay. Now I have leak sound, I think. I think. I think so. I just got back. We were playing some League of Legends tonight because I was just a little undecided what I wanted to do. Yes, now we do have game sound. I'm starting to question like you didn't have any probably didn't have any League of Legends game sound so far. Because I made like new vertical stuff. And yes, I am back. I'm back. I took a quick pee break because we just finished 2 rounds of League. I was thinking of doing maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we are probably gonna switch to something called Jumping Jazz Cats. Like I'm yeah. I have played it before with Silky Poo. It's super cute indie cozy game. But I was checking here because yeah, I'm now streaming like my whole desktop, and I made a whole new vertical overlay. I spent so much time on that. I was like so excited for it to work, and then I was like, wait a second. Now I cannot do it with the game capture because that doesn't work because it switches over from the one client to the next client. Anyhow, hi. I am in extremely blabbering, yappering mode. Like we spent the first hour or so from the stream just chatting. Okay, now I hope everyone has League of Legends sounds. Because I am not 100% sure. This is just the second or the third time I'm streaming League. As I said, like I played League when I was like 16 or 17 on an EU account. I still have that account, but I made a brand new account with the help of Angel Queen, like in the chat and everything, because I wanted to play with my US people. Like I have a lot of friends on Twitch that stream League. I wanted to join, but I do not know a lot, and we are not taking it that seriously because hi, you are part now of like the Muffin Madness. We don't. How do you say that? My gosh, Silky Poo. You scared the shit out of me. We just got a raid from Man of Letters. Wait, I have to give him a big shouty as well. If you need to like raid and run and just get snacks, drinks, get sleep, it is also 2 a.m. for you. Go sleep. But I do want to know how Gothic was. You had an EU East and West back when it was easier to go at one and AP on the other. Yeah, so that was the thing. I did finally figure it out, but you have 2 different clients and everything. Okay, Silky, I am gonna do maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe just the 1 final game and then switch to Jazz Cats. Is that a good? Do you want to do jazz
Yeah.
cats?
Jum, 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 jum.
Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep,
Okay,
yep,
I'm a
yep,
little
yep, yep.
hyper.
I know, I love it. Like I drank Red Bull, so that's why I have to mode today. So
I don't know why I'm hyper. I think it's because I moved around a lot.
well, you cleaned your whole car, no?
Yeah, I just wiped it down with a little bit of soapy. And then rinsed it.
Mommy, I'm so enjoying it. I think it's amazing. It's my wonderful old Gothic, but prettier. Awesome. Do you know the game still, Gothic? It looked really cool. I think it's a remaster now.
Is it on 4P? Let's see.
Well, it was an older game, and they remade it. Remake. Ah, that's why. Aha.
Gothic 1, Gothic Remake.
Yeah, the remake. It's a German game from 2001. Thank you for all this info, man.
Gothic 1 is for $4.99.
For $4.99.
Just the first one anyway, it's not the remake. Ah, it's loud.
Wait, now you do have leak sound. Is this way too loud? Yes.
Oh
Can
no,
I not
it
hear
wasn't
myself
you,
think
it
anymore?
was
It's you.
it's me.
No, but I also like it was now just overwhelming. Okay, who are we gonna play? Do we know anyone here? I do not want to play this weird. Oh my. Oh no. You look cool. No. Oh my god. What do you do? Leak knowledge. As I said,
Thinking
like.
of getting Don't Starve Together. It's on sale right now.
Do you have it?
I'm thinking about getting it. It's on sale for $1.49.
Okay, get it. Otherwise, I'm gonna get it for you because I want to play with you. I have played that like in 2018 for the last time, I think, but oh, I loved it. But I never played a lot, so I would, love to.
I gotta check on my card because I think I only paid. I need to make sure it's paid off before I do anything.
Oh, my friend's echoing. No, that is not intended. Thank you. Thank you. Because
No
I'm not
air
wearing my
voice.
headphones. Here, yep. 1 second.
No, it's still processing.
Okay. So this is a code issue that I'm always trying to fix. Because like if I game with other people with shooters, I do have to wear my headphones because otherwise it's not doable. But if I wear headphones for a longer time, it's just like it closes up my ears and I get infections like really quickly with the autoimmune stuff. And like every time I try it now for like a longer stream, if I have it like on for 4 hours or more, then I basically have an ear infection the next day. So I don't wear headphones or earbuds or anything, and my sound is just blasting from my screens and my windows. And yeah, that's also why I have to close the window always when we stream at night, because otherwise the whole neighborhood will be awake for me yapping and screaming and everything. We do have awesome headphones. And they're the other awesome Pikachu. Like these. I put these on. I got these attachments on TwitchCon. Fucking nothing. But yeah, the thing is like you wrap them on. It is comfy. But yeah, they close off. So I have to figure out a way. Like I cannot also wear earbuds and also I don't know. It's still one day I will find a solution. For now I have a shit ton of software like to cancel out the echo. But I was not I just have my mic on full open game because I just joined the Discord. And it filters out other type of voices pretty good. But Silky and I kind of sound a little similar, like okay, like girl versus gay, and then it doesn't filter out Silky ever. And I love it, but yeah. And I have this neck pillow, random in between. Oh my god, I just forgot it had a button. But look, I'm gonna game like this for this round. If anyone is familiar with League, by the way, feel free to just give me advice. We have never played this character before. Bear with me. Okay, this is a spear. I did like the Groot in the last one. I don't know their names. It's like silly. Yeah. But I'm learning. Happy gaming. I mean, what can you do if it hurts you? I gotta take care of yourself first. We'll be right back. Okay, Silky. Okay, we're going. I can do this. Like that's every time what I do at the beginning. I'm just testing out my abilities basically. Oh my god. Oh, he still died. I was like, oh my god, did we just save him? No, we did not. We tried to, but no, we did not. Why can't I do this? I want to do spares. Why do I have a circle around me? What is that? Me discovering heroes. Is it... We have no lol sound. I okay, let me then turn on the music because now I'm just blabbering with them. Okay, 1 second. Team, don't hate me. It's gonna be okay. League of Legends client. League of Legends there. No. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Now you have leak sound, right? Fixed it? Yes. Nice. See, that's the thing. I put it on the League of Legends executable. But it is not League of Legends executable. This is the client. Well, in my brain, like the other thing is the client. The launcher thing. But it was set to League of Legends, so it just showed the... Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. We got away. And now I help. What do I do? Is this my little ghosty? It's my little ghosty. Okay, I can spawn a little ghosty. I love that little ghost. Look at him, he's cute. I can throw my spare. Oh my god, he's still trying to kill me and I know it. What does this do? Rips the spears? Ooh. So if I do this, and I can do this, and then I do... That did not suspect it. That might be launcher. Yeah. So the normal executable is the launcher, and this is the client. So yeah. This is better. Is it too loud? Is it good? Thank you so much, by the way, Man of Letters, because that's the thing. Like, it is already pretty hard. With oh no, I don't have to walk. No. It's already pretty hard with League to keep up with chat. Like, I have seen some extensions. I don't know if that's for League or how or what or how stuff works, but I'm gonna ask my other streamer friends for some advice that do play a lot of League to help me with the setup a little bit more. Ooh, that was a good kill. Because yeah, they're like, yeah, it is also kind of hard to alt up. I go like this, I go this. Music is quieter, but I don't mind. Yeah, but I kind of did that on purpose, so it's more like background music. Thank you so much for the feedback. Like it is hard. You don't know. I didn't buy. Okay. I didn't buy stuff. Like not good enough. Okay, ghosty attack. Ooh. Ah. You're still alive. Okay, you know what? I have a plan. The plan is to run. Oh my god! How did I make it out? I'm gonna heal. Get here. Good job. Oh my gosh. No! Okay, that was mean. Exactly, muffin first. Yay. And no worries, feedback is always welcome. We can't always know what's happening. Yeah, that's right. That is right. What was the last time you played any League of Legends Man of Letters? Consume mana to deal damage, but then if we consume mana, we never charge it up, and that's not right. I think this one. That's the thing. Like I'm mostly buying now the recommended builds. Everything that works like against the enemy heroes, that's always a good idea. if I do get a feel of the hero a little bit and I know what they're doing, like the last one was pretty good. Like Groot, I like Groot. Can I just kill you, please? Nope. Apparently not. Why would they be channeling home? You cannot heal. Oh my god, they also have a rainbow. Do you see every time like people charge in? Now they have a little rainbow going for the Pride event, I think. It's so cute. I love it. Oh my, ow. I just ran straight in that. Does he have a permanent little... Oh! Okay, we're gonna heal up. Run! Yeah, sorry, Darius. Oh. Okay, so have you ever played the Aram Mayhem one? Like, this is not the normal rounds. I was just thinking, like, okay, let's just see how it goes. We played 3 Aram ones because I'm kind of trying to level up this account. So we can eventually, if we get a little better, we get the hang of it. We can then try to do ranked at some point. Oh no, what are you? No, 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 no! Oh no! Okay. Probably 8+ years ago, scratch that, definitely more. Yeah, so for me it was also, I think it was at least over 10-12 years ago. Yeah. But now the mystery of everyone like trying to figure out how old I am. I told you how yeah, my age, so now you can figure it out. This one. Oh, I have sour candy. You used to play casual always, and the last couple batches of the only played ARAMs? Okay, you don't know that. Yeah. Yeah, so I used to play casual matches as well. I think I played ARAM like maybe one time. But we mostly did full team matches with like a friend group I had in high school. That's also the reason that I then quit gaming, because yeah, we played everything with the friend group. And that friend group kind of fell apart, so our league team just disbanded. And I moved on to other games. It was actually kind of fun. At that point I became really into a game called Awesomenauts. Same kind of like fighting tactic, but a whole different kind of genre, like a 2D game. And the Awesomenauts game was the reason that I wanted to get in game development. Oh, I'm gonna die. I am gonna die. We're gonna run. We're gonna die. I never said that I was good. Last round went a lot better. Cool muffin lord. Nice. Meow birdie. Hi sand spider. All I know is that everyone's younger than me back in my day. Well, I'm not too sure, Man of Letters. I'm not too sure. I am older than everyone thinks. I think it's a compliment. Maybe I have a little baby face. It's also just makeup. Like without the liner now, I would look very, very dead tired. But it's shorter rounds and it makes you play champs like you never would. Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the reason that I'm really enjoying it right now, because I do not know the heroes a lot. Like I know maybe 3, 4, maybe maximum 5 heroes. It's still a little bit like what did they do and what attacks they had, and like I know the basics, but I'm still trying to practice everything else. Just everything else. Okay, little ghosty, go! Little ghosty attack. I feel like I'm wasting my little ghosty, but I still like him too much. No! I stood right in the way there. Oh my god, does Pike need to heal? We can heal. I don't know. Pike, good luck. Good luck in the bushes. I will see you next live. Oh no, oh no, oh. Oh, I didn't mean that literal. Like it was not there. Executing with the... Yes. More money, because then we can upgrade more. Yep. Meow. Story of your life. Meow meow. Oh, I love your new emotes, Man of Letters. If you don't know, that is just the Man of Letters' face. It's such a good face. Like with the meme. Like I love the Discord picture now as well. Was that a face that you just made and screenshotted after from a Clippy or something? Or did you make the face to make the icons? I'm legit curious. Oh, I'm gonna make a kill! Okay, I did help with the kill. Okay, that's the first. Okay, I do not really like this one. I do like the ghosty, but I don't understand the spare attack. Like you have the circle around you can hurl spare. They can rip it out of him again. And you can do this whenever you have your little ghosty out. So I shouldn't send my little ghosty just out in the world to adventure by himself. That's not safe. Gotcha, gotcha. Nope. Okay. I posed. Wait, I should never tell. No, wait. Okay, so you posted them. Like it would be a perfect coincidence if you would just have that. Like, yeah, would be awesome too. Oh my gosh, I went too far. Okay, this is just that we're yapping and discovering this enemy that I don't necessarily like that much round. So yep. But yeah, no, the Marvelure, yeah, like if you want to, you can look up the game Awesomenauts. I think it is still running, but it was taken over by a different studio now, I think. And the fun thing is, like, that game inspired me, like, to be a game developer because I was like 18, 19 when I started to get into the game a lot. And I got really obsessed with just analyzing, like, all the mechanics and the rules and everything. And I was like, oh, that would be awesome if you could do something with game design. Because I didn't know that was a study. I didn't know that was an option. And I studied musicology at that moment, like at the university. I didn't really feel at home in the musicology course because it was a lot of people. Oh my god, am I? Yep, nope. I made a kill! Okay, we're redeeming ourselves. We're doing okay. Yay! Proud. Okay. I finally got the hang of it a little bit. But as I said, this hero is not my favorite. I'm not sure about this one. But yeah, no, I study musicology, but oh, I'm dying from the minions! Oh, that's embarrassing! Oh no! If it's easier to level on the go, you can control... Oh, okay. That's a good one. Well, you do have to die anyways to heal up, basically, right? So this is nice. I get a lot of damage. I'm good as a human shield. But yeah, at musicology, there were all the people who were like playing in orchestras and like traveling around Europe and everything, and they were all just trained professionally in classical music. And I do enjoy classical music, don't get me wrong, but why didn't he die? I'm not paying attention to it. Okay, very good. I'm gonna test that later. The shortcut. There's so much going on and my brain is so distracted. No. You're not gonna murder me today. Ah. Oh, you are. Oh, you are. That was a shame. The skill error that popped, you were still alive. Okay, that's the thing. So I just sort of saved that. I said rat here. I just sort of saved that for when I'm dead, but then yeah, okay. So you can just control. Okay. Thing is, when I restarted the playing, to be honest, like I tried the different kind of key bindings and everything, because I saw you could also play with just the AWSD when moving around. And then I practiced. Oh no, you didn't see that one. Okay, that never happened. Surrender? No, never surrender. Just get destroyed like all the time. If we get destroyed, we get destroyed. I don't want to surrender and then destroy. I enjoy classical as well, but heard too many things that they were drilling people so much in schools that they started hating classical or even the preferred instruments. Yes. So the thing is, with musicology, I got into it because they also promised us that we were actually gonna play our instruments. Yes. And then I got into the studies and they were like, oh yeah, but no, bands and playing and after all that stuff, you're only allowed to play your instrument after you've passed your second or your third year. Before that time, we don't trust that you can handle it, so you're not even allowed to play anything. And I was like, excuse me, I got into this because I wanted to have the combination of like theory and playing music. And now when I'm in here, well, you guys promised in like the intake and everything and like the introduction and all that, it was like, yeah, you will start to play music and you can collab with other people and it's really cool. And yeah, no, after you first get drilled for like the first 2 years, yes. And I kind of aced some stuff, did like the theory, like for example, we had music history and oh, that was good. I loved music history. As a theoretical course. Not as a practical course. Because like the music theory, like the theory was just like learning about where the origins, all the different types, genres, whatever. Like it went really far. It was really good. It was also like a little bit different cultures and yeah. It was an awesome course. And then came the practical part. And if you failed the practical part, that meant automatically you had failed everything. You also failed your... Oh, I'm dying. I was the only one alive. I still have a lot of money, but I have too much money. I gotta replace stuff. I'm gonna sell this. Or buy this. You gotta buy better stuff. This is the game that we just gave up. Yeah, we lost. So far, we won 2. Wow, that's some really backward thinking teaching.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh. Beep, 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 beep. You scared me again. Wait, does the silky echo still now?
Hello, testing.
Yes. Wait.
Test.
Otherwise, I can also do this, that I just mute the whole time in between, but I will keep forgetting that probably. Okay, let me... Okay, Silky, test.
Test.
I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, no, you're a league player. Oh, no. No, Ferric. No judgment. No judgment here. And this is only still the 3rd time I played League, and we're actually gonna switch games now. Because, yeah, I want to do at least 3 minimal ARM ROMs to just practice a little bit again. We had 2 wins, 1 loss. And I'm blabbering a little bit too much to focus. And I'm gonna play. Okay, Silky, do you want to play the Jazz Cats?
Yes.
Yes.
Play. Jump.
Okay, I'm gonna switch you guys back here. Oh. No mercy tomorrow. You're my target. No, Ferric. No. Okay, wait. So I'm the opposite for me. Music theory is like learning grammar. When learning a language, I fall asleep. My brain wanders off and I can't. Yes, but like she's at the town fair anymore. Yep. Yeah, the thing is, it was like music history. So the music theory stuff, we also had courses in that. Okay, wait. I'm gonna finish my blabbering while I switch my games. Yes, Yuki?
Okie dokie.
But yeah, no, we had like a music history, and history was an awesome course. The theory was okay. We also had the theory of all the grammar and all the rules, and then you had to also listen to music and write it down as they played it. And that was actually really cool. But the thing is, with the music history course, there was the practical part, and the practical part was listening to, for example, 20 operas. And they would play like an opera at a random moment in the opera. They wouldn't start it at the beginning. No. They would start it at like Act 5, blah, 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 blah. And then you had to list every detail. You had to list like not just the composer or the time. No, which exact part it was, which act it was, what the date, what the genre and everything. And there, I don't know. An opera is an opera to me. I don't like opera. There's no judgment if you do like opera. I could appreciate it maybe once in a blue moon, but it's just an opera sounds like an opera. And they all sounded the same to me. So I struggled and I took like side courses. I took extra lessons to practice and practice and practice. And I failed miserably 3 times in a row. And then they just held all my points for the entire course. And that was the point where I just reached like my final point where I was like, yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. It was not worth it. No. Only if you're bright with nice words tomorrow, then I might not be evil. You like opera more than ballet? I don't know, it depends, I guess, can understand it better. Fair. But can you imagine having to listen to 20 to 50 operas, you have to study them, and then they would like push you about 20 of the 50? And it was just, a no. But Eric, no. You are allowed to write Muffin or you're back again, but no, don't hunt me down. I'm nice, I come in peace. Okay? Like, we're gonna switch to a whole lot of different vibes. But see, Eric, you never saw this. If you came in 5 minutes later, you never would have known I was a League player. But I still like it. We don't do toxic League here. Oh, we're gonna play a game. Let me check if I have it still here. I think I did. Where's my Jess? Okay, I have it installed. It is ready. I'm gonna update my title. Definitely too much opera. I know, wait. I know. Silky, do you listen to opera? Have you ever listened to opera?
I tried.
You tried, yeah.
I tried. I think the only opera I remember listening to was like in school, so.
Jumping. I love this is a thing on this channel. We can, yeah. I just called it tonight, like we were just gonna decide what we're gonna do. I have installed Fortnite. I parked Fortnite for now. I did not forget about Fortnite, but I did park it. Because yeah, the effort counts. Yes, you tried. That counts. Indeed. No, we're gonna play something. Wait, let me check. Can I still fish? Now I'm asleep. The heat I saw was hunting. No. Just traumatized from seeing 5 seconds of League and seeing me loot. Okay. Why is it not full screen? Wait a second. There we go. Where's my game? There. My god, I have to get used still to the vertical thing because now I have sources and vertical scenes and normal scenes and it gets confusing. But it seems to work pretty good. I get jumping jackets. Let me skip here to set it to full screen. First. Music is way too happy.
I heard that Twitch has made it so that you can only have 2 streams open now. Again.
Yep. So they changed it with the lurkers and everyone. Like, you can only have two streams, and then otherwise you just don't count as a viewer. And you also don't get channel points. The channel
That's so
points.
dumb.
I know, right? Hi, Actual Thinking. And Ferric, have a good night. Get some EPs in. Varric, if you don't know, by the way, because you just jumped here, Man of Letters, who is very active still in chat, thank you so much again. If you need sleep, it is 2:40 now. But he raided into us earlier. He is an amazing streamer. He plays a lot of different type of games. He plays through all the Assassin's Creed games, played Witcher, played Gothic today. Do you know the Muffin Man? Wait, did I play?
The Muffin Man.
Hey man, did that play, Varric? Sleep was the nothing. We don't sleep. No, you can't sleep when you need to sleep. Okay. Am I visible? Everything working? Yeah. Did the Muffin Man play or no?
Muffin Man.
A Muffin Man. We got the audio from Blurbs in there now.
Let's check
Did you see the Muffin Man?
Sleep is for the weak.
Sleep is for the weak. Yes.
Except for me. I just
If you don't know Adam Lambert Muffin Man, I suggest watching. Okay, did for you. Good. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you. And how you doing, actually thinking? Silky, I fixed it now, so you can basically always fish if I have remembered to start up the game. But look, it just hides, and then it's like, whoop! It makes such a silly noise that it could just whoop me up. I saw it with other people, are like, how do they do that? It was such a mystery. It's just an option, like a toggle in the game, like right in the front page. Like, do you want this? Yes or no? I'm like, what? Okay, let me invite the Silky.
Invite.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, we are gonna switch to completely different vibes, as I said. It's awesome. Oh, I'm gonna be lurking for a tiny bit, and I may or may not go sleep or return. You'll never know or expect. And that's how we like it. Thank you. Have a good night if you sleep. If you're still here, have a good lurk. Have a good, you can fish. Have a good, Have a good Gothic dreams. About
Have
more
a good
Gothic
everything.
Have a good everything, yeah. Okay, so what's going on in the Jumping Jazz Cats? Well, the owner is away, the cats will play. Form a team of feline friends to prove your prowess. So we have to mix and match levels and mini games with song events, and you jump right in and be the zoomiest cat. So for Silky, who has the actual zoomies in real life now, this is perfect. Got it. Look, and they have like a little headset, everything, like you can customize them. Gonna make a little lobby, jump in, start a party. We can do, do you want to play with just the two of us or see if anyone wants to join in if they have it? Like the chances are very small. Because I think this is a very niche game, but I can just set public. Friends only public.
The more the merrier.
I know, right? Okay, handicap.
The more
Balance
chaos.
our scores when team have different sizes. Do we want a handicap? So then if one team has like 4 people and one has 1, they will switch them around. Yeah,
Probably a
that's
good
right.
idea.
Okay, let me check. Good, yeah, how are you? Hi, actual thinking, and thank you, awesome evil muffin in chat. Thank you. Okay, then we have quick play or the kitty cup. We can start with maybe a little quick play to get into it, or do you want to just do a tournament right away?
Let's do some quick play.
Let me pause the music actually, because this has so much music that we don't need more music. Because the whole game is Jazzy Cat. So you do things unlike the songs and the vibes and everything. Okay, can I then now invite you? Invite Silk. I do see a lot of people here, but I don't think that they have it. I can just invite everyone. Oh, we haven't played it. Didn't we play this with a controller? Are you playing with keyboard?
Don't remember. I have my controller nearby though if I need to.
You can play with keyboards, yeah.
I think we were better off on the controller.
Yeah. Controller felt more natural with moving, as I remember, but
Oof, that's loud.
oh, it's
I
so
need to
cute.
fix the sound.
Okay, it's a jumpy cat. Yes, yes, that's the literal game. Okay, but how can I, like, if I put it public, how the hell can people join? I don't know.
Volume setting.
Wait, I can't put it here.
Volume mixer. Do. There we go. Let me put my key. Plug this in.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a turbo pre-break because I forgot that. But you're in, right? Yeah, and then we can customize, get ready. Let me turn it here so you have the jazzy vibes from the game because this is good. Oop. There you go. Okay, be right back 1 second.
Oh hell. Oh. What color are you? You are yellow. Go on my red. I need to change. Yeah. Props. Let me get rid of the horn on my head. It's a unicorn horn.
And back. Is this
No
way
unicorn.
you're convincing me to play a new game? Well, if you want to start. Oh, I just put the bureau back on my normal thingy, but I don't have the other, so I just left it on an empty chair, but it's all good. I'm getting used to the vertical thingies. I think this is okay. Like if anybody is on mobile and wants to check or give feedback. Yeah. Okay, gotta customize as well. Select your cat.
Softens your landing after a big fall.
This is the big cat. Oh, I like the big bob. Are there more cats now? Did we already have this giant cat?
I don't remember.
I don't know this one. I knew this one and this one.
Oh, it's so fluffy.
It's so fluffy, I know, right? But I like the cow cat as well. Kinky cow cat is a cow cat. Hi, Eternal! Is that the amazingly beautiful muffin of evil? Oh my god, that is a good introduction. How are you tonight? I'm doing good. We started with like an hour of blabbering. Now, yeah, I did like 3 rounds of League, and now we're switching to completely different vibes.
Oh, X is catnap. Like grab and throw.
Okay, I want to be the floofy floosh. But I don't remember. Look, and you can buy props and stuff. Oh, we did have props, so I bought like the... Oh, we have a Dungy, a Kinky Cow Gut Dungy. You're on a diet and working out, so getting rid of my gut and gaining muscles? Whoa! Good for you, good for you. Do you have like a certain workout routine or something, or no? Good. Okay. I bought like the headset and I bought the thing, but I thought you could color them too, no?
That's all such a cute thing you could do.
When the earrings.
Emotes? We can emote now?
Emotes?
Let me see.
Complete the solo trials. Use catnip. Oh yeah, the catnip. I have a thing where we finished the tutorial, but we I think you unlock the emotes or color text or no? No, how do you do that?
I'm pressing the... Oh, I'm angry. Oh my.
Oh my.
It's the D-pad.
Oh wait, controller.
Oh, I'm sad. Oh no, I'm so sad.
Okay, do you want to work controller? Yes, you do. Okay, the D-pad. Oh. Is that random? I know. Also, not yet. I just started, but gotta work on it. I haven't eaten junk food in 3 days. So it's a start. That's good. Good for you. Okay. The tips menu. Oh, this is how we move. Okay, so we just normally move. You can sprint with holding on your left trigger. Down. Oh, you can catnap. Catnap is a little nap, so yeah. Didn't I double jump as well, or? Oh, you got the zoomies! Oh my god, we're adorable, and I'm so floopy. Wait, did you pick a team or no? Can we get in the same team, or is that not gonna work? No, okay, it's gonna be shit. Okay, wait.
It's when you sleep.
What? Why do I have... Look, I'm wearing a hat! I'm wearing a hat!
Oh, it's so cute!
I don't know how I got it! You're wearing a tutu! What? Oh! Jesus! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Oh, watch this.
Scared the shit out of you! Okay, wait, so this is the... What is that?
I've got a hat too, look.
Wow! Instead of wanting muffins, Muffin's gonna want me? Oh my. Oh my. Well, if you have nice...
Muffin, look.
Oh!
Look. It's a muffin
It's
bomb!
a muffin! Bones, bones. Oh my gosh, I love it.
I wanna pick you up. I wanna pick you up like that.
How do you do that again?
Press X if you have X. Ah! It's a star.
Oh, okay. Sort of power up, so you do a little catnap and then... Now I'm Nyan Cat! I'm Nyan Cat! Oh. We're just gonna stare at Silky.
Oh no. I've got a pickle. I got a cucumber, not a pickle. I got a cucumber.
You got a pickle, but you hate the pickle. Ah! No! We hate the pickle! Fuck the pickle!
It's like real life!
Fuck the pickle! Oh my.
That's so funny.
Oh, now you're also gonna roar. Oh my gosh! Am I slow? I feel like I'm slow. No.
Oh, I don't want to win.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna read the tips because it has been like ages, and then we're gonna. Oh. Okay. We're just gonna read the book. Read the book.
I have a bubble on my head. What's the bubble?
Yeah. We can move around. We can sprint. Oh yeah, that's how you go fast. And jumpies. This is the nappy. Okay. I just did just now. So you do. Oh yeah, wait. I'm stuck on the thingy here. Okay. Go and then. Whoa. Look, I can fly. Wee. I love how she just pulls in the little paws. Look. Hey. You don't have any paws anymore. Okay, so left trigger is running, right trigger is a little paws jumpy. Okay, we got it. Like, it's always confusing. If I look down at my controller, it's like one mindfuck. Because my thing is just, I don't know, it's yeah. Okay, so that's the air dive. We can grab stuff. We can climb stuff. And the charge. Yeah, you can stand on all the stuffs in the game. You can walk through secret passages, you can walk on railings. The bouncies. Slippery floors. Oh, if you catnap next to a fireplace or a bright spot, it recharges your stamina faster. I didn't know we knew that.
Charging next to the east as well.
Yeah.
I have
Light
little
on slopes,
music
like
notes.
angles, rooftops, then you gain speed. Okay, there's a lot of like here. There's the cucumber. Cucumber must be my favorite item. It's so silly.
It's so funny because it reminds me of cats in real life.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know, they just hate cucumbers.
I don't know why.
Yeah, and this is the muffin mine. It's literally called the muffin mine. With a little cat muffin. It is
Cat
awesome.
thing. Oh, that was my birdie. Ooh.
We're gonna play a lot of mini games. And this is the song events. Song events are also the... Yeah, so we not so, or we have things. We're just gonna figure out something. But this is the bouncy bounce. Now we can go here. Wait, can we go in there? Yes, we can. Yeah, Silky, I'm hiding. Where am I?
Oh.
Ah, you saw me. No, I can't stay in there. No, no. Okay, no shit. Okay, you just come out right away. Wait, this is fun. Was this already in here? Yes. No.
Ow.
Yes.
Can I climb
It's
the...
been so long.
Oh, I want to climb the curtains. I can't. Let me climb the curtains. Oh.
Can you climb curtains? No, we cannot climb. Meanies. Okay, I'm ready for games whenever you are.
Okay.
Oh my jeez!
Jack. Oh yeah. Okay. Which one you want to try? Oh.
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 What's it gonna do now?
Voted. We both voted.
I meant to go to the second.
We both
but then-
voted like at the second it ended.
Oh, just control the laser to distract your opponent.
Oh my god, this is a laser attack. Okay. No, wait, this is another cat tree capture. Jump on the flowers to knock the petals off. And then get all the petals.
It's just an extra feature, is the laser phaser.
Yeah. Cool, and if you release pollen, you fly up. Okay, got it. There we go. Justin! Okay, we're going. Running! I don't know where the flowers are. Oh, here. Wow! Okay, we're getting them. Run. There's more.
Oh,
Eee. More! I just found 3 here. I'm so slow. Whee! I feel like you have to run in this crowd, but... Have you found flowers yet, Silky?
yes.
Control the lasers!
No. Oh, I'm a
Oh.
bumblebee. Oh.
How do you...
Why am I a bumblebee? I'm a bee.
Oh, me too!
It's hilarious. I'm a bee.
You can fly! If you press X, you can fly! If you get enough pollen, I think. God, that's adorable. Okay, going this way. Yes, we found more. Oh my god, this is so chaotic. Oh shit, I missed. Got it. So fun.
Get
Get it.
Himself like a
Oh,
cat.
no, climb. Okay. Oh my, no. Okay, there. Control the laser.
I don't want to
Oh.
control the laser.
How do you do that?
Oh no. Oh. We're I'm in a laser thingy. Me.
Was thinking maybe they respawn, but they do not. Oh no. Hey! On flowers.
Ah, no.
Yes, more. Get up there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Dang it.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm a little bee too. Okay. Oh, 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 what did I do? Oh, this. Whee! The sound it makes. Oh no, no lasers, okay. Now I got it. Are there flowers up there? Oh my god, the time is almost up. Flowers here? No, this is where we came from.
I can move.
Whee! We are missing some, but I don't know. Oh, okay, okay. How many? Whoa, it was close! Okay, okay. We're just 3 apart, damn. How are you, Justin? We're playing jumping jazz. Jumping jazz cats. I want to say Jazzy Jump Cats every time, but that's not. No. No. Okay, okay. Rodent Rumble, give me yarn or Shadow Cats. Or just choose for the map. This is a fun map.
Oh, didn't even let me get in.
Oh, oh.
That's so funny.
No, no, it just okay. It just instantly like okay.
Just
Yes.
like, well, I guess that's my. I didn't get to choose.
Sorry. I thought the timer would just go. Chicken! Hi, hi! Whoop. We're doing good, doing good. We're playing Jumping Jazz Cats. And I finally got my dual format thingy working. I hope it is okay. If you're on phone, let me know. We started with an hour of yapping, deciding what we wanted to do, and me installing Fortnite. Okay, wait, I gotta grab this yarn and then put it here. Okay, grab the net. Why do I have net again? Why do you have net? Can I then grab more yarn? Oh, then I can catch you! Grab it! Okay. I was just playing around with the yarn. Run, 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 run. Okay,
There's so
grab
many
it.
dogs on my level.
Beware of the dogs. Okay, throw. Oh, grab it, grab it, grab it. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, ah, there's a doggo.
Oh, Jesus.
I caught the doggo, I caught the doggo. Oh my
F you, dog.
Jesus.
F you, dog.
They're not nice. Oh gosh. I'm not here, I'm not here. Hi. No, dog,
Hi.
no. It's mine. It's mine. What you doing? Are you? Oh! How long have you been doing that?
I just grabbed one.
God damn it! Bye.
Hi.
My gosh. That where all your yarn was coming from, no?
No, I just had a lot in my area.
Run. Oh no! Oh, gosh! No, my yarn, my yarn, my yarn! No, no.
Oh, right now.
Bad Silky. I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. Hi, Silk.
Hi.
Welcome home. No. Okay, I'm taking this in revenge. Oh gosh, oh gosh, no, no, no.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No! Oh my god, I suck at the net. Can I grab your net? No, I cannot. What is this? I'm not here. I'm taking a nap.
Oh, not the doggies.
Okay. Oh! There's more. Okay. I like the layout. Oh, thank you. Like I made a couple different ones. My entire yarn bowl is empty. What happened?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Running.
I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
I can't make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. No. have yours. But, oh my gosh. You trapped me. Oh, you get points for trapping me as well. Oh my gosh. Oh. You were on a roll.
I had a lot of blue yarns in my area, so.
That was good. Okay, let me check. Oh, you got the dual format working? Yes, I got it. Oh, yes, I have this one chicken. Then, wait, we have the starting one. You have to be right back. We have the... I have 2 different gaming ones because I wasn't sure because I also have 2 different gaming ones with the vertical. So I have this one. But we also have this one. So I thought the one would show more game and the other would show more muffin. And then we also have the clean one.
You become a fat cat.
Oh my gosh, the fat cat. That's the bouncy bounce, right? Yes. A beach ball cat. Oh my god, I remember the beach ball cat.
Oh, I love this.
And it looks
I
good on
remember
mobile.
liking this.
That's good to hear. I'm happy. Good. I spent so much work on this. Thank you so much for checking it out. Okay, go uppies. Okay.
That's not a very good uppy.
No. Where? Here? Ah! I still... I came out of nowhere. Oh, here, fishy.
Oh, damn.
Oh no.
Avoid the toys.
Can I go up here? No. I found toys.
Oh shit.
I found more toys. Oh no. I was like, why do we have...
Because we play with... Oh, damn it.
But like, I'm already a fat cat, so... Oh, nice. So for anyone who doesn't know this game, it is called Jumping... Oh, that was so close. Oh, okay, nice. Oh no. Wait, is this sunlight? Does this count?
Oh no,
gosh.
not the toys.
Oh no, oh gosh. Okay, you keep playing with them everywhere. Oh no. Come on, cat, you can resist. No, you cannot. I know you cannot. You're afraid too cute, but you can do it. I believe in you. Oh no.
Oh, damn it, not the toy.
Everywhere. Okay, wait, here. Oh my god, I almost fell. Okay, got it. I dropped a cucumber there as well. Did you see it?
Wacklemelon.
I'm sorry. Nom. Oh, here it is. Look.
I like how I just
Cookie.
look at it. Oh. No. Oh, I'm fat. Oh, I'm fat.
Oh no, I fell. Oh, you got it still. Oh my god, that's a bounce ball.
The fatness helped
No.
me.
Oh my god, I forgot how chaotic this game is. Wee-yo.
Oh shit.
Nice. Oh no, the toys.
Oh no, not again.
Hi. Okay. Oh.
No, not again.
Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna take a nap. None cut. Oh no, the toys. The toys in the air. No. Oh my god, I'm stuck here.
Oh, fucking toy.
Okay, we're just leaving this. Ooh, sunlight.
No, drop the toy.
No,
right
go.
Right there.
You can resist. You can resist. Just dodge everything. I get time. Oh my god, it just won apart. We're so close. But you got so much points by trapping me last round that you're still ahead. Let's go, Mr. Zed. Oh my god, this is so chaotic.
Oh, look at my little hat. I'm so cute. So cute.
Oh my god, you have a little top hat.
Oops.
So happy. Oh, I'm crying. A new color tag unlocked. The floor is Klawa. Okay. The floor is Klawa.
You got me killed.
Nice. Your winnings and customize your cat. You have 684 bucks to spend. Okay, okay. Maybe we're gonna switch now. What other cats do we have here? Oh, you can customize your kitty cat in the main menu. So I think I did make like the pink cat. It looks like a naked cat. You like it? Like the Egyptian hairless cat thing. The cow cat is also cute. But I think I made this one myself because it has a giant head. Yeah.
I want a kitty.
Keeps your stamina up for longer. What? It said I had a new color unlocked, but...
It's so funny.
But then I still have to buy
Is it a
it.
banana or a cucumber on my head? I can't tell.
Backflip? Can you do a backflip?
There's a way to do it. I just.
I don't remember.
Ooh, I want that crown. That's a crown.
Little Kitty Bell is also cute. But now we have the heart, and I do have like a little heart necklace, so it does match. I do like that. Let me give a nudist cat. Okay, I'm happy you're here too still because I just wanted to give a shout out like a clippy. And thank you for the lurkies, chicken.
Thanks.
I checked Lil started with skins in chess March 15, 2016. I stopped even before that. Yeah, me too, me too. Oh my god, the Clippy gets stuck. No, not again. Bad Clippy. Is it stuck everywhere? It is. Will it continue at some point? If we just do another one? I'm stuck.
Super kitty. Oh. How do you make that cat?
It says customize your kitty cat in the main menu.
Oh.
Thanks.
Is this working? Oh. Again,
Do I need
I don't
to
know
put
why.
two
It's like
in?
certain clips that it's just not. Oh wait, let me turn on the light, turn off. Certain clips it just gets stuck, and I don't know why. Silky just left me.
I'm trying to figure out how to cat
Oh my
cat
gosh.
customizer.
Okay, well
There we go.
you get half the clip. You're welcome. I'm sorry. Okay, okay. Oh, in the
Flipping
meantime,
on
we're gonna just customize a
You
little bit.
must buy 6 more presets to unlock.
Ooh, this is a fucking badass. But yeah, this was because we were a gamer cat. Ooh, we need to save the money. Unicorn cat. Obi-Wan is that child Rico. Obi-Wan.
Hardcore
Yeah,
kitties,
Obi-Wan.
Bamboo
Yeah.
cats, top
Obi-Wan
fiber.
Kenobi. That does sound more Dutch. Wait, should we try one more time? Or maybe, okay, maybe we're gonna try
Which
one
would
other
be cat,
person
no.
just to
No, I like
see.
things small.
There. Is this gonna work?
I don't want your sticky, icky fucking claws up my ass.
That worked. Is it longer clippies? Older clippies? I don't know. It's like for Dad's gonna game, for example, it also freezes always. Now I'm interested.
Come on now. Fight me. Fight me.
See? I don't know. What would be the difference? Is it a longer clippies? Maybe? But yeah, then I gotta refresh them, but then they just poof. So I don't know. I need a better clippy maybe for that. It keeps happening too much lately. Okay, okay. I can be a donut cat. That's also a good look. But I don't have that much money, and there's a lot of good options. I kind of want this one. This is badass. How many
like
bucks
that.
do you have, Silky?
How many thingies I have?
Banana. Yeah.
Butterflies. I have 334 butterflies.
Oh, nice. I thought you could also color the props, but no. No, the props are the color of your team, I think, no? I do want the little demon ears because I like that. And then we match. And we're a little devil gamer kitty. Yep.
Extra color.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm a devil kitty.
Oh, that's scary.
Like that's the thing. Like I look like in the zoom in, you look like a nudist cat, but it's more like a little brown tan color, and I have a giant head. Yeah, and a half floofy tail. See, okay, so if we do this, we have red. Yeah. Look, now we're a little devil cat. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. I have no clue what it could be. Definitely puzzling. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it gets stuck. And I've noticed with certain people, like, it always gets stuck at the same clippies. I don't know. I have no idea. It was the same one, yeah. So it takes like the same one, and the same one just gets stuck. Okay, okay, one more. Because I don't know. It's a mystery. No, different clippy. Okay, okay.
Having so much fun.
Which game is that? Party.
Oh.
Aw. The disappointment. Dying Light 2, nice. Try changing a setting to play a clip from the same game you are playing? I had issues with that, and the solution was yes. Changing a setting to play a clip from the same game you're playing. I don't know if I can. I find happiness in small things, what can I say? But it is certain clippies maybe still, it's yeah. Jokey, are you making your own custom kitty
I'm having
cat?
fun playing. Yeah. Big.
Little food, hi. Oh, you're also on the auto shout out. I can remove you from there. Wait. Well, let's call it an appreciation shouty right now. But I want to do this. There you go. Mine has settings like find clips from same game, most pub, etc. Oh, like that's what I said. I think I might just need a different one. I can show you real quick while we wait for Silky customizing. Do I need to invite you again?
I'll find out.
Wait, I think if I do here. Oh, now you see how sweaty I am. Oh no. But yeah, I use this one. Like the shout out. So it has.
Is this you?
Is this me?
Am I with you? Oh,
yes, that's a me. That's a
look,
me,
I'm so
Silky.
tiny. I'm so tiny. I
Okay,
didn't think
so
I'd be that small compared to you. I'm so tiny.
I do prefer like featured clips and I had it set up with a date range. This is like not all the settings, but it doesn't have a setting for. Oh, it doesn't have settings for like the same thing. Sweaty at leak. I know. I got
Oh, wait,
sweaty
no,
at that
no,
last
no,
game.
no.
It was not
I
going
want to
right.
change my
And
colors
this one is
again.
just like the fully unfiltered one. With the other one, I can switch it.
Because
So
we look too much alike now. Okay.
I do this. Look, here I look normal. And here I
I
have double
fixed my
ears.
characters.
So this one is just a fully unfiltered sweaty me. And you see, like, oh my gosh. And then here I look so much better. No, just kidding. But I do this one for the lightning mostly. And so I can do the devil ears whenever I want to. Thank you for lurking, actual thinking. Fish, fish. Oh, thank you for the goodies. Thank you. Have a good lurky. So thank you so much. I want to get fish. Fish, fish, fish. Meow. Meow.
I'll go like, yes.
Okay. Which back? There.
Yes. Save changes. Multiplayer. Online. Jump in.
Our options.
I'm coming back.
Oh. I need more money.
Me too. Oh, I knocked my hat over.
I can be a little donut. But I do like this one. Okay, we're gonna play more so we get more money so we can customize more.
1,
Oh, you're so tiny!
3, 1.
You're so tiny, you little kitty. Oh my god. Fuck it all. Hi, Justin. I look so giant.
Oh, I got the muffin.
Oh gosh. You got the muffin. You got the muffin. Oh no.
Now look at you.
No. Oh my god, my face. No, look at the face.
Face like a bug.
Oh my god. It does remind me of a bug.
That
Yeah.
was so funny.
Ah. Ooh. Are you ready? I have the bread. Whee!
Cucumber.
Oh no.
I like how we kind of focus in on it too.
You're like, what's that? No, 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 no.
Watch
No, 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 no.
tree capture.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we haven't done that one.
No, not yet. Oh, the lasers again.
Jump on the. Oh, we have done that one. This is the flower.
Oh yeah, play this one.
There are more mini games, no? Yeah.
Well, there are.
But it is a
just
good
haven't
level.
Popped up yet? Yes, there's lots.
The greenhouse.
Got more flowers.
Yeah. And the greenhouse is fitting for flowers. Okay, ready? There we go!
Yeah.
Wait, they haven't spawned yet? Oh no, oh no, oh no, laser, laser, laser. Ah! Wait, do you see petals? Oh, there.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Bounce.
Oh my game. Okay. Bounce. Bounce. Oh, okay. I fell off, but I will just get the ones here first.
Slippy, it's Whippy. Ah.
Whee! Okay, got it. And then we jump. And boop!
It's Whip.
And boop! No, jump again. Jump again! Good job. Climb, 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 climb. Oh, hi! Oh my god, I'm a little bee!
Oh, you ran away. I almost got you.
Okay, oh. I was also in a laser.
We were both in a laser.
Oh, I see more. Whee! This game is so silly but so fun. Got another.
Yeah, but wait. Ow,
And run. Oh my gosh, the laser is there.
Oh,
Okay,
don't
but
fall.
I have to pass. Oh no. Hi.
I can't get it.
Oh.
No. Oh. You know what? I give it.
There's another one. There's another
I know, I
one.
tried.
And boop.
The jumpies don't like.
Whee!
No, laser.
God, that was good.
No, laser. Got
Oh,
laser.
little bee. Oh my god, the kitty bee is so
Hello.
cute. Meow. Oh no. Okay. Jump down. Hi.
I landed in the water. Don't
Oh.
do that.
Oh. Me too. Oh, someone
No,
joined
no,
and
oh.
left. Oh no. Someone joined and left.
No, not the laser.
No. Okay. Silky, where are you?
We're both in the laser.
Both in the laser again. Oh my gosh. That doesn't work.
It doesn't work when there's only just me and you.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, this is a lot.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize I got so many.
I was
Okay.
distracted.
Yeah, you were obsessing about the lasers.
Now I kept slipping too on the bathroom floor.
Okay, wait. We haven't done this one. Yeah, good choice. Rodent Rumble.
Avoid the toys again.
Oh, it's raining toys again.
Okay.
Oh, this is fun. Eat the kibble it leaves behind for extra points. Okay. So you can also basically run in circles like an idiot. Then you're gonna get caught. So yeah, we have to. Oh my god, I almost threw my drink. We're okay. Oh gosh, we're running. Oh my gosh, you go so fast. There it is.
It's so fast.
Eh,
I ran out of energy.
I leave it. Ah. No. Get
Mine
here.
now. Mine now.
Mine now.
Oh, I tried to throw it.
Mine.
Gimme. Oh no.
Oh, not the
no.
toys. Okay, wait, we're gonna take catnap.
Oh no, toy.
Oh no. Okay, Silky. Where is it? Wait, where?
Where'd it go?
What?
Excuse me.
Where is it? Oh, over here. Found it. Are you okay?
Ah! I'm okay.
Yeah.
Oh, come back here.
No shit! I thought it would just go back again, but it didn't. Oh no! The toys! Oh, the toys!
Where'd it go?
Oh no, that way.
Where'd it go?
Oh no, not more. Oh.
No.
Oh my no! What's it doing there? No.
Oh, I got it. No. Give it back.
Nah. Where am I? Okay. I got it. Running. No. Nah. Not running. Ah. Running.
Get at this. Oh, I know. No. Oh.
No, I can't get up. No, shit. Oh Oh no, I saw you going down. Oh no. Oh no, I'm out of stamina. Wait, I gotta do a catnap.
No, not the toys.
What? Oh gosh. What? Where is it?
No.
Where is it? Oh, there. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. This is no. Oh no.
Toy after toy after toy. Oh,
It goes
no,
through the
wait a
path
minute,
with the. Oh my gosh, no. Well, the kitties are having a great time. Okay, get it.
Oh,
Get it.
frick.
And oh no, not a butterfly. No. Oh my god. I was so
Let
close.
go. Let go.
Oh, I almost fell. Okay, got it,
Oh,
got it.
I
Got it.
fell.
Oh, I was just. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, at some point I just kept throwing it. That did work. That did work. I see you running. Like, okay. Shadow cats we haven't done. Right?
I think we might have.
Then I don't know anymore. But someone joined and someone left. I don't know what. Yeah. If anyone has the game, you can join.
Oh no, not the dogs.
Like I think you can play with at least.
Oh, you could get on one of the
four
dogs. You can ride
more.
it.
Okay,
Steal
Shadow
diamonds
Cats,
to
steal
earn
diamonds. Lions, catnapping lions, catching the shadows. Okay, so it's basically like the how do you call it? Like police and criminal, like they catch each other, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you? I'm the lion and you're the shadow cat. So you gotta.
Robbers.
Yeah, I gotta catch you. Okay. Oh, you have a timer. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna catch you. Silky. Silky. Oh. Where'd you go? Oh my gosh. Where did you go? How did you do that? Where are you? Where'd you? How do you do that? What? There she is.
Oh.
Mwah!
No,
Yes.
not the dog.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Here.
Where are you? I lost you. Oh no, I fell down. Oh, see.
Oh, no, God.
I found you. Oh. Can I attack a doggo? No. Where are you? There. There you
Don't be
are.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
See you. Oh.
Oh, it's my turn. How do I do that? There we go.
How the hell do you ride the doggo? Oh my god, how?
I have control over the dog. Cats reign supreme. They cannot go through tunnels though.
Okay, come on.
Oh, no. There you
There's
go.
not that many diamonds, are there? Oh my god, the music is so intense. My... Oh, got one. Oh no. Oh! Gosh. scared me.
Oh, no. That was fun.
Achievement unlocked so far, so good. Oh my god, that was a good one.
I like
that was
that.
maybe one of my favorites. Oh, that was fun. Oh,
I like my little tippy taps.
Yep, you're really tiny. You look like a squirrel unicorn. It's really cute. I love the giant tail. Like your tail is longer than your entire rest of your body, I think.
Yes, that's actually how my cat's tail is.
Really?
Yeah, our tail is so long.
I didn't know that was a thing. Ooh, another color tag. But you still have to buy them. But they do give bonuses, I think. That's good.
They're actually achievements, I think.
Yeah, but you can unlock them here at the customization. It says color tags. And then this one gives stamina up. Now I get the other 3.
Oh, I guess you do have to.
Oh, now we have played every minigame.
You get 100 for that one.
One softens your fall.
Backflip faster, increase the range. I still don't know how to backflip, so.
Oh, the hell? Yeah, I want to backflip. Wait, okay, maybe?
Oh, wow.
Does that count as a backflip? No, right? This is not a backflip.
Do I still want to be a super kitty? Yes, I'm gonna keep the super kitty. I'm a super kitty in disguise. A super unicorn kitty in disguise. I have a tiny mushroom. I mean, a tiny mustache. Like.
Oh my god, that's so cute. You're a secret superhero. Yep.
Where?
Yeah, I made this flower. I'm really proud of this flower.
Oh.
Like you do it with the, if you press A and then press it perfectly on the timer. When it blinks, you get a little flower, and then you can do this. But I want to figure out how to backflip. We can do this. We can backflip.
Oh, this is fun. Up and down.
Wait, does it say here how to backflip? Maybe with the wall jump? Oh. Oh my god, I forgot something. Wait, Silk, come here. Silky.
Yes.
Press your yes.
Oh, it's so
Remember, it's the nozzle.
Oh, it was chasing you. That's when you're a teen. Oh.
Cute.
I love the little tails. Oh, I got them off.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! I literally look like a bug. Oh, that's great. Okay, wait. Are we gonna save up or are we gonna buy something? We got 400 now.
Whoosh. Ouch. Did not land on my feet.
Oh, feet props. We can have little sandals.
I love the little flippers.
Yeah. You have the cape. Oh, that's this one. Awesome. I like this one too. Oh my Jesus!
I can't resist every time I get one of them.
No!
She's being bullied. Ouch. Oh, hi. I'm on top of you. Oh.
Okay. Ah. Okay, now we're at peace again. Hi.
It's my turn. It's a bug eyes. I can see my eyes.
Oh my
There they
god.
are.
You're so cute.
I got
though.
cat eyes.
Okay, do you want to maybe try a tournament now?
Sure.
Okay, then can I change? Switch game mode? Yeah, okay. Woo! Tournament lobby. We apparently finished all of these. Can we then do another one? Oh, you must play one tournament game. But it says we have medals? Or no? It's confusing. You can do a small one that's just 4 games. That's we did 3 now. Otherwise it's... Do you want to do a small one or you want to do one medium?
Nuzzling another cat during the chorus of Cats Are Sweet will grant you angel wings and the ability to fly.
Ooh! Ooh!
If your team breaks the most flower pots during the chorus of Cats Are Jerks, you'll become a bunch of punk cats. In your wake, you'll leave trails of distracting bats. That sounds cool. Song events. It's under song events. A Robovac. Oh, that looks fun.
It was Silky. Which one do you want to do? We can do
What's this?
a small cup, and that's 4 mini games, or a medium one, and that's 6.
As many as we want. Oh, that's not enough. I'm trying to use the...
Okay, then. Catnip, feather, salmon, or shrimp?
Let's try the small cup.
Feather or catnip?
Salmon? Salmon?
Salmon is the medium.
Oh.
It's the eating one. Don't have to. We didn't have the combination with the. Like I'm trying to see. This is the nozzle combo. That is nice. We haven't done the nozzle thing. The boxes.
Ow.
This is the doggos, and I don't know what that is.
Jukebox.
What is
A
the one with the
feather?
little hand? Okay. Feather cup?
I'm in the cup.
What?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh.
Meow, 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 meow.
I'm trying to play the piano, it's not for... I wish.
That would be good. Okay. Yeah! Oh my god! Jump in the box and play! You see Silky? Wee! I'm going on a
floating away.
Okay, this is the nozzle. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yes, sounds adorable.
Okay. We got a nozzle, yeah?
Nuzzle.
We like fishies. Okay, so it's the fat cat one again. Got it. And cats are sweet. Okay, we got a nozzle. Yeah. I think it was at like the statue thingies or something, no? Look, there's a nozzle thing. Do we have to stand here? What? I'm stuck. Look at me. Okay, wait. I don't like that one.
You got a head start last time. Well, not head start, but you were better than me, so I'm taking my chances.
Okay, okay. Where am I? Fish, fish, fish.
Oh, there it is.
No, here.
Get fat.
Nacho. Oh my gosh. Okay, where's the there? Oh my gosh. Okay, so you only have to nuzzle when it says the timer. Okay, I was just trying to nuzzle the whole time now. And I like the nuzzling, it's so cute. Where's the other fishing? How do I jump? What?
Oh.
There you go.
I'm stuck.
Nope.
There it is. No, not through there. This way.
Wait, I can
This
climb on
way.
here. Oh, it's in the other room. Oh.
I was trying to get to it, but I couldn't get to it.
Here. Okay, I'm racing. No, get off the rail. Where am I? Plop, 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 plop. Okay. Oh my gosh. The music is so derpy. Oh, it's up there. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, in here. Kitchen floor is so slippery.
I know.
Oh my.
Roar.
Roar. Ultimate roar attack. Okay, oh no, I'm slow. What did you think of my introduction? You still got it though.
It's Flappy Bird.
Flappy cat. Ooh. Okay. Run.
Oh.
Oh, equal.
Neck and neck.
Nice. Good one. That was a nice first one. I like it. Okay, then we have something with boxes and little hands. I don't know what that one is again.
Boxes.
I don't we have already seen the box. Boxes will block your path, okay? Delivery day, oh no.
Jump
we haven't done this. Ring rally.
Yes.
Oh, this is the race. Okay. Okay, got it. Yeah. Are you ready, Silky?
Let's go. Start your purr. Start your purr. Yeah. Start your engines.
Start your purrs. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Okay, go. Oh. Look, you missed rings, no?
Yeah, you gotta go through them. Order.
Oh, the boxes are delivered. Where's the Silky?
Yeah, jump. Jump.
Running. Whee!
Climb.
Nyankat! Oh, this way. Nyankat! I haven't seen you in ages. I miss you.
I'm having difficulties. It's okay. Oh, that's the jump button. I forgot.
Oh no, in the water. Woo!
Oh no, that's
Oh,
not
no,
the direction I
boxes.
meant to go. Oh no! I'm lost. I lost my direction.
I am a muffin baker.
Oh, there it is. This way.
Oh yes,
This
that's
way.
me, Silky. But I still have to go in circle here.
I lost my controls. I lost control of myself.
Oh no! Oh no!
I don't know how to
I
use
fell
my
off the bridge.
controls anymore.
Oh my god, I'm right behind you. Oh no, I fell in the water again. Go up, go up. Eh. Oh no. No, it didn't work. Why not? Okay, go down. Go through here. I want to make a muffin out of Silky.
No.
Get here.
No, 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 no.
Oh, now we didn't.
I'm figuring it out. I've got
Cucumber.
controls back.
There was a cucumber, Silk. Get here.
I know.
I need
left
to
it
take
there for you.
revenge. Get back here. Oh my gosh. I'm like right behind you. Oh no. Okay, go in. Oh, not again, boxes. Every time at the same part, my path is blocked by the boxes.
It's too
Every
fast.
time. No, down, 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 yes. What? Go in, okay.
Too fast.
I get blocked by box. Oh my!
I was catching up.
Did you like fall like lose like at the beginning?
Well, I was confused. I forgot what buttons did what. I was panicking. Oh,
I was just trying to
back-
catch up to you.
how'd I do that? I did a backflip. How'd I do that?
What? You did a backflip?
Yeah, I don't know how I did that.
Oh no.
It was just random. I pushed a button and all of a sudden I went whee!
That sounds great.
Carrier
Okay, chorus. When the lights go out, and then I didn't
Carrots
read.
will help you see.
Okay. Okay, and we're gonna go fat cat.
Fat cat, fat cat, fat cat.
Fat cat, fat cat, fat cat. Oh wait. Oh no. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, almost. I had the little ballerina skirt. What? You got? Did you make me sad?
Maybe. Ah!
Oh!
Oh, you both did it. Yep.
Oh, get on there. Why is this so hard? Okay, never mind. Another one.
Oh,
Hi.
got it.
You're playing. Aw. Oh. Carrot. Oh, carrots will help you see. Oh my gosh. That's so smart. That's so silly. Where is it?
Fish.
My stamina. Oh, I see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, there you go. Down you go.
No. No. Okay.
They made that really hard to get onto.
Yep. I'm getting this one. Huh. Oh no, I fell down again. Oh my gosh, I'm drunk.
No, I did too. I
Are
followed
you
you.
sorry? I just saw you fall. Oh no. I saw you like fall right behind me, like wee. Okay, down. Yes. I took a shortcut. No. In here.
Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
What's a cucumber? No, I'm falling. No, I'm
I got
falling. Okay. I was falling down. Oh, oh.
Oh, oh. Oh,
Ooh. That was so close.
Give me that.
No! Oh, we need to go uppies.
I don't like.
What? Did you get it? Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Where do we go now? There? Yes. No! Oh my god, Silk. You're on a roll this round. Oh my god, Silk! Holy shit!
Hi!
Oh no! No, Silk! No, no, no. Oh my gosh, you owned
I
me.
couldn't get to that one.
Holy shit! Oh my gosh, almost double. Okay. Now you're also MVP, Fat Cat. Yeah.
I keep wanting to say a pickle, but it's not a pickle.
Yeah, but it looks like a pickle. It's too short for a cucumber.
Cucumbers are pickles.
That's true. That's true.
Well, pickles are cucumbers.
Yeah, no, yeah,
cucumbers
other
are
way
not
around. Not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlimited stamina and zoomies.
Oh, zoomies!
Jump through the rings to earn points. Activate term. Okay. This might be hard.
With zoomies, my god, no.
But with zoomies, this might be hard.
I like it. This is a good combo. And go. Oh, Silk, this way.
It was telling me to go this way, though.
Oh no.
Wow.
I went the wrong way. This is confusing. Okay. Oh wait, we can go here? Next time it will be easier because then you touch the booster things. So this way? Oh no. Hi. You got stuck behind me! Time for zoomies!
Oh, we got top hats! It's adorable!
Oh my god, you're so cute! Your music! Just run continuously. Am I going the right way?
I think
No.
no.
No. No.
It turned us around.
Okay.
Oh no.
What the? Okay, someone's fishing!
There we go.
Salty! Good to see you! How are you? I'm playing Jumpy Jazz Cats with Silky Poo! This is such chaos! No, I can't get up! Go, go, go! Yeah.
This way.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
There. I want more zoomies!
This way.
Oh, but now did you? Yeah, it's time for zoomies! Zoomies, 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 zoomies. Wee.
Where am I? Where am I off to? Where did I go? Oh, there I am. Too many zooms.
Oh, perfect landing! I'll leave a cucumber here. Boost.
Ouch.
That's turbo recharge. Zoomies!
Ah!
Did you find the cucumber?
Yes. I avoided it.
It was
Managed to avoid
perfect.
it.
I liked it.
I might not be able to the next time.
Oh, I fell hard.
Oh,
Another
I'm
cucumber.
stuck on a chair. I'm stuck on a chair. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, oh. Oh my gosh. There we go. Whoop.
And this way.
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh, no, no. Stop it! Let me down.
Where do
no.
we go? Here?
Let me down, damn it.
Ow! Oh! Oh no, I missed it.
I was stuck in a storm. I was stuck in a
Oh my
storm
gosh.
of-
Oh, 2! That was only 2 points different. Oh my gosh. Meow. Oh, it's so cute. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh,
Meow,
there we
meow,
go.
meow, meow.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I got. Oh no, my cup! My cup! My cup!
I'm in it. I'm in it. Oh no, it's falling. No. Hey, there's a bonsai.
Oh my god!
Whee! Congratulations, Silky. You won this first tournament. The Feather Cup. Oh my god, it's so fun. The way you still... Can I dance or are you just dancing automatically?
You just dance automatically.
You're just... I won,
This
I
is a
won.
cute
Did a
little
victory
cat.
dance. Now we unlock more. Oh my god. Okay, one more.
Yeah. Let's do that before we buy any. Ah!
No. Okay, wait, how much do we have now? Can we customize? 700. How much do the little shoes cost? Flip flops. Sneakers. The flip flops. These are little sandals, like little. Yeah.
Little flippers.
The flippers are super cute.
The flippers are adorable.
But the flip, they're like the flip. Wait, flippers? Flip flop flippers. Want this. Oh my Jesus!
I scared myself. I needed to get rid of it so I could see what I was doing though.
I'm just getting dressed over here. Look, I flop flop now. Flop 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 flop
This little
flop.
bib.
Flop 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 flop. That looks so cute. Good night, Mud Duck. I hope you're doing well. I did ask at the beginning, sorry if I missed your answer, like if your PC troubles were already like a little better. Let me test. Will the clips work? We can do it, we can do it. 1990.
Yeah, but you can't do that, motherfucker.
Gotta work tomorrow. Oh no, this is stuck again. Oh no, you can do it. Yeah, it worked. Whee! Okay, wait. I do want to just check. 1 second. I'll listen to music 1 second because I want to check how to do backflip.
I need 600 for the flower.
Jumping Jessie Cat. Jumping Jessie Cat. I can't find it anywhere. What the hell?
I don't know. I was like doing something and then I pressed the right trigger. But I did, and then I turned backwards.
Thank you, Denji. Thank you. Okay, if anyone knows this game, tell us how to do a backflip. We need backflip. Maybe jump here and then maybe you have to do it like on a bouncy thing.
I was on the floor, so I don't know what I did.
Okay, not on the floor.
I think I pressed the button. Oh, scared myself.
Join Denji Star.
I have no clue how I did it.
Oh, I got Sumi's 1 second. But I got a trumpet. Let me
Into the box.
pause the music again. Let me change the cup. Select the cup. Okay, we have unlocked that one. Do you want to do another small one?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Okay, so it does count towards that. So we have to play like 4 games in total, and then we unlock the rest of the medium ones. So it doesn't matter if we do small or medium. So that's good. We unlocked the Kibble Cup and the Furball Cup. Those are cute as names. Okay, so one is collect the yarn, then the through the hoops thing, then the rat race, then the flowers. The other one is also yarn, flowers, and red, but then the shadow cat and the lion. We already did 2 hoop thingies. You want to do the Kibble Cup? Let's wrong one.
Oh,
Catnip.
it changed.
Yeah, but I wanted to. Oh no!
My thing's still in it.
Because you were in the jumping, it bugged out for me. Oh no!
No.
Oh, now it works. Okay. I could click on the trophy, but okay. But the catnip cup can also. That's the same. No, but it also has the rings. Like we already did 2 rings. Yeah, we can do this one, I think. The Kibble Cup. Oi! And I'm gonna wear my little flip-flops. Oh no! I'm here, Sunshine, just watching Project Hail Mary. Oh, okay then. What is Project Hail Mary?
It sounds familiar. Oh, yarn.
Yarn. Yarn and lasers? No? Yeah, yarn and lasers. Okay, this time my goal is gonna be to catch the Silky Poo. Unfortunately. It's a movie with Ryan Gosling. My brain made Ryan Reynolds of that. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Man. Yum. Oh, laser.
Leave me alone. No.
My god, you have a lot. I have a lot. Oh. No, don't catch me at my own house.
I tried to.
No.
I forgot which button. I forgot the button. I forgot the button.
I'm so bad at catching you. Oh my gosh. Get back here.
I forgot what the button was. No.
Oh, no, laser. Can I? Wait, can I? No, I cannot get in there. Oh!
I did it. Yay.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot what the button was.
Oh.
Oh, you did a turd.
Oh, no, not the laser again. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh. Oh. Control the lasers.
Trying to grab the. Be that way.
Grab the net. Grab the
I'll
Silky.
take the ball then.
Grab the Silky.
Ah, no!
Oh my god, it was perfect. Oh god, I see you. Where are you? Oh, hi. We were both in the lasers again. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh, I can just go through here. And then
There's
grab
too
it,
many
and then go
lasers
back.
right there.
There's so many yarn. Oh, okay. I found a shortcut. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm cheating. Oh my god, I dodged that. Now you're gonna steal. Oh yes, you're stealing. I see.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, damn, I can't even good jump in it.
Ah, the cucumber. Dancing at my own cucumber.
I'm just playing around with this. This one's
Damn.
just too much fun.
This was good.
It's too much
It's a
fun to
movie.
play around in this mode.
I know, right? Justin, have a good movie. Thank you for being here still. Okay. That was... Oh, now we're gonna do the Shadow Cat thing again.
Miss Speedy Gonzales. I could see it.
Oh, that's Sumi's. Oh my god. Sumi Shadow Cat.
I love the top out. The top out's adorable.
Yeah.
Oh, this with unlimited Zubies. Oh, this is gonna be broken. Oh, I had to chill.
Did you see many diamonds in the last one? Hey, Star Wars is in here.
I've seen a few. They're kind of hard to see.
Star Wars, how long have you been here? And you are muted.
I've been in here for a while.
Really?
Yes.
That's how I locked in the game. Where are you? Where are you? Silky. There you are.
I'm stuck.
I got you.
What?
What?
Wait. Oh, the diamond disappeared. Diamond.
Yes! Oh! Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where are you? What the? Where?
I can't even rest.
Where's Shook?
Ah!
I see you.
No, you don't.
The little foot, the little tippy toes. Oh my god. I didn't notice the little tippy toes when you move around. Where the Shook at now? My god, you're getting away from me. Way that way.
Oh, I got us both. I got it.
Ooh.
Oh, I can't do nothing.
Oh,
No.
oh
my
god.
turn.
This
I'm gonna
timing.
get you. I gotta get you. I'm gonna get you.
I forgot how to nap. No.
X. You can't nap when you have zoomies.
Oh, that's true.
I learned that the hard way. Which button is it? Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, pickle. Pickle.
Well, it still looks like a pickle. Do me. I like. Oh. No. Ah, shit. I'm young getting
so
away.
funny.
Ah. Pickle.
Oh shit!
Pickle. I'm pickling everywhere.
Where are you? Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Oh my gosh.
There you are.
Come and get me. Oh no, the storm. Okay.
Oh, not a pickle.
Pickles everywhere. This was amazing. Oh my gosh. I think, yeah, this was the most pickles ever. No, cucumbers, goddammit. Now I'm
So
also
many,
just...
so many. It's just pickles now. There's
Yeah,
so
yeah, they're
many of them.
pickles. Mm-hmm.
Whee!
Okay, now we have the flowers.
Flowers.
With catnip? No, what's the other flowers?
I think that's just the bee, maybe. Oh,
Smash
smash the most
books.
pots, become punks. This will be fun.
Oh my god, yes. Okay, we're gonna smash all the pots in honor of Zelda. Mm-hmm.
Pots and pollen.
This one is a
Pots
good
and
map.
pollen.
Ready? Wait.
Pots and pollen. Pots and pollen.
I haven't found any... Is this pot? Oh. These are just decorations. Okay, run. Are they gonna disappear if you don't pick them up in time?
I'm not sure.
Don't remember. That's all, no remember.
Oh.
Wait, there are more here, no? Yeah, but see, okay, I think they do disappear. Because I thought there was one here. Hi! Smash the most pots. Oh, now they're pots. How do you... Okay, yes. More pots. Where are the pots?
Pots.
There's a pot. Okay. Oh!
Oh.
Yeah! I'm a punk, baby. I'm a punk cat. I just smashed 2 pots, but I'm so punk. Look at my badge. Oh my god. Look at us.
And you leave behind bats.
Oh my gosh. Dookie, where are you? You gotta see this.
I'm getting coming.
Oh. More. Oh,
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Oh no! You made me a muffin.
Yes, I did.
But I got bats dropping behind me. But look, okay, wait. Look how cool.
You got a punk rocker.
Here we go here. We're not catching any Pokemon, but we're locked in here, people. This is intense gameplay. Wouldn't believe it, but it is very true.
Ah, damn it.
It's a little cat, a little baker's hat. I'm so good at smashing pots. Oh, hi. Oh, you got away. Come back here. Hey.
Ah, there's bats on my screen. I can't see. I can't see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Somebody help me.
That's awesome.
I'm stuck in the fireplace. Where am I? Oh, damn it. Bat.
Hi, Silk.
It's literally a little image of a bat running in my, right in my face.
I was way too distracted with the smashing the pots. So you won this round, but I had so much fun. That was so good. Was a good one. Okay, but I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna switch chairs. This is the rodent rumble. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm gonna light up my smoky for this.
Let's see. Eat the kibble. Zigzag zoomies? Zigzag zoomies.
Yuki. We're going. Yeah. tactic. Pickle.
Oh, come here.
Oh no, I'm stuck in the chair.
Oh, where am I? Oh, there I am.
Oh my god, my controller's shaking. Oh my Jesus.
That's a lot of food you're leaving behind.
I can throw, okay. Match the moves. Ah. 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 Ah, the pickle I threw. No, I pickled myself. I won catnip. Whee!
Come back here.
I was stuck. Okay, where are you? Where are you?
Oh.
Oh. Oh, now we got two.
Oh no.
Ah, this one. Throw this. Ah. Okay. Oh my Jesus. This is expert gameplay.
Oh no.
3 catnips! No, I'm so fucking fast! I don't know where the rat is. I lost it. I lost it. Where'd it go? Hi.
Oh, there it is. Well, there's fireworks going off outside.
Oh, nice. Is it all ready for it?
Oh no!
Oh no, oh no, I'm
shit!
failing.
Oh shit!
Oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh! Jesus!
Oh no!
Okay, got it. No!
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh no. Is he scared? Get it! No!
Oh shit! Give me back. Give me back. Give me back. It's mine.
Oh, I don't want it. No!
Oh shit! What's going on?
Oh no, oh no. Ah! Okay, we're doing it,
Oh.
Okay. 5 catnips!
Oh, it's shaking so violently. It's shaking so violently. Oh, my goodness.
Oh no, poor Silver.
I can't move. It's shaking so much. It's making like thing.
I got you.
Oh shit. I couldn't move.
Oh no, it's so slippery here. I forgot the kitchen. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Oh, my controller's shaking.
What? I was jumping.
My controller was shaking so much.
Wait, do we make a backflip on the kitchen floor? Still want to make a backflip. I love my little flippers. Oh my god, I'm dancing with the flippers! Like, it's so cute! Oh my god, what are you doing to my cup? No! Are you bouncing on my head?
No.
How, where are you bouncing on?
I've got a flower underneath me.
I don't see the... No, I don't see the flower. You're just bouncing on my head. Yep.
I can see it.
This is fun. Oh yeah, do you wait? Let me go back first. Let's check. Do we have more customization stuff?
Hey! It's just fireworks. It's okay.
We got 399. Did we buy something else?
I want the flower. I'm gonna wait. I want the flower.
This one? Oh, that's super pretty.
Cost 600. Yes.
Have the little heart, but you barely see it. The kitty bells are also cute. I'm going for this one. I like this is fun for the gamer vibe, but I kind of like this because it is badass. But this is cute. Wait, I gotta equip it. I always forget to equip. There it is. Can that also be red? I don't think so. Oh, you can't be on the same team. Aww. Still badass. But I didn't change anything.
Oh.
You want to go again?
Oh. What am I doing? What am I doing? Whee! Oh. Okay, don't put a flower in the box. It makes it go sideways.
What the hell? You're not going sideways.
For me, I'm going this way, and then up, and then back down, and then this
Really?
way.
For me, you're just like
Yeah.
almost like stretching out, but you're still staying in the box, up and down.
Weird.
Okay, do you wanna maybe switch? Oh my gosh! Oh my god, made me a bug again. Oh my, look at this face. Look at it.
It's hilarious. Okay, we can change.
Whee! I think we did every mini game now a couple of times.
No, I'm still doing a weird sideways jump.
Oh, now you're just jumping. Yeah, but oh, and I see the flower now. Okay, but it looked almost invisible.
Oh, whoop. I'm making half a triangle.
I think I can show on my stream. You do great.
I'm gonna have to share this so you can see what I see. Do you see what I see?
Okay, in the meantime, I'm gonna text team.
There you go.
Okay, watch.
Ooh. Ooh.
What the hell? You're a triangle, yeah. Oh my god, you're like it's getting more and more spaced out. Wow. Whoa!
Now I'm a tree. I'm half a Christmas tree now.
But yeah,
I'm
for
half
me,
a
you're just
Christmas
going
tree.
a straight line. This is what the hell? Okay.
Oh, now I'm trying. Oh
my gosh! It's getting. Yeah, you're all a Christmas tree indeed. It looks kind of fancy. Star, you playing Jumping Jazz Cats? Wait, did you want to join in?
Oh, I'm glitching.
Do you want to join
Check it
in? Yes? Yes or no? Because then I want to play more. Do we do the mini game? Oh, you're in. You're in. Okay. You should have said something because I was about to switch games. But yay!
Oh, why am I like this? Oh, I was fixed for 1 second.
Oh my god,
I want a Steam Deck for Christmas. I don't know why that popped in my head. I'm sorry.
Oh yes.
It was so random.
Yeah, I want a Steam Deck. Okay, girl. I'll go write that letter to Santa right now. And you're early. You're on time. That's good.
I won't get one, but I want one. Aww.
They still gotta change. No! We already did this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Nuzzle. Collect fish and nuzzle.
It is a short one, I think, so that's kind of good. I wanted to do like a medium one, but Yep. Yeah, we have good music stuff. Yeah.
Your heads compared to mine is hilarious to me.
They said I think I have the biggest head possible.
Nope, this way.
What?
Oh shit. Oh no. Ow. Ooh. Ouch. Oof. Ow. What am I doing?
Yum. Is it? Oh, you got it. Oh, there is it. There. Come on. Nozzle. Or have you ever played before? Oh no, slippery. Slippery.
It's too slippy.
Oh, I still got the wings. Okay, nice. We're doing good. Oh gosh.
Ah, I'm stuck on the table.
Left another pickle.
Got it.
They will never suspect it. Yes, got it.
What am I doing? What? Oh, there we go.
See it. Gotta go there. That was such a power move. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm stuck. Okay. No, yes. Not so. Oh.
Fly.
Oh. Oh, sorry, Star. Oh. Oh my gosh. We were all there. Okay, flop. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, you got it already. Okay. Run. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Who made me a muffin? Oh, that's because I'm a fat cat from eating all the fish.
I'm a sleepy.
I'm a fat cat.
There we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, it's slippery.
Swipply.
Yeah.
Mine.
Oh no.
Where is it?
Oh, Nuzzle. Get here. Yay! Nuzzle. Just get here! Like the laugh. Thank you.
Ouch.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh.
That hurt.
No! Oh my god!
I managed to get down real quick.
Okay, but Star, for your first time being a jumping jazz cat. Good job. If we are too hard on you, then you have to let us know. We are competitive cats. Oh, good try, Kill. Oh, wait, let me give you guys a Genji.
Oh, boxes.
Oh, no.
Evil boxes. Not the open kind that we like to jump in. Oh,
Those are
okay,
fun.
this ones are basically raised.
But then oh, yeah. Yeah, Star, you have been watching, no? Do you know the mini games? Do you need any time for the explanation?
I'm watching.
Okay. What?
I'm under attack by my own body. Help!
Oh yeah, you have to make sure you do them in order, because otherwise you lose points, I think?
Yeah, it'll like distract from you.
Whee! That one was mean. Oh no, the boxes are delivered. Okay, not too bad.
Got it. Finally.
Oh no, I'm stuck. The boxes. Okay. I jumped. Aw.
Ouch.
I'm gonna give him
Yeah.
a little heads up because I want to light my smoky. Hi.
I got. Oh no, wrong way. Okay. Ah! Pickle.
Pickle. I'm sorry. It was a pickle attack. Oh no! Oh, got it. Oh, in the water. Oh no, Silk also went underwater.
Water.
Saw you jump in.
Not again.
No. It helps if you press like your right trigger to move, jump like further. And how do you say that? Move horizontally? Yeah. Oh, I missed one. I missed one because I took the shortcut? What? Mean?
There we go.
Oh no, boxes!
No! In my face.
Yeah, okay, that was a good one. Oh no, I'm tired. It's taking a cat nap.
Eh.
Oh my gosh.
Glad
no.
I had the ballerina. Ah, no.
Yeah. I don't know what the songs, like the notes, music notes
They
do. Yeah.
refill your skill meter.
I can make little. Oh no, shit! I missed this one. Oh no.
I have
You got
something
it.
for you, Muffin. Come
Me
back.
too.
Oh no, it didn't work. I got myself.
No, I muffined you.
Oh, I got one for you too.
No, that was perfect. Silky.
I tried to do it at the
Oh
same
no,
time.
we both fell in and I cucumbered.
Ah!
Now we're just getting scared of the cucumber. Oh, that was great. Mm.
Ooh, wish. I do that. Or wish I could. Just say all the animal noise. I can't really make one. Let's see. Collect fish. I can't roll.
Fat cat. Yeah, the more you eat, the less stamina you have. So this is the first time actually, the last round, that I became a beach ball cat due to eating too much. So far, we were still good with the two of us. It was hard. I do like it with like at least 3. Then it's already like a lot more fun because there's more fish and stuff that sponge.
Oh, it's
More
above us.
chaos. Oh no, it's up there again.
I got it. You need to press A when you do that. That helps. Aw.
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Oh, this way.
Where?
I got it. Oh, you okay? The star fell.
Oh no.
You ready?
Wait, back here? Back there. Got it.
Ow! Ow! Oh, I'm okay.
Carrots help you see. Oh yeah, it's dark now. Oh no,
It
get
helps
it.
increase your
Yum.
sight.
Hi.
Hi. It's
Where's
up
the
there.
fishy? Oh,
It's above me.
I got one. Oh, sorry.
Right.
That was rude. Oh my gosh. Yum. What level are you now,
stamina.
Kill, in the dungeons? Carrots, carrots, carrots.
I can't see. Oh, I'm so slow.
Oh no.
Where'd it go? Oh,
Yum.
there it is.
Oh no, cucumber!
Oh, no.
Oh!
You ate my cucumber.
I'm
Cucumber
sorry.
in the face.
Oh! Oh, nice. No, I'm stuck. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I could barely move.
Where is it? I'm so slow.
Ah! I just fell.
Ooh.
Oh, oh. I.
Ah,
one.
Silky, I got a surprise for you.
Oh, I needed that. I can't see.
Ah,
no! I'm so fat.
Where's the magnificent? Oh,
I can't.
where is it? Oh, you got it. Oh, there.
He's
No,
got more
oh,
chances
yeah.
now because we ate so
Oh,
many.
sorry. Oh my god, I'm a bouncy cat. No. Not
We
again.
ate so many. He's got so
I
many
know.
chances now.
Oh, I'm a bouncy cat again. Look at that bill. Oh, this is a perfect ending. How are you, McNapkin? Oh my god. I just kept bouncing and bouncing. Hello. Aww. Snuggles, snuggles. Okay, the last one. Oh, this is with the Sumis. Okay, yeah. Zoom rings. I'm doing great, and
Be
you?
careful getting
Doing
stuck
good.
in the musical storm.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's scary. So we started with the. Wait, let me mute here. We started with an hour of like yapping.
Takes you away like a tornado.
And then the lovely man of letters, let me just, because I appreciate him so much, and he was still lurking / sleeping. Give him one more shouty. There. He raided into us, was amazing. We had a more chit chat, and we were doing some League. So we started with League of Legends. So we did League for, what was it, eventually 1.5, maybe 2 hours, like we did 3 rounds of ARM. Yeah. We actually won 2, and then we terribly lost like the 3rd one after the raid, so I didn't prove I was a good League player yet. And then Silky was like, oh, I want to game something. And we have had this game for a long time. I bought it for her in the Steam Winter Sale. Oh my gosh, no, I had to take a nap, I forgot. Sumis! Sumi. Oh no, oh, I fell down with my butt. Okay, we're doing good. I don't know if you know this game. Oh no, I went the wrong way. This is the wrong way.
What? What happened? Oh.
Silky, did you get kicked?
Yeah. Thingamajig. It broke people. Keep going.
Yeah?
Keep going. Yeah.
Are you rejoined?
I'm trying. Was just easy.
This was the last one of the.
Oh, I get to watch now.
Oh, okay.
And then
okay.
I can rejoin.
No.
Wish.
Whee.
Oh, Star stuck in a loop.
Oh no.
He got stuck in a tornado.
Oh, okay. I was behind the plan. Doing some League? Some League? Yes, League. Oh. I'd like me one. A League of Legends. A really special kind of League. Kill. I managed to kill the Lowering Dragon on Osiris. Yes, I was there at the start, and I was lurking, and then I was checking in, and then you were already off because I was.
If you need to get control against Star, you can let go of the zoom speeder.
gonna
left
sleep
it
here.
or whatever.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Oh!
Is it you?
Have someone
Is it
being a
you?
good boy. There you go.
They should have allowed spectators to throw cucumbers.
Oh my god, no! The chaos. No, 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 no. Okay, okay.
So
Shimmy,
much
shimmy, shimmy, shimmy,
chaos.
shimmy. Shimmy. But no, if you have sumis, you still gotta run, right?
No, if you let go of the speed, you don't run.
Oh. Oh. Whee! Well, I think Silky came in an honorable second place. Oh no, I'm behind here now. That little dance.
It's so cute.
So happy. Okay, Star, what did you think?
Together.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
Eh?
Meh.
See, now you're on top of my head.
Boing. Boing.
Hi.
Yeah, Silky. Ah.
Pink. Cool. I didn't know that was an option. Wish. Ouch.
If you do, wait, are you playing on a controller or no?
Yeah.
Oh, Star, like, do you know how to snuggle?
Oh.
Snuggle.
I haven't connected the controller. Yeah.
Snuggle.
I didn't have to have it's the same button like normal.
Snuggle. It's like the D-pad up. Can you do meow meow?
Who
Meow,
gets
meow, meow, meow,
one?
meow. Or meow, or snuggle. Snuggles. There's a pokey pokey. Pokey pokey, pokey pokey. Oh, I did double exclamation mark. That does not work, I think. I don't think so. Okay,
Two
whoop.
gets one.
Yeah. Oh my god, I went up. Okay, okay. Should we customize more?
Whoosh.
Or should we invest in color text, maybe? I still don't know how to backflip. Star, if you know how to backflip at some point, you are gonna be your hero.
Yeah. I still can't figure it out. I did it once.
And the bow is cute, but not good enough. We have 400 now.
Ah! I did it!
What? How?
Jump. I did it! Look.
Wait, I'm being a donut. Wait, where are you? How? Whoa! No.
Jump.
Does that
Jump
count as a
right
backflip?
trigger and go in the... there you go! Jump, right trigger, and backwards. We did it!
Yeah!
Oh my gosh!
But I tried this, but then I jumped up all the way, and then I just... Okay, and I didn't
It's
do it
just
in
a
the
regular
game.
jump.
Okay, nice. Okay.
We know how to do backwards now.
I'm a donut.
I need more points. That's what I need.
Oh my gosh. You can be a chicken. You can be a bun bun. Bun bun kitty, that's confusing. You need to, banana is also a peak fashion, just being a banana. Yep. Banana cat looks good. Oh, you want to go again, Star, or no? We have become one kitty cat now. Get on top, Silky, then we're becoming a tower of kitties. Yes! Kitty tower. Okay, yes, 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 yeah.
You be on the bottom. You got a bigger face. Bigger body.
Ah, that's the spot. The timing from Pando. That's the spot. My God. Okay, wait. I'm gonna. Okay, Kitty Tower. Kitty Tower. Yup. Yup. Oh, you're in Yan. Whoa! Okay, let me select another cup.
Damn.
What is that mines? A yarn. F1.
Hey, Muffin, look away from your screen for a second. Go back to your balloon. No, now you're not.
Oh no, I saw myself bouncing, but no.
I just walked up all. Here you go.
Oh my gosh. No. Yeah. Oh, did I squish you? Wait, but Star
I
left.
just went. Star ran away.
I'm opening up to make sure that the controller works. Like
Okay.
on keyboard, it's interesting.
Yeah, it is better with controller.
Nope.
It's so cute. Silky, by the way, have you checked the stream on phone?
I have you pulled up on my Ah! Oh, I'm pressing button. What you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick BRB while we wait for Star so I can
Okay.
go pee. Yep. And yep. And maybe make a snack. Yep. Okay, like 5 minutes. Yeah. I can do this, and then I can do that, and then we do. Nope. Oh Jesus. Is he just chopping wood like? Oh my gosh. Oh. Silky, again, don't look at the stream.
Yeah.
Just don't do it. Just
You say that, and I look and see. There's a floating muffin.
That was interesting.
I can make her float
Jesus, the
higher by
trap,
jumping
the
underneath her.
fucking death trap of
It's
a
funny.
trench. Like, I was like, I can just jump there. And, oh no, I never ate again. I forgot. I died in our own fairy pit, but it's fine. It's all good. I'm just gonna almost died again, but yeah, we're good. Nothing happened. No one saw that. I didn't lose any skills or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. My skills are at an all-time low. That doesn't matter. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip.
Got you both.
You can do a clip for him.
That's so
The most
funny.
beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and Omega, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy.
Aw, I didn't.
Thank you so much for the gifted
I
sub,
want to put
Julie.
myself up.
Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Oh no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. Well now. Lady Arrow,
There we
thank
go.
you for inviting me to both.
Control's working now.
Both.
There you go.
Button? No.
Oh, this will
I
probably be a
reset
hell of
and
a
now I
lot
forgot
easier
it
now.
again. I want to do, but we don't shame the priest or their holes.
I keep saying pickle even though it's a
Please
cucumber.
holes. Okay.
Everybody has them.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so
Whee!
beautiful at flashing them feathers.
No, but we all need a purple. That's important.
Nobody can clip it. Oh fuck. Golly, I just hit the greatest shot of my life. Can you clip it?
Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Do you know
Oh my
the Muffin Man?
I need a meow voice. Meow
Muffin
kitty
Man.
cat.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man.
Just in case.
Who lives on Drury Lane?
No.
Well,
I'm
she's
sitting
married
really
to
awkwardly,
the
but-
Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
You see, like, the whole thing that I'm saying, like, ugh. Oh god.
Can you see my face?
It was a good placement. Now clip that and send it to your friend, and I'm never gonna sit like that again. Okay, I can see your face.
Okay.
I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon.
Hey, what time is it?
It's muffin time!
Actually, it's 12:30.
Somebody kill
Why
me!
give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, look it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Ouchies.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Oh, now you gotta do it. Look, god damn it! Since when is that in there? No. Okay, I will just kill him. Or it kills us. Bye. I was not gonna wait around. Okay. How many did we get? How many did you get?
Being a cat. Knock 'em off.
So you got just 5. Nice. Oh, duck, there's a duck, there's a duck, there's a duck, there's a duck.
Hello.
Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you. I don't like you, duck.
Hello.
No, no. Don't do it, duck. My hair is going anime bangs. Oh. Star, do you know how to customize?
Open the mirror.
Yes. Boink, boink, boink. Oh. Boink, boink. Oh my god, the pickle. I see the pickle. I don't want to go down to my flower. I see it. It's right next to me. Did you look at what was sent? Let me go back. Yip yip from the avatar. Yip yip. More
Oh, my butt
dungeon.
hurts. I need to change.
Oh, raffle. I'm still thinking join the raffle.
Oh,
Is the
I
raffle
need to
still
get
going?
something from I need to get like
Vanilla street.
Oh, I got a cushion. I need a better one.
It is muffin time. And we got a first time chatter. Mia, welcome, welcome. Oh, the
Well,
raffle's still going. Did I miss something, Kill?
you got blown away 2 times.
Did I
I
miss
got a
any?
cape.
Super kitty.
Actual thinking, you won the raffle. Okay, I want to see. Oh, a little? But then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that after I set up the vertical layouts, and then I really hyper focused on the vertical layouts. I spent like 10 to 12 hours to fixing it because OBS kept crashing like 10 times. But it is still on the list. I have checked her message, so it has like I have it bookmarked. But I will have to read up about more about it, what you can do with it and everything. Yep. Ah, we are jumping. Wait, did I already set up a cup? I think so.
We should do one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, and we're gonna do the salmon one. Oh! I fell in. Do you see this?
I could just see your tail. Oh, your face is sticking
My face
out.
is just sticking out of the front.
They're so funny.
It's a talking cup. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, there is. Oh my Jesus!
Scared your head out.
I just peer it back in. There we go. Oh, now now I don't fit anymore. No, I don't fit in the cup. What have you done? Meow. Wee. Oh no, not again. Meow.
Couldn't breathe there for a second. The timing.
Oh my gosh.
The timing on that was great.
No.
I was a big fan.
Wee. Yeah. Yes, perfect. Nobody will find me like this. This is the best so far. I got the poke. Fine. Okay, I'm ready. No. I'm just gonna summon the rest in of you. No. Yes. Oh my god. I was like, wait, what? Normally we all have to get in the box, no?
Apparently not.
Well, I started. I'm sorry, that was rude. I thought we all had to get in. I thought it was gonna sound like a warning, like, okay, let's start the game or something, but no.
Nope.
Nope.
Let's go. We're kidnapping you now.
Get their ass.
This will be a bit more difficult now.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god, Silk, I saw you go. No. Oh, I fell down. Oh, why are you stuck? Are you okay? Oh, you're trying to rest. It's X. What are you doing? Are you okay, Star?
It's making too. I can't move.
Thank you. No.
Give me that back. Give that back.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh, wait, rest. No, get it! Yes.
What the? What are you doing? I cheater, Buccaneers.
No, no, ow. Oh gosh. If it didn't work, that confused you so much. Oh god. Oh. I'm gonna do it again.
Stop it.
That's so good. I can make a muffin.
Oh,
Silky.
no, it was stop. It was stop. Help. Oh no. Heal. Heal.
Sorry, I'm really... Oh no, I'm stuck, okay. Start. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna eat this. Yum. Like if you eat the thingies, it drops, you get points as well. Like these. Oh, I dodged.
No.
The muffins look so good though. It's awesome. Oh yeah, Stare, if you rest like in the sunlight or on the fireplace, you get the how do you say that? Like the rest bonus so much faster. Oh. Ah.
Oh no. Oh, I got it.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, get it. Get it. Get it. Oh, sweet. No, Star, good job.
I'm coming.
Okay, wait. Oh no. Hi, Silk.
Oh shit.
Hi, Star.
Oh, there it is.
Star dodged. Where is it? Oh my god.
Help.
I just lost it all the time.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is too good. I forgot how fun this game.
The more people, the more fun it gets.
I am surprised no one redeemed like any of the bongo cats while we've been playing like the cat song the whole time, and we could just now No, no, no.
Ah! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? My birdie getting a pet. I see you.
Look, come here. Come here, come here.
Ah!
That was a
No!
pickle.
No!
No, not the laser, not the laser, not the laser, not the laser. No, 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 no. No, I'm stuck.
I don't like the laser that much.
Stuck all time.
Ah! Pickle!
I've been in the laser so long. Oh my gosh. You still saw the pickle? It's still there. Oh my god, now you see my little flip flops up close. Oh my god, look at the flip flops. Flop, 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 flop.
That was funny.
Oh, now we get the fishies again with catnip? No, with the roses?
Flower.
What's the flowers
Some
again?
kind of flower.
Oh, the
Oh.
smashing.
Some punk.
Oh my god, I like that. I want to have bats on my screen.
You want bats in your face? Oh, this is
Look,
different.
Dungy, Dungy, Dungy.
I've never
There's a
been in
kill
this one
Dungy.
before. I don't think I've been on this map before.
No, that's why I clicked this one. Like, I don't think we have seen this.
No, you guys haven't been on this one.
Oh no.
Yeah?
Oh, scary.
What
No.
roof?
I don't remember ever being on the roof here. Oh my god, I'm falling down already. What?
My,
Wah!
my,
Oh my god, you got it. Good job. Whoa! No, have we been here?
no, I've never been here before.
At least not today, but I don't think last time either, no. This is a cool map? I don't know where to go though.
Where is the fishy?
Oh my god, it's slippery!
Fishy!
Where?
Got it. Oh.
My fish.
Aww. Gonna
Oh! Bird's
pickle?
gonna eat me.
Where are the fishy? Pots! Pots!
I don't know how to break the pot. Just.
You have to dash into it with the right trigger.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then it oh my god, yes! Yeah! Get over here, bugs! I'm dropping
No,
bets!
thank you. I don't want bats on the street.
Hi!
Oh shit, shit. No, no, no.
There are
no,
bets
no,
over here, do you want to see?
No! Let me know.
Okay, I'm betted. Oh, refund! That's so cute. More bets! Hi! Ooh, learn no more! Hi, hi! Hi. You're also gaming, right?
My pot.
I'm yellow.
Did you have fun gaming? Oh no! Oh my god, the bats are so cute!
Oh, you see the bats now?
Yeah, but they're cute. Okay, wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're fun. Oh no, it's a cucumber. I thought it was a fish. Okay. I have not found any fish almost like this. Oh my gosh.
Fish.
Where are we? But how was your gaming? How you doing?
Ah,
Get more pots,
that
get
one
more
landed on my
pots.
head.
Break it. Break it. Break it. Oh. Team yellow.
Oh, there's the bat.
Ah.
Bat.
No. No. Okay. Okay, people, I don't know why, but I don't know how to find fish. I don't see no arrows.
Yeah.
Are there any fish anywhere?
It's up here.
I got a fish! Okay. Yes. Happy now. It was Kitten in the Stars! We got a new achievement! Fuck yes! The achievement names are so silly. It was Kitten in the Stars. Gorgeous. Ooh, join the dungeon from McKean. And let me do this. And let me do that.
Oh, this one's gonna be now.
There's a dungeon.
Unlimited zoomies.
Oh, zoomies.
Yarn balls.
I was the same map. But then yarn with zoomies. Ooh. And 3-player yarn. It's gonna be interesting. Morning. Oh, that is
Stay away
stretched.
from my basket. Stay away from my basket.
I'm gonna get everything from your basket. Yeah.
Can't believe you did anything.
Oh, I got a call. Who's calling? Ew. But I'm already like I do nowadays have myself. Oh no, I don't have it. I think like on don't disturb. I thought, but it's still like so accurate. What are focusing modes? Yep. No. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Sumi! Oh my god, I got you both! No, oh, give it back. Give it back.
No.
Give it back. It's my ball. I found it fair and square. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Oh, hi, bye. I found a good route. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I'm gonna travel here. You can get over the roof. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Star.
Where are you?
This is bullying.
Oh no! No! Silky, get back here! Get back here, you! No, I missed! Okay. Oh gosh. What are you doing here? No! No, my yarn. My yarn. But you can slide over the roofs.
Hey!
Oh
hey,
no, I
hey,
thought.
this is mine! This is mine! Where do you think you're
No,
going?
mine.
That's my ball!
It's right now. Let's go down.
I get you.
Hi.
Get you.
I found this! No! I found it fair and square! It was no one's ball yet! God damn it! Ah! Mine! It's mine! I found it! No! Oh my god, this is so chaotic! Oh my Jesus! Oh yeah, okay, don't you join? Oh, it was good. Yeah, I was just going over here every time, and then you can slide over the roofs all the way from Star to mine.
Yeah, my ball's falling.
I stole all your balls. You challenged me. You challenged me at the beginning. Oh, I just had joined. No, am I on time? Yes.
Oh, this one will be difficult. We'll be falling off.
Oh. Oh my gosh, we're gonna fall so hard. We haven't. Did we do this map? Oh, we did do this map.
Too.
We have done this map, I think, but like only in the beginning of the year with Turiel. Oh my god, with 3 people. No, the war is on. Oh my god, where did all the pedals go? Oh, it's just jumping. You don't have to collect them? It doesn't drop the thingies? No. Oh. I'm jumping, climbing, climbing, jumping. Oh, go down. But, oh, you don't have Silk. You don't have to collect them here now.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's good. Carrots. Oh no. And we don't really know this map.
This is dangerous.
You can fall everywhere. You're a little. Oh, I'm also a little bumblebee. Me. Me.
I'm a busy bee.
Me. Me. You get pollen from the flowers, Star. Yes. Me.
That was so much fun.
Oi.
Going through it too.
Oi.
Yeah. It's actually.
Oi.
I don't know my answer. Sorry.
Oh, we got another raffle. I'm a little bumblebee. Holy shit, I'm going across the whole map. I fell down.
I don't
I fell down hard. Okay, I had a good flight. For as long as it lasted. Oh no. Oh no. Go.
What are you doing down here?
Go. I got stuck to the wall the whole time.
Wow.
I got stuck. Dangerous to have sticky wall next to you. Oh! I fell.
It's dangerous to go along like this. This is fun. I'm enjoying it now.
Oh god, it's dark.
It's dark.
Ah. Yum.
Hey,
Ooh.
carrot, damn it.
Yum. 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 Yeah. Whoop. Oh my god, I'm ahead, guys. I'm a little bumblebee. Wee. Carrot. Okay, I'm gonna take the time to join the raffle tour. What? Join. No. Come on. Join.
Aw.
Oh. That was good.
It
That
was
was good.
Kitten in the Stars. Hey, I just got the Kitten in the Stars achievement.
Yeah. Just fly the whole time. Wee. Oh, there was a whole secret loop here. Oh my god, I just discovered it. Okay, one last one. Same map, but then ring race. Oh my god. Ring race on this map?
Oh, excuse me. Oh.
With the dogs? Okay, how do you ride a dog? How do you ride the dog? I just jump on top?
Right trigger or Y? Jump and Y or jump and right trigger? I can't remember. Not right trigger.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Yep.
Yes, it will be. Especially dogs in it.
Dogs, so many places you can fall off.
Yep. And run. Wait, okay. Oh, the dog can jump! Okay. I wanted to fly with the dog, but that is... Nope, don't go with the doggo.
No.
It's dangerous. Wait, but I can go now, yes. Okay, it can help. Oh, I fell off. Oh my god, this race is going terrible so far. Okay, gotta catch up. Focus mode. No, the doggos are aggressive now. Whee! Woo! Okay, hi, I'm back. Look out for the doggos. Oh my Jesus. Ow.
Can't remember.
Where do we go? Oh, back. Okay, there. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna sit on top of you. Come on. Let me ride. Yeah. gosh. This way, this way, this. Okay, throw me off then. Go in. Whee! No, not again. Okay, catch up.
I like being thrown through the
Whee! Here, bucket.
Definitely not a
No, not the dog. This map is fun.
Oh, I landed on dog.
Oh. That way. What? How did I miss that? No. Okay, go that way. Oh no, I'll go. I didn't die. I died. Focus is on. I wanted to see if I can make the doggo in a cupcake, but no. Just made it, okay. No. Whee!
Dog.
Ah! Hi.
Hi. Ah!
Hi, ah! Oh no. It's just back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Rush. Okay, go back in. Ooh, oh, I missed that one! Star, you did so good, holy shit.
You did really good.
I tried to ride the doggo. I succeeded. It was fun. But oh my gosh.
I finished with a pickle.
Ooh, nice. Oh. Wait, can I get in the cup? Yes. I'm dancing. I'm dancing in the cup. Oh no. Why did I? Oh. There we go. Holy shit. What happened?
Knocked a
is-
cup over her in it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's not going anywhere. Oh, it's further.
It was Kitten in the Stars. Got it. Nice.
got that
Oh,
one.
Dungy, kill Dungy. Boopity boop. Kill Dungy.
I don't have enough of that flour now.
Oh, let's check. Let's check. I don't know if I want to do another whole cup. Not sure.
Yes, I got a flower. Gimme.
What is the Kitten in the Stars?
Wonderful.
Speeds to charge up. Yes. Good, good, good. Okay, I do like the donut. What to say for this one? Like the Minecraft swag glasses. Those look good.
I like the way it looks when you're yellow. And a flower. Scary flower. Oh, what was that?
That was a helicopter.
Oh, I didn't even realize I could do that.
I'm sorry, I want to get the neon cut again. I'm only getting dark cloud.
Helicopter,
Oh my
helicopter.
Jesus, double. No. Oh my god, I didn't know you can do that. Oh my gosh.
Helicopter, helicopter.
Yay!
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Hey, I got another surprise for you. Are you guys ready? You ready for a surprise? Oh no! No!
Right.
Helicopter, no helicopter! Yeah. The actual thinking gets it. Okay, surprise! No, double surprise! Boink, boink, boink. Silky, go over here. Go over the chair. Go jump in the chair. Look, it's super fun there. Oh no! Hey, oh no! I want to do my helicopter without a bouncy ball again. Oh my god! Boom, bada, boom, bada, boom, bada, boom, bada, boom, bada. Okay, helicopter. What happens if you're in the middle? Nothing. Just touching it. Oh my god! I became invincible for the cucumber, the pickle. I like surprises. Nice. Yeah. Like you can also just do this continuously. Try to catch your own tail.
We're not dogs.
I may be a dog.
Program to bring you this important message. I love you.
Love
now
you.
back to our show.
How are you doing? How is the movie? Okay, what do you guys want to do?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. 30 minutes left. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm good. Look how good boy.
Your tail is so big. What happens when you're in the middle? You become Malcolm. Ooh, item. Oh no. Another pickle. That's a round star with pickles. Helicopter! Oh my gosh. Oh no, you made me sad.
No, we lost a pickle.
Oh no. I'm not getting any more pickles.
Me neither. Oh, I missed that one.
Okay, then we save up the
In front of his
pickles.
face.
And we have to place them very carefully. Oh! I'm also a baker. Oh no!
Oh!
I just want to check on you. Oh my gosh, you're gonna bounce to the whole map. Ah, watch. Oh no, the pickles.
Oh.
You dodged.
Okay. Come on.
I never got a pickle again.
Flower.
I'm so fat.
Oh yes.
We just roll over each other. Ah.
See, oh! Oh my gosh. Is it? A question for Evil Muffin. Has Silk or Star tried Karmasu?
No.
No. Karmasu.
I think they're talking about the. That's what I'm thinking of when I hear it.
Muffin time. Oh.
I'm not saying what it is.
I don't think so.
Are you reading it right?
What?
Let me see. Karma Zoo. Okay, I'm here. Okay, I'm glad that's what you're actually saying, and the answer is no.
What did you hear?
What did you do?
I thought it was Kama Sutra.
What?
I don't even know what that is. No clue.
Okay, what did you hear, Silk?
Kama Sutra.
Oh, Silk, have you tried some Kama Sutra before?
Have you tried this?
Like, we can do the game now. Like, no. Yeah, I know the game we played before. So I can show you guys.
I have the best jumping spot ever. I'm above you, plebeians.
This one.
I am the queen of this country that we are in. Ah! No!
Played that in a while. It would be fun with more people.
I want to jump in one
Like
direction.
240 now?
Why do I have to? Fine. This is my kingdom now. And no!
Oh my god!
Get a queen off of her king or queendom. Her queen. And mine. My jungle. Ah.
Nope.
No, it's mine. It's mine. No, it's mine. Go away. No!
Oh my god, everyone fell off. I made a flower on the top. It's less than $1 on G2A? Oh, is that where you buy it? Yo, was that a like... Do you guys want to play Karma Suit? Hi, Sarah. Oh, no! Okay, I'm still here.
Oh no, he was higher.
Oh, no.
Ow.
No.
No.
Hi.
Oh no.
Victory is mine!
No.
No!
Don't touch.
No touchies, no touchies. Oh! Nyan Cat. Is that the highest you can get? I think so.
Yeah.
You can look over the map. Can you throw this off? Yes, you can break it! Oh my god,
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I was doing earlier.
Yeah. That is very
We're
satisfying.
gonna go here
Break
all
this,
the way to the
yes.
bottom. 1,
Are there more pots to
2,
break?
3, Turbo! Oh, I landed in the box.
Can
I
I go
bounced
through?
off the board and into the box.
Wee. Can I break this too? Oh. You can jump on the leaves. Nice. Okay, do you guys want to do a mini game? Do you guys want to do Karma Suit?
I don't know what that is.
Wait, let me send you a linky. I showed it on stream, but yeah, you are playing, so.
What's that? Do that. Oh, we both happy. This one. Come on.
Oh shit, now I mentioned everyone in the channel. That was not my intention. Oh.
Oh my gosh. I'm in the...
Where?
Wah.
Hi.
I got pinged by Muffin.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I'm sorry, that was not my intention to summon
Yeah.
everyone here.
No problem.
But you're
Why?
welcome to chill here. If I could play, I would. But okay, are you able to play any games at the moment?
Ooh.
Ray, do you have this game? Do you want to be a kitty cat?
I do not have the game.
You not want to be a kitty cat? And adorable. Is it meow, 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 meow? Very important. Oh my no. Or be a pug bouncing ball.
Beach ball.
Oh, can you bounce on the top? I'm following you.
Duck.
I wish you could walk through the house.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The game is telling us, like, get in the box already. Why are you still in the lobby?
Oh, the lobby's fun. I'm in the window.
I not yet at
Oh,
least.
bye-bye.
Okay, okay. Helicopter on the. Oh. Ow. Oh!
I'm surprised that reached you guys.
Yes! Bounce on the top! Oh my god, yes. I achieved my. Oh. How are you stuck there? Oh. No. Yuki.
Stunning, like a proper
Now
cat.
go. Yeah, go down. What, Gray? Oh, we got another dungy.
At least we bounce off our paces. Like so from spotlight.
Okay, I'm gonna start you guys up with a mini game. Yep. It's still so rude that I can just start it. I'm sorry. Okay, what do we want?
Where am I? Where? Oh, there. I thought I was thought I was Star for a sec there.
Yeah, you switch colors, I think. That confuses me.
Yeah, you can. You can become Team Peach.
Oh, dogos.
Ooh, excuse me.
Dogos fish on the rooftop. Okay, okay, okay. I like the gargoyles and how they sort of look like kitty cats.
Kitty gargoyles.
And the doggos just look like the exploded versions of us.
They're big.
Yay, you can still fish. You can fish while we catch some fish. Hey.
Here comes the dog walking over
Oh my
here.
god, it's slippery here. Wee.
I'm using the rooftop method.
I know, it's smart. Yum. Where's the doggo? Wait, can I sit on the doggo? Yes!
Hi.
Oh my god. Hello. You eat while riding the dog. Yes, holy shit.
Yes.
Oh no, they're not nice now. Ah!
Ah.
Leg up my butt. Oh god, am I going the right way?
Ah. There it is.
Maybe. Go, 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 go. No, I see it. No, no! No.
Ah.
Oh, the dog. Oh, it's there, it's there. Come on, go up, go up. No, that's the wrong side. No. Ah. Ah. Oh no, Silver, you. Oh. Wait,
Okay.
rooftops. Oh, oh, you got it. Can you go up here? No. But you can go here. Yes. Nope. Oh no. Oh no. I was riding. Okay. Whee! Oh my god, there's cucumber! Whoever placed that cucumber, that's evil. You just come out of it and there's a cucumber. Oh my gosh. Oh no,
You're welcome.
that's your cucumber, isn't it, Star?
It's my cucumber.
Fish. It's so slippery. No!
Oh, I'm fat. I'm too fat. I'm too
My
fat.
fish.
I'm too fat.
No, get up. Oh my god, did you eat too many fishies? Oh. Oh no.
I want to eat more.
I'm going for the other fishy.
Oh,
Where's
oh,
that
balloon.
one?
Balloon.
That side?
It's right there.
What the?
I got another. I'm
There's a
permanently
fishy.
a balloon.
I'm going, hi balloon! Oh my god, Silk. Oh, there it is. No. Oh my gosh.
No, oh. No, it's back there.
Where is that? Oh my god. You guys are so good. This map, I think like I'm just getting lost now. There you go.
I hate so much fish.
This one.
Fat cat.
More fishies. And another Denny. No, but you're gonna fish.
Roomba.
Oh, we haven't had that one. Oh my god, yes.
This is gonna be difficult on this map.
Room on this map?
That's gonna be difficult.
Yeah. And we're just gonna fly off the map. Oh, we're gonna try. Gonna be interesting.
Roomba.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we can sit. Oh, it's like the lasers.
When it's broken down.
Yeah. Can you climb up the piano? Yeah. No. Where is the... Oh, I see it! Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Oh no. Holy shit, I survived!
You can ride one now. Ah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. What was that? A pickle?
Oh, no, I wasn't just sitting on it. Hi. Oh gosh. It's
Why?
like a moving cucumber. Yeah, the moving pickle. Yeah. Oh no. Get here. Get here. Oh! Where am I going? Is this okay?
Oh, where am I? Where am I off to? Where did it go? Oh my gosh.
Aw.
Ah!
No! 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 Star, no! I'm stuck.
You want to stay here forever?
No! I'm gonna run with catnip. Goodbye! Oh my god, I got run over by the robot vacuum. Oh, I got a fish!
Yeah, I got one on the way back. I got one on the way back. I'll take it.
Okay, nice. Oh gosh, I fell down again. I'm taking the other route. Oh my god, the competition. Like we're all chasing the same fishy. Lady! Okay, yes. Ride it. Get here. No, I got off already. Ah. It's too short.
Too fat. I'm getting too fat. Ah, no! Damn it. Good. Oh!
Oh! Okay. What? I got a new achievement. I'm just a kitten. And something Tangia
Oh,
Dungeon.
a fat.
No! I fell down. Oh, you're a bouncy ball. Oh my gosh. Oh no, you're blocking me. No! No! I'm dying! Oh my god, no!
I was so bad I knocked you off the
Yes! You killed me by being a bouncing ball.
That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Oh, whoop. Wait, I was running. Yes, you can slide over the piano. Oh my god, you're both bouncing balls.
Yes.
Oh, now I'm a bouncing ball. Turn on the music. I got another
Turn on the
achievement.
music.
I'm ending as a bouncing ball. Oh, I'm rolling down. Oh. Meow. 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 Silky, nice score. Very nice. We will do another the Shadow Cat next time. Yep. But I like the greenhouse map so much. Greenhouse is so pretty. You got chills?
Yes.
Oh my. Isn't it warm over there?
Yes, it is, but my mom keeps it cold in here.
Hmm.
We have AC.
No. Good for you. No, we're good for you. I am getting a cooler next week.
Nice.
Not a full AC, but like a water cooler thing.
No!
Not a laser. I'm stuck.
No! I can do it! Why is it
stuck.
so difficult? No! I can do it! It's so difficult.
Oh, silk almost. Yeah, oh, got it.
No.
Bye. I'm gonna go here.
No! Come here! Come here! Come here! No! No, come back here! No!
I know it exploded. Hi. Oh.
No, it's gonna explode.
Okay, fish. Oh, you're still here, Archil thinking. Hi. Get him. Archil. Oh, get her. See, the colors are confused. Oh, laser.
No!
Lasers. Get it. There's lasers.
Coming.
There.
Ah! What was that?
If you get this stuff
I'm
that it
stuck in
drops
the water.
behind, you still get like a lot of things. But
He's got it now.
I'm just getting all your scraps. Oh no. Get back here.
What happened?
What? Are you still okay, Silk? What?
I'm okay.
I'm shaking. Okay. Yeah.
No, you're back.
No. No, it's slippery. again. No. No, get back here. No. No, it's so slippery. Come on. Oh my gosh.
What?
No, where? I'm out of stamina, but as soon as I got stamina, just you wait.
Come back.
Oh no, I drew it. No.
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 What is
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Oh, in the other room. Where is
What
it?
is happening?
Where is
Oh,
it?
there it is. No,
Where?
there it
Oh
is.
no, laser. Okay.
No, laser.
Where? Yeah, laser. Ooh, control the lasers. What? Jump in. I'm trying. There you go.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay.
Meow.
No. Not the bathroom again.
Run straight for the bathroom. It is so
I was
fun.
laughing so much I thought I was gonna pee for a second. The faces on the cat's hilarious when you move, by the way, too, if you never noticed. If you face
They're like,
cat face.
Silky! Good job, Star second place, and I got third. That was a good
Why is
run.
there a floating cat over there?
You get jump, 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 jump. Okay, I'm gonna. You. More fishing, more fishing.
I will get in that hat. Damn it,
I'm
I
just
want
kidding around. Nice, and the turn of the music. The music. All the inside getting cats buns. Oh, someone joined and someone left.
Not again.
Yeah, dead. Okay, wait, I did have the charge up, oh, but I never equipped it. Okay, and turn up the music gives you a speed boost at the start of each chorus. Oh, that's awesome. That's the backflip range. Effectiveness of a cat now.
Excuse me.
This is the super catnap. And what's this? The floor is lava, is too nice. How much do I have? 700. I wanted to save up for the swag glasses. Like, if you guys don't see it in the other one, like here. Look, it's the swag glasses. Look, yeah, you already have your flower, right? Yes. Ah, it's so cute.
I like my flower.
I want these. So you can look swag. Would you guys be up for playing another game?
Yeah. I want 1,000. I want to get 1,000 points.
How much do you have now?
Let's find out. Ah! 450. It takes forever.
Okay.
Pickle.
Okay, fuck it. Then we're gonna do one last tournament. And let's see how far we got. Maybe more.
Pickle.
Yeah. Pickle. You're pushing the pickle. How do you do that? Oh my god. If we have one more tournament, then we unlock more cups. So we have done this one. You've done that one.
Pickle.
I do like it when it's all different. Yeah, I've already done that one. Have we done the Furball Cup?
I don't know.
I select that one. Yep. Ah, very cool.
See, I changed my colors.
Oh yeah. Okay, no. Okay, again. I think no.
Now we're the
No,
same.
but then it's
again.
2 versus 1. That's mean.
I'm yellow.
Wee. Oh my god, Star! The timing! Oh my god, look at the eyes. Okay, thank you. Why did I make... I have like yellow eyes. I don't know why I did that. Oh! There we go.
They're boxes and yarn.
Yeah.
Boxes are gonna get in the way as we get this yarn. It's gonna be my yarn. I wonder where my setup's gonna end up be. Oh, please, no, not. Oh, whoever gets the bathroom. Oh, thank God. Nobody in the bathroom. Me, 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 me. Yeah.
Okay, are you guys ready? Gonna get all the yarn. Where are you?
Yeah, it's so slippery.
Help! I see you!
No. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where my basket is again. Oh, yeah, there. I forgot it.
Switch. Oh.
There's another yarn here. Okay, and another here. So fresh. Okay, I'm just lucky now that there's a lot of yarn. There's a Pokemon.
Give me that yarn ball.
Oh.
No, mine. Oh, dang it. Oh, I missed.
Oh no, box. Oh, that was a nice one. They made a nice little gate for me. I got a charge up.
I'm gonna get somebody. Ah, fuck.
Oh my god, I'm scared of my own pickle. Anyone here?
Oi!
Don't spill the water! It's gone! Oh, it's there. I got it. Get back here! Oh my god! Okay, I'm sorry, that was sad.
I'm coming back for your balls!
Oh my god, no!
I'm coming back for your balls!
No, you don't! Oh no, you missed! Okay, wait. Get back here! Oh no, I missed. Oh no! No! I'm sorry.
No, come here, dang it! Stop moving!
No! Oh, hey, where did all my yarn go? Star?
Was it me?
Star? Where did all my yarn go?
You come for me, watch out!
Oh, I missed. Oh, there's so
You just
much
stole
in here.
every. Oh my god.
There's
Okay,
so
gang
much
up
in
on
here.
Star right now. No!
Oh, there is so
Oh
much
my
in there.
god, I wanted to play longer. Holy shit, Star, you stole everything we had, I think, in the end, no?
You
I
stole
did there's a
everything.
change. I did there's a change.
That was a good one.
I did there's a change. I'm innocent.
No,
Oh no,
you
not
did.
the toys.
Oh,
Not the toys.
the toys. Star hasn't seen the toys yet, no? I don't
I
think so.
haven't.
This will be fun for you. Oh, not the ring rally too.
It's a race.
Racing with the
boy.
toys. Interesting.
Racing with toys.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a movie. No. At least this one's the easiest one to do.
Yeah, this is a nice loop. Mhm. Oh, just ran on top of your head.
Not the toys.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm stuck. Okay, got it. Oh my god, I
not
just
this way.
neoned into the wall. No, not this way. What? Why did we have to go like in a weird circle there? It was confusing. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Oh no, I fell down. Got it. No toys! Okay.
Yeah.
Bah. Okay, okay, I'm charging stamina.
No.
Did someone see the pickle already?
I did not see no pickles.
Hi. Oh. Oh no, I missed one.
Ah,
Oh
stuck
my
in the
god.
wall.
Oh no, I missed one again.
Yeah. What? Did I get
No.
kicked from this again? I did.
No. Okay. Can you?
Because I had to ask me, if I wanted to still, you know, just... Jump in.
Can you rejoin and then be in the next game?
Yeah. Go Star! Yeah.
You were winning. Silk now got an honorary position. Oh my god, the toys! Whee!
Yeah, I think it's because there's too many toys on the screen. I wanted to know if I allow access to my computer though. That was dumb timing. Why did I do that? Usually it's at the beginning of the game to do that.
It's so cute though. Oh no. Oh. I think maybe like it's because I hit the edge of it or something. But okay, still got like honorary first place and it was close. It was close. Good one, good one. Okay, let's see if you are back now in the next game, because otherwise we still have 2 rounds in this tournament thingy. Are you back or no?
I'm looking for myself. Hold on. Where am I?
And pause.
Find out in a second. I think I'm spectating still. Yeah, excuse me.
We have to restart or?
That's up to you guys. Find out if it'll let me. Nope, I'm not. There goes the boy.
Okay, Star. Do we wanna? We're just gonna snuggle the whole time. No, okay. I'm gonna grab it, okay? Are you ready? Wee!
Right. That was a lot.
I was nyan cutting. Wee! Wah. Ah! Oh, this is with the pots. Oh, but it's vibrating so hard. Ah! Ah! No! Tried to do the pot. Oh gosh.
And then he lost it.
Oh! No, the bats, the bats, the bats. Okay, now they're no! I can't see where I'm going. Oh gosh. Where are you? Oh, there. Where? What? Where?
You have
No.
it now.
Mm. Again? Okay, wait. We can do this. We can do this while shaking like an idiot. We got this. No, I'm stuck. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, got it. Yeah, get here. Get here and get some bets in your face. How's your screen looking, Star? Wee. No wanted. No. I'm playing fetch. Okay, no, sorry. Oh, oh. Where's the pots there? There's your one.
This is a good break for us.
Oh, oh, oh. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Rope.
Oh no. Oh no.
Shaking a bit.
Mm.
Team blue. BLOO.
No, I threw it too far. No, okay, got it. Still yarting. I'm gonna throw them all in. Is that a cucumber?
Cucumber.
Why was I doing the cucumber thing? Oh. Okay, good one.
Oh, that was
Okay.
close.
Are you in, Silky, or no?
No.
Are you spectating or no?
Yeah, I'm spectating.
That's a thing. Like, do you join for the next round now? Because otherwise, like, are you in here? No. Should we not quit?
I mean, you guys can keep going. That way you can get the points.
That is true. That's true.
Somebody gets the points.
The star needs a lot of customization still. Push, push. Okay, get three.
This one's fun.
Okay, then we're gonna
for
speed
that.
run, Star. We're gonna try to
Speed
get
run.
you with the lasers. Yeah.
But hyperness is going away. That's not good.
Oh no.
There's a laser right. You're standing in the laser on spawn? Oh god. Okay, I
Kinda
found
works,
out you
though.
can
You're
go
supposed
over
to
the
be
piano. Look.
B-cat. You're B-cats. So it's lasers are trying to
Oh!
get you into there.
Don't. I wanna. Okay, wait. So if I go here, there's another laser. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Every time I get stuck here. Okay, control the lasers. Star Wars. Look, there's nice flowers here. Come get these flowers. Come. Come here. No. Okay. What the?
I found other nice flowers.
Ah, okay. It didn't work this time. Next round. I will be coming back for revenge in the laser machine. Whee! Meow, meow. I forget that I'm a bee.
B.
Are the flowers here back? Oh. Where are the rest of the flowers? Oh my gosh. Okay, now I'm just. Oh, no, I'm stuck under the. No! My god! I was stuck under the flower. Oh my Jesus. Okay.
I love flowers. They're so fun to collect.
You're taking this so serious now. Oh my gosh. Do you see his score, Silk? Oh my gosh. Okay, now I'm just... I wanted to capture you with the laser, but now I'm giving up. Now I'm just... like, locking in on those flowers. Oh my gosh. Where are... These are all taken? Okay, these are good. I love how we're both just taking the same flowers the whole round, I think. Like I got these flowers continuously. Ooh! Ah. Hi! Go! No! Okay, you were locked the fuck in. Holy shit, 68? Holy shit, you won! Holy shit! How did you get 68? That's insane!
You would run past me, and the flowers that you just ran past respawned. So I was able to get them really after you ran past.
Like those are dead, go to the next one, go to the next one. But I was just hitting the same two flowers the whole time. Like, god damn it. Okay, GG's, that was, yeah, well deserved. I'm kicking your thing off still. I'm stealing it. Okay, there you go. Okay, good job. Oh, someone left the game. There was someone else spectating, maybe. But they never stay. Okay, I can buy my swag glasses now. Fuck yes. Okay, I'm looking ultimate swag.
Caring too much.
I have 69 points. Okay, this was meant to be 69 points left, and I got my ultimate swag glasses with my flip flops. Hi, how you doing? Meow, 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 meow. But I'm the wrong color now. Okay. Yeah. I love how we're like, this is how it's meant to be. Yay.
It's funny how we end up butt to butt.
What? You ate my pickle. Oh, very shitty. Here's another pickle. Oh no!
Got him too.
Bye. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Let me check. Now we played 4, so we have 2 more. But those are big ones. Do you want to do one big one still? Because you now lost the points. No, you didn't get the points.
I landed right on you. That's funny. Oh, I went to lay down. I just wanted to lay down.
Maybe this one. Oh my god. Wait, I'm gonna bounce in the cup. There you go. Oh my god, I scared myself out of the cup. Oh my...
Yeah, because I put...
Okay, wait. Go here and then this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go one more time for pee break and then we can do the last tournament.
I agree. I need a body break too.
Body break. Okay, body break. Okay, I'll see you in a second. Feet. Omega, this is your moment. Omega feet. Omega feet. You can still guess the feet. They're saved for you. Yes. Omega feet. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this and post it to Sailor. Thank you for that, Dolphin. And thank you everyone in chat for letting Omega have that one. Awesome. It's long ass joke about the feet song. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I am in ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and Omega, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Huey. Thank you! And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good, we're good. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Yes, there. Monkey.
Good luck, Kay.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Yeah, they like this. Oh my god, I couldn't go any further. Whee! Well, I'm wearing a onesie, but
We have skull sweep standing toward.
You
Oh, there
sweep-
it is. Hanging brazier. Those are all.
are you
Those can be
okay?
worn when you're just like a fire
Oh.
tan.
You just ran in, jumped, like pushed me out of the way, jumped on top of my head, basically, run over, and just run through the portal like bad bitch. Like, what was that?
I was busy.
We're like,
I was
okay then, okay. Oh. That was everything I knew.
Welcome, Sleep Track.
Yay. Okay, I have to position it like perfectly for you once I'm at the Kirby. It is better already, but yep. Yes, I'm gonna kill it with my knife. I'm fighting the troll with my knife and I did it. Okay, that's the classic muffin move. I love fighting the trolls with my knife. Okay, that's one troll down. Okay, he just took revenge instantly. He was mad.
Okay.
No.
No, don't come after me. I just had this argument.
I'm very much not okay.
I'm so sorry.
I hope somebody clips that.
His solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo run was fun while it lasted. I hope the little. But now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played
You played
Fortnite with
Marbles.
Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick work break, okay? Just a tiny quick work break.
Quick work break. You invited me to collab 8 minutes ago when everybody actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay. It works!
What's happened?
Oh my god, okay. So, Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything. And it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do. And it will do... Oh my god, yes, he said like, I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. But hey, he's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god, I can worry it now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. Oh, Jesus. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. Back, baby. Whoa! Actual thinking got a diamond. Congratulations. What? Is everyone back already? So my hair is giving weird anime bangs. I have pizza.
Pizza?
Pizza at like 6 in the morning. Because fuck time. I just realized I kind of forgot dinner. I got pizza. It's a really cheap pizza though, so it's okay, but still.
Pizza.
Pizza. Okay. Fish. Congratulations on catching a diamond, actual thingy. I have a leaderboard thing going here. I was thinking of like seeing at the end of the month, every month. Oh, that's the wrong leaderboard. Wait, where's my fishing? How do I see my leaderboard? What? It is showing. So, wait, who's on top? Me? Okay, but that makes sense because I fish a lot to test, so I won't count myself. Silky is next with 7k. Then we have Salty, and we have Actual Thinking. Then we have Viking. Sorry, have you ever fished before? I don't think so. A diamond, how did I catch you? Oh my god, that is so... I didn't get all it. So cringy that it's cute. Yeah, thank you. And you're not on the leaderboard, Star. Oh my god, but you almost got your 100. Almost got your 100 muffins. We gotta figure out a special price for that.
Nom nom nom.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah,
we have a special price. The diamond treasure chest. Amber jack-o'-lantern. Ooh, that is a fishy that looks like a jack-o'-lantern. Silky got also treasure chest. Look, and there's the diamond from Actual Thinking now. Salty got 0.
Nom 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 nom.
Nom nom nom. I got a pizza. A pizza.
Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom.
Joel the surgeon. A candy Corey does. Silky, you're the top on the fishing leaderboard.
Fishing.
I got an old PC apparently. You also got a singing fish sometime, wow. I count Quackula. Oh my god, that one looks really cute. Swordfish. And let me put it very big for you guys. Look. Like I see.
Oh, that was nice.
And we can look through the things. The top catches and everything. That's funny. But the Count Quackula looks super cute. Mm-hmm.
No, my controller ran away. Come back.
But look, this is the leaderboard so far, so I don't count myself. This is the all-time leaderboard. I'm thinking of maybe like doing something with it. Like the top player gets like a fishing game or something. I don't know. I'm thinking of ideas. And then we can reset it like every month. And then the top of the month gets like a fishing game or something. That would be fun. I bought that fishing game that you also have on your wish list, Silky, the Cast and Chill. It is chill.
Yeah, I didn't want to get it, but I have to wait.
But that's the thing, that's what I mean. So I'm thinking of making the fishing game like a giveaway. And then at the end of the month, I will give like a fishing game away. Or like a chill game. Like a tiny indie game. So then you are like with 7k, you are quite at the top of the leaderboard. You love the idea, actual thinking? Nice. The live brainstorming.
Get me back in there.
So then at the end of the month, like if you stay on top, you get the Cast and Chill from me. Silky.
Screen.
Silky, Silky.
Split screen. Trying to find my mouse.
Silky, Silky.
Yes. Yeah. What?
If you stay on the top of the leaderboard in July with the fishies, you get Silk right away. Okay. But you get Cast and Chill from me. Fishy. I gotta set it up. Let me remind myself. I think that's a good one, and I can pick like a different tiny indie game or fishing game or something every month, and then every month we reset the leaderboard.
That'd be cool.
Okay, we're gonna make this official.
A lobster.
Okay. There we go. I was just staring to the side and typing, but yep. No, actual thing it also like just teaching. But it is fun, and I finally fixed that it pops up, and then we can also, like, I was also thinking of like maybe then the second place or something can come up with a custom fishy. Or second or third or something. Because you can actually make custom fish. Okay, there you go. But otherwise I will forget. There we go. Okay. We are gonna do... Oh, this is the clean one. Want this one.
I'm bouncing.
Bouncy. Are you back? Are you ready?
Oh no, I have to cucumber. No. morning, cucumber. Just jump in the mud. Just jump in the mud. I did jump in the box. See, I'm jumping in the box.
Do you have a preference which cup you guys want to do?
No. Sorry,
No?
sorry.
No.
I do like these maps. Come on. Yeah. Fish, 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 fish.
Oh, sheepy, sheepy. Oh,
Oh! Are you ready?
wait. Boop, boop, boop. I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, you scared me 1 second. I was like, wait, wait, wait. Okay, good, good.
You shush. You go to sleep. You're fine. You do not need me in the bed.
Yippee, 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 yippee. Huh?
Oh, rings and robo vacuum. The vacuums are not needed. This is different.
Vacuum ring rally. Gonna be interesting.
Stop waiting. Wait, potty. I hope you went potty. I sat outside and read one. Did it business. Bird. I'm stuck.
Oh no, the
No.
vacuum.
No, I'm stuck.
You okay?
There we go. I got stuck.
No, I missed that. Right, the robot.
There's no.
Anyone close to a robot? There's no robot here. There's the robot here. Okay, there I go. No, I missed you. Oh, that wasn't me. I got back.
Ah,
Oh gosh, nope, nope, nope. We gotta go up these.
where?
And then down. And then here. Wait! Okay, 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 okay. Ooh, I dodged that. Ooh, that was a good jump. No, no, not the robot. Okay.
What is happening?
You can ride the robot. Oh, hi there. Where did you come from?
Ah, cucumber.
That was not even my cucumber this time.
I
Oh, no,
didn't
there.
even get scared by it, but it's still poop.
It scared me. Yeah, it scared me in real life. Oh no, it's. Oh, I missed.
I missed.
Just moderate the wind.
I'm not doing the job.
This game will give you an irrational fear for cucumbers. Or pickles. Whatever you think it is.
These are a disaster.
Oh. Get in. Yeah, nice. Go, 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 go. Oh no, I'm tired. Oh no, I fell down.
No. Oh.
I got stuck now. My god.
Everybody.
There we go. Okay. Oh my god, I'm behind. we're just gonna skip that one because the robot got us. I don't want to ride the robot. Oh, go in? Yeah. I struggle getting in that cover every time. Sarah's being serious now. Oh my. Who is now red or who's yellow?
I'm red.
Yeah, holy shit. Okay.
Will you two shut up? Both of you.
Well,
All
we were
answers.
still kind of close. I regret riding the vacuum. Let's go, Mr. Set, let's go.
Rawr.
Rawr. Justin already finished the movie? It's raining toys!
Yeah.
Fish, fish, fish. I like the yarn battles a lot. Thank you for joining in, Star, because like it was already fun with Silk. With 2 it gets pulled like a little faster because it is more limited in gameplay. With 3 is even more chaos, it's fun. I love it.
Where's this sleep?
Oh, it's even fun. Decon fishing, what did you get? A soda can. Someone threw trash in the ocean. They're doing a good job cleaning.
I got mom toys.
Toys, and we
Hey,
get okay.
hey, that's mine. That's mine.
No! Oh my god, I thought I had him, but no. Wait, I can jump up there. Yeah, I can. Oh, there's one here. I'm just gonna get all the yarn.
No.
There's so much yarn spawning here, what the hell? Hi!
I had to go around. No, my yarn ball disappeared.
Hi! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No! No, not the toys! No, let me go, let me go, let me go!
You get back here.
No, I threw it in there. Hi. You, I got you. Oh my god, the toy just flew.
What's going on here? This is a
Hey,
meeting.
no, stop stealing. No.
That's the one still
No!
in my ball.
I'm gonna grab your ball. Get back here. Oh no. Let me recharge my stamina. Oh! My ball. You can throw a cucumber, Pickle? Oh my god, I got you. Keep those, no. No, that was all my... Oh, Silky. You were just... Oh my god, that was just one big distraction, wasn't it? Oh no. All my yarn.
Oh, goodbye, Pyro Muffin.
Oh no, not the
You know
toys,
what?
no! Damn it! Damn it, not the toys.
Stupid toy.
I'm gonna get all the balls. Throw them in. Grab this one,
No.
throw it in.
Give me that bell. Give me that.
No, it's mine.
It's mine now. It's my. Oh, it's mine now.
I'm coming, I'm just... Oh! I wanted to steal the rest.
We were just going back and forth between everybody.
I got stars so
You're
many
so
times!
close.
Oh my god!
We were too close to each other that it just catches.
This is horrible.
I think I got star 4 times. Oh my god.
It is horrible trying to catch you two.
I know. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I'm sorry. That was really fun though.
I was doing both of you.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I was defending against Star, and I didn't notice, like, until it was too late, and I didn't have any single yarn left, that you just stole everything in the meantime. And in that time, I just captured Star continuously, so yeah. He got caught 4 times in a row while you just stole almost everything. Yeah.
Like, well,
No! No! I was not here. Oh no. Diamonds in the bathroom. Okay. Still.
Put me down! Put me down!
One diamond.
Put me down! Thank you.
Go.
No! 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 I'm not here. My ninja cat. No! Where are the pots? There's a pot. There's a pot. There's a pot. Oh, there's a diamond.
You should have
There's a pot. Yes, I'm a punk cat. Fuck yeah. I'm still a shadow cat the whole time. But now I'm punk shadow cat. Yeah.
Run away!
I don't see any diamonds though. Where are the diamonds? I'm gonna hunt you guys now.
You won't find me. I'm
I'm gonna
hidden.
bite you in the butt.
No,
Hey!
I told you I'm hidden. You won't find me.
Finally got the pumpkin.
Gotcha. I got you, Star.
No.
Oh, Silk is the punk.
It's my first time being the punk too.
Got you.
Chasing me! Get away from me!
I'm hunting Star.
How am I supposed to?
Oh!
Ah!
You just came out like roar. Okay, I'm too locked in now. I do like the shadow and the line thingy, it is fun. Oh no, this is Star's expertise. The flowers.
Oh,
But still, you got 69 as the score ones, right?
69.
Mm-hmm.
69.
So this will be good one.
Nobody made me like that. Nobody did the moist muffin, so I'm just forgot that I had water in the first place. Oh no, that I'm now just spilling everywhere. Why didn't that not open up? No. No. Oh god. Oh god, I'm coming! I'm pouring more water. I'm coming! Okay. Whee! Oh, sorry, here you have to pick them up. Yeah. Like in the other one, you got them automatically, and that makes it a lot easier. But here, you still have to pick them up. So if you jump on them, someone else can pick them up too. Thank you. I got a few. oh, why did I miss that? No! Is this the Nuzzle one? Yes.
Yes.
I almost fell off. Nuzzle! Good kitty. Okay, so if you nuzzle, then you get angel wings. And then you can fly through the whole map like that, and it's amazing. Okay, just taking a tiny cat nap. Oh no, that's
I
slippery.
do like that.
Boop, boop. Oh no. Thank you. You get points for booping it as well, no? I'm sorry, I stole the... Wait, Nuzzle, let's Nuzzle. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Flappy flap.
Flying kitties.
Where am I?
Go down, go down. I'm stuck. Okay.
How am I on the outside?
Waiting for them to respawn, but they don't. Wait, I see flower there. This is a flower now. Yes, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. Okay, get it, get it, get it, get it. I did a nice little pirouette. Oh, you're stealing my... No. Okay, Nuzzle. Yeah. You're just gonna keep nuzzling the whole time, yeah? That was a good nuzzle, thank you. Oh, you can go up here. You can go up there. Oh wait, I did come from there. Oh my gosh. Commanding the level as a bumblebee.
That was really close.
That was good. It was close, yeah. It is funny, like, when you have to pick it up, because then you can still have, like, the competitive stuff. Whenever, like, you... Yeah, how do you say that? You drop them, then the other ones can take your stuff from their nose.
Fish. Okay. Day. Oh.
Fish, 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 fish. I saw that you can also put, like, the fishing behind the channel point redeems and stuff, but I don't get it if you already have, like, the command. Maybe then some people have the command disabled and you only can do it with channel point?
Oh, that's not correct. Where am I? What am I doing?
I said I'm still...
Oh my...
Yeah, you can walk on the piano.
Did not know I could do that. That
I know,
was
and it...
scary.
Oh, no, I fell off now. Okay, wait. Go back in. And then go that way. Or can I go that way, can I? I can. Oh, go back that way. We're going for this one. Oh, I'm falling. Okay, okay. We're taking a creative road. Come on, finally. Oh my god. Okay, now, now we're on the road to get all the fishes here. Oh my gosh. Horse spawned right next to me. That was amazing. Yeah. Oh. No. Yes.
Where am I? Where am I?
Oh my god, not the pickle! Sour! Not the pickle. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna keep my little cooking hat on.
No!
Oh my god! I fell off because I had to left!
I'm just a floating ball. Oh, I was right on.
No!
Yes.
Shit. Oh, there. Oh no. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. Okay, I need to find a better route.
No!
Oh, it's here. Yeah, I got it. You're a floating ball.
Oh. Back. Oh, damn.
Oh, I didn't know you could walk there. This map has a lot of surprises. Oh, I want to go back down, back down, back down. Yes.
I'm too fat.
I'm too fat.
Oh, me too. Bounce.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, now we're just getting a bouncy ball every time. This is just bouncy cats. We made a new game.
Oh, word.
We're all bouncy cats. We oh my god, we ate so much! Holy shit! GG star, GG's. Was a good one. Holy shit, that was close.
I'm so fat.
Okay, we got the rodent race.
Rodent dog.
Rodent race. Rodent. Oh, my hair is getting stuck in my eyes. There we go.
Oh, hello, goodbye.
What?
Oh, somebody popped up for a second.
Again? Aw.
Wonder was the pyro.
Yeah, I think like if they see like, oh, they're in a game, they immediately leave again, but...
Oh.
Saw you fall. I still don't have it. Okay, I got it. Oh, I thought Starfall. My gosh.
Oh shit.
Got rodent race on this map. No, no, no. With doggos as well. Star has it. Star has it. Get it. Oh gosh. The doggos can. Oh my. Ah, I fell down.
Oh. Where is it? Where? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see it. I know.
Yeah, I got sneezes.
Oh shit.
Yes.
No.
No.
Oh, give it back. No.
Oh no. Oh, 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 oh,
Where'd it go?
Oh! No, it was a trick!
Oh, no, it's dead.
It was a trick, you didn't go in! I'm gonna go back.
To be fair, I didn't actually mean not to go in. I tried to go in.
I
got
know!
stuck. And then you went in.
No.
Oi! Get back here!
I'm stuck again.
Oh, no.
That's the worst spot to get
Oh
stuck in.
no. Oh no. This is so slippery as well. Oh, get him. Get him. What? Oh my god. Did you die? Get him. Whee! Whee! Oh god. Oh, get it. Get Silky. Get her.
No, it's fine.
Oh, I fell down. Oh my god, this map is intense. No, they don't know. I'm gonna get some more points. Actual thinking keeps on fishing. Oh no, that was not climbable. What the hell? How is? Oh, I thought I was on it.
Oh, shit.
You didn't see that?
I was coming forward and diving forward.
Oh my gosh, I got like all the points from the scraps basically, like the kibbles. Oh my god. I just keep jumping now. This level is fun, but it's so chaotic with the rodent. Like, I think that the planes still count when you fall. That's a little... but it is a good one. I want a trap star. Oh no, I'm trapping still! Okay, get in. Can you get under? Almost. Okay, sort of works. Oh! Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, let's check.
I only.
Star left. Are you done, Star?
I'm not loading screen.
Oh. How much more points do you need, Silk?
I'm at 160.
I'm just gonna scratch like a little kitty cat. Just clawing her nails. Yum 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 yum. Fish. Oh, fish. Oh, and I'm gonna do dungeons. Dungeons. Fish. Is your game stuck, Star?
It's stuck.
Oh no!
How dare it be doing this?
This is such a cute game.
It is. I wonder if they're gonna add more levels to it.
By the way, I think we are 7 hours apart, right, Silk, or more? Is it midnight now?
Midnight.
Happy
Yes.
4th of July.
Yeah. It is America's birthday. It is America's birthday today.
Hey, congratulations. Are you gonna celebrate?
Probably not today. Probably later in the month.
Is there fireworks or stuff nearby you?
Yeah, I don't And there's fireworks in between town. And I'm going to the that my grandpa at Golf Club.
Actual thinking hall and old PC followed quickly by a tire. Silky and others persisted in their mechanical demands for fish. The bot is like, why is everyone spamming fish? Gold accumulated while the machine processed the breeze. The ritual continues. Oh, fish, fish. The bot doesn't get the fish, it's funny.
Fish.
I have an interesting... Okay, I do like that this sort of blocks... not really, kind of blocks. Okay. I'm continuously fighting you, Star.
Yeah.
Whee! Wait, I'm gonna put my plate away. Boop. I'm gonna... Be right back, 1 second. Boop. Gotta grab another drinky. And I thought you
Still
went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
That's fine. That's fine.
Feet. Omega, this is your moment. Omega feet. Omega feet. You can still get the feet. It's saved for you. Yes. Omega feet. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this and post it to Sailor.
As I investigate these wilds, try to slow this chaos in my mind.
Thank you for that, Dolphin. And thank you everyone in chat for letting Omega have that one. Awesome. It's long ass joke about the quick pizza.
Just a tiny spoke in this wheel.
Oh Jesus.
It's a bitter taste, it's a warm sign.
But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways.
Is this feeling real or just a dream?
Monkey.
Good luck,
Just a tiny spark in this wheel of time.
God, I can do it.
It's a bitter taste, it's a warning sign.
Yeah, but
I'm a hurricane, I'm a blinding light, I'm lost in the
Ah, no!
Did I scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened? She may or may not have got jump scares.
Feels like my whole life I've been blind.
Muffin is the rare
Just a
breed.
tiny spark in this wheel of time. It's a bitter taste, it's
Yup.
a warning sign.
Okay, are you ready? Every break, I'm just hugging Karma Bean. Oh, by the way, for the people watching on mobile, I added this one as well from the fan art. If you see the vertical layout thing, like this is for the words normally, but I added the fan art in there made by Miss Relaxing Gaming. It's so cool. Oop. Star, is your game gonna do it or no? What do you think?
Give me a second.
Fish. It works better. Like the thing, I'm not wearing any mascara nowadays on streams anymore because then I can just do. And then I still look awake instead of just being half a panda at some point. I'm just wearing line and no nothing else is good. Oh, I got karma hair in my eye. Every week I go to the couch and Karma's just laying there like this. Like on the couch, and I just cuddle like crazy. And then she's like a little cuddly baby.
Just a little baby.
Oh, you baby. Fish, fish, fish. If we can maybe already. And gosh. Fish, fish, fish. Oh, the fish, fish, fish. Oh, nice. Man of Letters went to bed. I think it's funny because then the Bot of Letters is still here after a raid. It's just like, ah, thank you, Bot of Letters. A lot of awesome people lurking again. Thank you, everyone who is lurking. I appreciate you. Just checking. I see the John, I see the McKean, McNapkin, Odie. The check in the meantime. Who else is I at the moment? Let's see if I said. Did I lose my streak for GG? I think I did lose my streak for GG. No, okay, if I keep watching, I will still save my GG streak. That's good, that's good.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you! I'll lose my GG streak. Okay.
Oh.
Huh?
What?
I was just checking 1 second to see who else at the moment is live. Favorite streaks and stuff. Saying hi. Messing up my overlay. God damn it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Summer night haze tangled on the floor of your bedroom. We never replied to the invite out. We built a blanket for.
I gotta give a little shout out, like a big shout out to still my supporter, always basically in the shadows. The GK. Yep. The leader of the stream team, I mean, is awesome. I'm curious if this is gonna work if I leave them up like this. Maybe. And this one there. Okay. Let me check. Do we have another cup? Do we want another cup? We need to do one more to unlock the big cup, and then after that we can make custom ones. We can do one last one if you want to. Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. What should we do? Wait, let me put it back. Now we just see me. Just see on me. There you go. I'm gonna put it on this one so you can see the whole thing.
I'm making a tree again. Half a tree.
Is there one that we didn't do? Maybe this is the feather cup. It's like the racing and the rodent. But I also like the yarn a lot. Is there someone that has 2 yarns? They all have 1 yarn. I don't know which one, guys. Trying to see, like, is there one
What?
we already did? But we did all the maps. Do you guys have a favorite map? Like, which one do you like best? The one with the music, the greenhouse, the house with the bathroom, or like the library thing, or the roof, or the space? Silky?
What?
Like, do you guys like Silky and Star Wars? Do you have a favorite map? I'm just gonna call you by name now.
First one. What's my favorite map? That I'm seeing on the Feather Cup.
That house thing?
Yeah. Ah!
I don't know.
Get over
One of
here.
You went over there.
No, I didn't. I spawned. I teleported.
Yeah.
I think we're just gonna do one more the feather cup. I like the feather cup. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, pretty back. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are. Whee. Yeah. We all got in the box. Oh, Star is in the box.
Star is in and out of the box.
He's technically... He's Schrodinger's cat.
He's in both.
You were in the box, but also outside of the box. Oh my god, perfect.
Dazzle. And fish.
Fish,
Nuzzle.
yeah, that is like fish
Nuzzle
race,
fish.
fish race, I think. Yeah, that's why I kind of like the feather cup. It's good. Dance. Alright, there we go. Gonna do this for upgrade.
Dang it. Oh, it's up.
Fish. Oh, up.
Get off me! Get off me!
Yay!
Dang it.
Yay!
Aw.
Okay, that was a hard spot. Oh no, the floor is slippery here.
Aw.
Fish, fish, fish. Fish should be here. No, fish is up there. Nuzzle! Someone nearby. Okay, I'm gonna nuzzle with the kitty cat here. Yay, I got wings. There we go. Hi.
Hi. Fishy. Fish puppy too.
No. Yeah, got one. I gotta wait. And bloop. And pew.
Ouchies.
Oh my god, I still got a karma hair in my eye. 1 second, technical difficulties. Okay, that's what you get. Nuzzle, nuzzle. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. No. I was too late, I think. Oh my gosh. Look, you didn't. Oh! Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just bouncing along. Boing. Boing.
I'm fat.
Boing.
I'm fat.
Yeah, Silky made me fat. Ah!
No,
Got it.
dang it. I'm freaking out.
Oh, you
I'm
were
freaking
stuck
out.
on the railing. Oh no. Oh, there's one right here. Get up, get up, get up. No! I fell down. Ooh, Nuzzle, Nuzzle, Nuzzle. Nuzzle. Oh, no, no, no. Nuzzle, 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 Nuzzle. Ah. There we go. Now you can just fly up here. Oh, but we don't have one here. But okay. Where's the rest of the fish? There's a fishy here.
Aw.
Fishy, 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 fishy. Whee. Are you bullying Silky? Oh my god, the feet.
Don't mess with the fat one.
They're bullying everybody.
That's true. I love how it looks with the flipper sound when you're sliding. It's like... My badass sunglasses. Yep, yep, yep. I'm blocking it. Wait. Whoa. 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 Okay, now we have... Yeah. So it's fishy race, fishy race. I do like that.
Now we got boxes.
Fishy, fishy. Yeah, fishy race. Race with the boxes again. And this is the greenhouse with the boxes. Yeah, so every time, like, it... Yeah. No,
really
it's not...
like the
Is it a greenhouse? Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of my other favorites, is Greenhouse. I don't know. Never mind, my brain's being stupid. My brain being shitty.
No, it's my
Hey, what time is it?
It's muffin time!
Actually, it's
It's a muffin
12:30.
time. It's a
Well, my
muffin
brain.
time.
Hey!
My brain.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you. Oh. Oh, no. I wanted to light my smoky. Okay, afsluiten. Run! That's what you get for being distracted. Okay, I'm gonna lock in. I was very good at this at the beginning. But the later it gets, the slower I'm getting. Oh. What? There we go. Ooh, that was a good jump. Nice, okay. Getting there. Catching up. Hi. I made Star sad. I'm sorry. Gonna do it again. No! No! Instant karma. Okay. Let's take a catnap together.
Down. Down.
No! Not again! No!
You keep I'm gonna mess with you.
Did you become a muffin? No? Yes? No? No. What? Where's Silk? I haven't seen Silk all around. Silk, you're so far ahead. Oh, there you are.
Yes.
You're so far. No, 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 no. Oh gosh. You got it? Yep. Oh, I got a pickle. Oh no, I missed one. Oh.
I'm stuck in the water.
Oh, I missed this. Oh no, not again. Yes, got it. So much time though. Oh my gosh. Gotta catch up now. Maybe? Oh, I think Star and I. Oh no, you're one hat still. Oh my god. Look, you caught up hard. Good one. I didn't see you all around. One time I saw the back of your tail just wagging along. But that was it. And you're still fishing in the meantime. I'm impressed. Another fishy, 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 fishy. Fishy, 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 fishy.
Fishing in the dark.
Fishy, 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 fishy. Run! Oh, I thought maybe I was faster by the other side, but no.
I fell off.
Where's the fish? Oh, there. Oh, yes. Got it. Got it. Oh, there's another fish. No! Oh, nice one, but oh. Oh no, I got stuck. Oh, it's dark. Oh, I forgot. Okay, this was actually kind of good. That was a nice one. Turbo power nap? No, it doesn't work. Oh, because it's dark. Wow, that makes sense. Got another fishy. Got another fishy. Hi.
Hi.
Rin. Gosh.
Where is it? Damn it!
Oh, yeah, that's what I had one round as well. That every time I ran after a fish and then the fish got caught, and then it seems like you're just running after nothing continuously. There was a fishy here. I got it, but that was down or that way. Oh, it's at the flower pots there. Yeah, now you got it. See, now you're chasing, right? Like, oh no! Oh no! I thought that was a fishy. That's not a fishy. Is Star just sleeping over there? Hi. What were you doing? What's that secret tactic? Oh, nice one. God damn it. We all went for the same fishy fish. Oh! I thought I had that
everybody.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you were behind and now you got up and oh my no. Now every time like I am near the fish, you get the fish. No!
Too fat.
I'm going this way. I'm going for that fishy. No one is going for this fishy. If I can see the fishy, that would help. There we go. I'm stuck. Oh no! Oh, there's Dungy. Kill Dungy. Good morning, Salty.
A tie.
Nice, nice. I was only 3 behind, but nice, nice. I think we have one more race left, no? Wee. Dungy. Anyone want a dungy? Gil Salty, what do you think of the fish competition? If you've heard the idea. Okay, we're gonna do a race with Sumis. That's my favorite combo.
That's fun.
Oh, this one, yep. But this is a good race.
Yeah, this one's the easiest to remember.
Yeah. Good morning.
Except for the barrel.
I hope everyone have a good
Barrel.
day. We're gonna do because I just woke up and I'm not social yet. All good. It is still early. Can you get some more sleepies in, Miss Relaxing? Whee! If you're on phone, by the way, I showed them, because I am not doing the words right now. I put it as the word replacement thingy because I was like, where do I put it? Because I made all new overlays, but I still wanted to include your vertical one. I got shortcut. Yeah, you can just skip half the route there. The arrows are a little bit confusing. Oh no, I'm slow. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I fell down. Oh wait, that's okay. That doesn't matter. Whee.
Ouch.
Oh, you still have to run. Oh my god, is there stuck in the wind? Yeah. I think I skipped part of the route. Oh, I fell under the... Oh. It's so hard to get in there. Okay. Got it. Run. Salty's also fishing. And there's a Pokemon to catch as well, people. God, I thought I was doing pretty good, but I think I skipped like part of the route. And then I got demoted.
Missed a couple.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay, I'm doing better. Subi! No, not the wind. Subi! Jim. Wee! Jim. Oh my god, I'm Sonic. There we go. Missed one. Yeah, you do get minus points when you miss it, yeah. Yep. No! Oh no, you don't get minus. You just don't get the points, okay. What? I touched... What? Is it because I touched it on the side?
Some of them run out of time.
Oh.
No! A Zoomy tornado! No, Zoomy tornado!
Achievement unlocked! You've got to be kidding me! What? Because I missed every upgrade, probably? No. I tried to roar at you, Star, but it didn't work. Did you see that? Oh, it's to me! My gosh, you're going so fast! Oh my god, Silk, you are acing it. Holy shit, 54. Oh my god, I thought I was doing pretty good, but I must have, yeah, I must miss some in the middle. Star still won! Oh my god, it's 54 points, Silk, nice. And good morning everyone waking up. You can still fish, you can dungeon, you can poke catch. I could do that, I don't know, maybe I'll just watch on YouTube. That's also good. It is still really early. Look at the little top hat. You're so happy. Meow, 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 meow. You've got to be kidding me. A new collar tag unlocked. Meow, 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 meow. For every American in the chat, or if you're lurking or whatever, happy 4th of July to you too. Okay, now we got big cups unlocked. We got a rainbow one. That's the super cat loaf cut. It's a Nyan cat. Cat. Nyan cat. I forgot to join the dungeon. Miss Relaxing Gaming remains in a state of pre-social slumber, contemplating YouTube. Oh, someone left the game?
Yeah. Okay, checking the cat customizer.
Catch my
Fluffy Norby.
Wee. Oi.
Oh, Linky's cute.
What is the you've got to be kidding me? Oh, that's the rar, because I did rar 50 times. Rar. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I also have the dance floor zoomies. Gives you a speed boost. Yeah, that is really good, but feels a little cheating. I do have the charging your charge, yeah. Charge. That's why I'm struggling. It's not how I'm used to it, so now I feel. Yeah, I want to go faster climbing speed. How many points we got now? 700. I do like the donut. I have swag. Okay, yeah. I also wanted to quickly check for the customization, so I'm gonna invite you again. I'm gonna go to the menu, because that's a little secret star. If you go to the main menu, you can check all your achievements. And that's all the badges and stuff, but you can also do the cat customizer. And then you can make your own little custom cat. Another dungy. Doing that dungy. I'm gonna make one new one. You didn't get your muffin yet? Maybe okay, that is an interesting muffin. That's a morning, like a breakfast muffin. Oh, you can unlock more cats. Okay, that's new, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of cats.
Super fluffy white.
I found me.
He found you.
Yeah, there's one that's me.
The fluffy ginger. That's you. No.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
You are the fluffy ginger. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. It's your spirit cat. I do like it. Pantera is a cool kitty. Which kitty are you now, Silk?
It's a different one.
Buy this one. Wait, I'm gonna buy him just to see. Oh my god, the fluffy ginger. Okay, yes, I love it. You look like Garfield then. Oh, Linky looks cool. I love how I'm still fully customized, so it is kind of hard to see my kitty. Maybe I have to get rid of my upgrade thingies first. But I can't really do that when not in a game, no? I can buy everything. Let's just buy every kitty cat.
I can too, but I really wanted to buy that crown.
Oh wait, you can de-equip them if you go back from the cat select one. So let's have a naked kitty cat. So I can customize the kitty. Then we're just gonna buy every type. There they added more. Parkour kitties! Wait, I just bought the basic kitties. Oh my god, they bought so much more. Top tier tigers. Oh my god, there's so many kitties. Were there already all this many kitties when we played it, Silk? I don't think so, no?
I don't think so.
I must have keep updating it. But yeah, I do think like Star must be the fluffy ginger. It's too good. It's yep. Fluffy white one is also like really cute. I like the tabby. Nah. Fluffy Tom, Lulu. Like, oh no, I can't. Oh, like a Siamese, but then chubby.
You know what? I'm gonna get all the cats if I can. I think, anyways. And then I'll get the crown another day.
And what?
And get the crown another day.
Yeah. So now just deciding for like getting all the kitties. But Oh my god, I'm gonna do with this one. Yeah. 'Cause if you buy all the preset, then you unlock even more, and I want to see what the
Oh my
bobcats
god,
are.
there's more.
Yeah, there's like more. You can scroll down. I bought all the kitties, and then it just unlocked like so much more kitties. Like there's... Oh my god, I can't count now. 18, 27, 35 kitties? I think there's 35 kitties. Right. 80. This one is an Australian kitty. That's your other star spirit animal, sir.
Which way unlock?
Oh, I don't have money for this.
A Lulu bagel.
Lulu is cute.
A bagel.
I'm going for the fluffy pecorino for now.
That one looks adorable.
Giant. Gonna make myself as big as possible. Oh my god. Oh, I'm trying with a giant tail. Look at this tail. This is not... No, this is too much. Because you're already giant. You can make the tail like... insane. Oh my gosh. You can customize everything. Makeup. Gotta look fly. Little pink ears. The black ear. Base color. 8 months, second color. Back one, extra. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Thank you. Yep, radiant, yeah. Ooh, wait, we do this. God, they have little black feet. Yes. I need black ears then. I do like the pink. You can customize so much. Yeah. Gosh, okay. This is what I had with my other customized cat. I made the head like as big as I possibly could. But this, like, no. You can make it give giant ears. This just looks like a squirrel now. We're making a squirrel, okay?
Squirrely whirl.
Squirrel. It's not even a cat anymore. Okay, wait, do the ears stand forward or backwards? Think forward. Our kitty is so special. Yep. That's the name. It's a special kitty cat. Giant whiskers. Or just tiny whiskers. Or giant whiskers. Tiny whiskers is cuter actually. Okay, I'm gorgeous. Where'd it go? My masterpiece go? Oh no! I pressed the wrong fucking button. Because again, my controller has like the button switch, so B is A and A is B, and everything doesn't make sense. Okay, but now we're gonna just what? Oh, there. Okay, I'm gonna speed run this. I know exactly how I made it up. Now we're gonna make this even bigger there. Then we make this there, this that, this one there, this one there, this one there, this one there, this one there. Maybe I'm gonna go for brown actually. This does look more like a squirrel, maybe even. I do like the black. No. No changing it now. And then tiny head. Big head. No, tiny head. Tiny this. Giant ears. Oh, giant head. Okay, now I can remember. Did I have a tiny head or a giant head? Oh my god.
Dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Save. Yes! There it is. Okay. I'm happy now. Okay, wait, I have to get the mouse out for this one. This one. Okay. Boopity 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 boop. Wait, I gotta dress up. Don't look. I'm not close yet. Oh, we need to save up. Hello. Oh, you have the crown. Oh my gosh. Okay, I still want to climb. No. Yeah. Yeah. Let me dress up. Ooh. This is also a trigger in it. We're gonna do the badass one that doesn't fit with this one. This fits. My gosh. Ah! Excuse me. Look at me. I'm so tiny. Okay, you're adorable. You also have a giant ass still. You look even more like a squirrel than me, maybe. Silky! Oh my god, that's a pretty one. Wow, which one is that?
I don't remember.
It's pretty.
You got the crown. No.
I know, right?
Got the crown.
Wait, I gotta be. Oh.
No, blue matches me now.
That is true. Okay, okay. Fair. The yellow does look like really pimp with these sunglasses, like golden sunglasses. Good Pokemon try, good Pokemon try. Let me fish and let me dungy. Okay, we all look super fly. Oh my god, where are you going? That's
Cucumber deployed.
I can jump up here. Look. I climb this. Up to there and I fall, but I'm a hamster.
I like
No,
your
a hamster.
cat.
I'm a squirrel. I'm a squirrel. Squirrel. Oh, this is the wall jump that we never use. So in that sense, you can climb the walls.
You just gotta go back and forth.
Yeah,
Back and forth. Dodge and me. Dodge and me.
not everywhere. Can I climb up here? Ooh.
I want to be fluffy. No, I want to be fluffy. I'm gonna make a fluffy kitty now too.
Okay. Bye.
I made.
Should we do one race in the meantime so you can take your time, or should we wait?
It shouldn't take long.
Well, I was gonna go because of a friend in VR chat. I wanted to show off my kitty. I at least wanted to show off my kitty before I left. I didn't want to leave without showing off my kitty.
It looked really good, and you got the crown. Thank you for
But this is a very
joining.
fun game. It was very fun. I
It
love
is
this.
fun,
It's very cute.
Thank you for
joining us.
Of course.
Of course.
Anytime.
Thank you. Have fun in VR chat.
I will.
So you made a really cute kitty that just looks like you.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
They look the same. Making the tiniest head on this cat is hilarious.
Checking. Yeah, what was that command again? Gotta check something. In the meantime,
Such a funky looking cat.
how can I make this? How can I do that? Let me check. Was it this one? Yeah, it was that one, but okay. Okay. And we're just gonna check. Because I have already got a prep to raid out, I think. We can still like play a little. But now I'm gonna start like slowly falling asleep, and I want to end in like 10 minutes or so.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I made my fluffy.
I'm slowly checking already. Like, okay, what
Hey, Fluffy.
who should we rate in out? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have an awesome beard. Because of the way the bread cuts off at my head with all the floof, it just looks like we have a bread beard now. Yep. Oh, are you gonna bake another muffin? Yes, there we go. Oh my gosh.
Look how fluffy and big you are. Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Oh my. That's cute. Whee! Boop. Okay. Oh my god, another cucumber. Catnip. It powers the music, sorry. Yes, I have my skirt back.
Another one.
Yuck.
And another one.
Oh! I'm immune now. This does match this model really good, the tutu.
Hey look, another one.
This is what I think of cucumbers. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
A heart with our tails.
Okay. Okay, Silk, I'm gonna make you an offer.
What's that?
I am kind of curious. to the big tournaments, but that's a lot. But I would be willing to do one big tournament with you. Yeah, no.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, then let's switch. Now people are waking up again. Or like maybe we're just gonna end, but I'm also still kind of awake, so I was checking like, yeah, but I'm curious because we have the different maps or same maps. Oh, that one has that one 4 times. That's a lot. Maybe better 2, 2, 2, 2, right? So the big cup, you have the cat tree cup. Yeah, but that has 2. The music room, then the greenhouse, and 2 of the like the space jazzy room, and then again the music. Now we're gonna do the Nyan cat. Nyan cat. The super bread loaf thingy. Okay. Yes, I'm too used to this.
I like
Wait, I'm gonna do this maybe because that does look really cute with the devil horns. Okay. Oh, and there's a poke. Fish. Poke. Fish. Poke. Fish. Fish. Poke. Fish.
Boxes. Toast boxes. Okay, let me sit up straight.
You're just gonna lean back.
Lean back, sit up straight. While I do it.
Just move around. Roach and Rumble with boxes. There we go. Oh. Ooh, I got a cucumber. Oh, get back here. Get back here. Oh. What? How do you still have it? Okay, there we go.
I threw it before it went off.
Oh my gosh.
Back here.
Whee.
Get back here. I'm gonna get you.
Oh! You got it. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh! That is a smart trick. It works. Oh, I'm grabbing all the necklace. Oh no, where are you? Over there. Oh my god, is this floor slippery? No, I'm just slow. Get it. Yes, that took so long. Oh no.
It's so slippery. It ran away.
No. Okay, got it. Oh, now there are boxes here everywhere.
Boxes.
Boxes. And not the good ones, like you said. There was, yep. These are not the ones where you can just fit a cat. If it fits, it sits. Just like close.
You got it before you
I got it. True. Whee! Oh.
Yeah,
I'm just hiding behind this box. I thought maybe it works. But no, okay. Okay.
Yeah, pickle.
Oh, I see you.
No, you don't.
Where did you go? Over there.
Oh, so just going
oh my
that.
gosh. No! Look, no, it's so slippery. Okay. Oh no, much name. Oh no, the butt. What? Where? What?
What is it doing?
Where
Where'd
is
it go?
it?
Where'd he go?
What?
Oh,
It just disappeared. It respawned, I think, because it got stuck behind the... What? It's messing with us, Silk. It's messing with us. Oh my god. I think it got stuck in its route behind the boxes. Oh my god.
It ran away.
Yeah, it was like, nah, I don't want to be eaten today. But good job, good job. You held it a lot longer. And I got a lot more kills. Almost equal, holy shit.
One set. Just one.
Again. Same map. Always like to now the same map 2 times in a row. The next one, yeah.
Not toys. Ooh, pollen.
Got it.
It's raining toys. Happy New Year, it's raining toys.
Toys. Feeling so fly. I love that we're all fluffy cats now. Yep. Okay, turbo power nap. And one is already still gone. Where's the other
It's
one?
automatic this time.
You don't have to pick them up this one?
No.
Okay. It depends per map, I think, but I thought we had to pick them up on this map before. No.
We have. Not the toys.
Oh, the toys! Okay, I'm safe on a flower right now, but...
If you go B, you can get through. No,
That's smart.
not the toy.
Okay, I was in a B mode. I just flew over all the toys. Yeah. Oh no, one more, go. Yep. Beep. No, I wanted to go up there. Beep. Yeah. Beep. Hiyo. Oh.
Not the toy.
Toy on the thing. Oh my god. Oh no, oh no. Okay, we're good. I have more flower. Is it a flower? I'm doing the same thing where every time I'm running between the same 2 flowers. Works for now, but I'm making around and I think we're getting the same flower every time, yeah? Yeah. Okay, hi Silky.
Hi.
What? Oh!
Ow.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh, you can climb up there? You can climb up the plant there. Did you know? Beep, beep, beep. Go uppies. Okay, good job. Oh, meet Kai. Hi, welcome in. How are you today? Are you in the States? If so, happy 4th of July. What? How have you been? Oh my. This is such chaos. We've been playing this for like 5 hours or something and it's great.
It wasn't our plan to be playing these songs. It was just for a little while.
Yeah, I know.
It took over.
Yep. Now I'm locked in. Oh, there's again toys on top of the... No, yes. Oh. Oh god, no. The toy? I'm throwing a toy at you.
I noticed.
Oh my gosh, okay. Whew, that was close. W shout out. Yeah, I know. You're on the auto shout out list, like from the people that I know that come in here and our streamers. We got a little shouty. I can show you a clip as well. Oh. Oh, this is the vacuum, and then you gotta chase each other. And we got a fish.
Come on.
I gotta make like a little announcement for the fishing thing. It'll be fun.
Oh, I did it.
Go fish.
Noob lol.
I still did it. Hell yeah. Bro, like,
Shadow.
bro, you don't
Robot guy.
understand. These, there are some tough moments in this game.
Playing catch the mouse in that bathroom is hilarious.
You just keep sliding. Okay, okay. You don't see me? I'm not here?
We'll see about that.
No! No! Okay. Oh gosh. No! No, not the room! No! You can climb up there? You can climb up the curtain there! No! Shit! Nyan, cut
Good thing I
away!
got you then, because you were sort of glitching. Wait. Ah, there you are.
No!
Hey, Megan.
Oh my gosh. Cookie.
Where are
It's a
you?
room
There you are.
No! No! I'm running away on my Roomba! Okay. No! 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 Oh my gosh! The timing! Oh my gosh! Okay, this is the most fun hide and seek one so far. Oh, you're over there. Oh no, I fell in the water.
Well, that was the most diabolical spot for Pickle.
You.
What scared you? Oh, it's you. I don't even see you.
I was around the corner. God, there are two robots. Oh no, the bathroom. Where are you? Oh, got you. No, yes, got you. Oh my gosh. Yes. Silky.
No.
Silky, you need a vacuum.
No,
Get
no, I got my
back.
own thing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it should be. Why are you invisible to me?
Am I
It's
invisible?
the other way around. Yes, you are.
Oh my
It's
god.
supposed to be the other way around. What is going on?
Okay, maybe I just glitched out then. That's not really fair. But we had to.
I mean,
we
I
got each
see
other the same
red.
amount. You didn't see me at all?
I see like a red outline. Occasionally, I see your paws, and then
But that's how you see it when they're invisible. Yeah, what the hell? Okay, that was just very glitched then.
that was weird. We were both shadow cats in that round.
Mm-hmm.
Nuzzle.
Okay, this is the gimme yarn. There we go.
Sometimes I forget what the throw button is.
I keep throwing it like next to my basket and not in my basket. I don't trust myself with the throwing. Sorry, I wanted to say hello. Just a tiny hello. There are a lot of yarn balls. Hey, no. Okay, I deserve that. I deserve that heart. Okay, that was, yep. Oh, Nassau. Ooh.
Down. Let go. Cute.
Fly away. What? Why is there? Oh, I dropped this one when you caught me. Ooh. Run. Okay, in the bathroom, there is so much yarn spawning every time. Okay, now it's done. There were like 4 in total. Okay, fair enough. I thought if I hide, maybe you don't see me. I try to just be one of your yarn balls.
Nice try.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh gosh. Hi. I lost where I'm going. Oh, there's my home. I'm like, where do I go? Oh no. You get this one.
Ah, I missed.
Nassau. Go. Oh my god, I'm a flying trap. Oh. No, you cannot catch me. Goodbye.
Get back here. Get back here.
Oh, that was a good one. There is a Poké. Okay.
You okay, buddy?
Okay, money. Oh, it's already gone. Oh no, on the timing that I thought. Oh, I typed Poké Catch and then it was gone. What do you mean? Good one.
Lights out and root.
Fishy fishies, fishy fishies. Fishy fishies, fishy. Okay, let's go. Oh shit. Let's go. Got my cute tutu. Where's the? Okay, you got it now. You don't got it.
Not yet. It ran away.
Here it is. I have an ID. I'm gonna stand here. No. It was a diabolical ID. Where is it though? Down? Where? You got it.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yes, you
No,
do.
I don't. I don't. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
was searching. Oh no, I fell down. I just
I don't know
saw
what you're
you.
talking about.
No.
It's gonna explode.
Oh gosh. Ah.
Hi. Come here. Come here. Give me
Surprisingly well. going in circles. That was hard. Oh no, let me see. I don't know where. Okay, follow the bread trail. This side? Yes. Woo! Oh no! No! I got you. Oh my gosh, no. Woo! No!
No, no, no,
Okay, no! No. I'm still good.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Come here. Come here. What did you do? My
No, I lost it. No, shit. No. Get it.
No.
Oh my God. I'm still not. Okay, get back. Get back. I threw you just to drop you for a second. No. Oh no, and that was dark. Oh gosh. Okay, got it. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh! I missed you.
Shit.
Oh, okay. We're good. Where are you going?
I don't know.
Where did you go? No!
I don't know. Anywhere but up. Where'd it go? Oh, this way.
Oh my god.
Oh,
okay, that was the most chaotic
I'm on the
one.
pipe.
I just lost it. Like, what the... Oh my god, you held it in? Yeah. You held it for so long. But I got all your breadcrumbs that you dropped behind you.
Where but up? I keep going down. Match the move to get the zoomies. Oh no. This is gonna be chaotic. It's too bad we didn't have this when Star was on.
Yeah.
The match moves. Zigzag zoomies.
You fishy tech. Yeah. Okay, where's the... Oh, that way.
Got it.
Sometimes it's so hard to see where it is because you should be able to see it, but you don't. I thought you were a fish.
That's so funny.
Why can't I eat you?
I see it.
My gosh. Match the moves! No! Yeah, we didn't play the match the moves with Star. But we just unlocked the big one. Yeah, I got a catnip. Yeah. Where is it?
Where is it?
What? Is it upstairs? What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
Where is it? Okay, we're dancing. Oh, I'm falling down! How did I fall down? Oh, because I jumped because of the... Okay. Is it up there?
It was.
Yeah. We ran like through 3 whole circles before we saw where it was. That's what I mean. Sometimes it's a mystery. Where is it now? Oh, there. No! Oh. We can go the other way. Distraction. Wow. But where is it? Oh, there.
No!
Oh, no! No! Oh, I got it.
No.
Oh,
no,
I fell down! I keep falling because of the moves. Oh, no. The X is so funny. You just gotta... Is it up there? Oh, it
I
was.
just got it.
No. This one is really good with the combination with the boosts. Oh god, again. I'm gonna die, no. Yes! Oh! Oh! Okay, where is it now? Where is it? There?
Oh,
Up there, up there, up there, up there. Got it!
oh, it spawned right next to me.
Nice one. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! 8 or 9, wow. Oh. Anything can happen still. But if you press X while you're not in a resting place, you just go like 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 a little cat dance. Okay, now we're gonna race with lasers. Interesting.
Well, this will be a little difficult. This will be anybody's game. Oh, too. It's on the rooftop too. We don't know this one as well. I only see brown. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, there we go. It's gonna be difficult. No, no, let me go. Move in.
Sorry, oh no! I was typing something. Okay, go. I'm catching up.
Okay.
I gave you a little head start. But now I have to make it, like, now I have to go really try hard mode. Oh no, and now I missed! Okay. What? Control the lasers? Nah.
No.
No, I gotta catch up. Oh, I went the wrong way. Yep. Oh, go uppies, go uppies! Yeah. Jump down. Slide there. Go, skip, yes.
No!
No, okay. See, I'm slowly catching up.
Laser! Laser! Go.
Okay. Getting low. Yes, laser. Let me go. Thank you. No, yes.
Swippery.
No, get uppies. I get stuck at the telescope every time. Get up here. Again. Ooh, whoop. Ooh, whoop. I was catching up, but I'm falling behind again. The route is sometimes confusing. Like, it changes a little every round.
No! Oh, there's a pickle there. Oh, I'm glad I missed that. Yeah.
It's okay, got it. It's slippery!
Let me go!
Oh, no, yes, okay. Oh, shit. It should have given me the bonus thing.
Tired kitty.
Gosh, okay, I'm still 2 behind. Almost.
Oh, tired kitty.
I was racing so hard, my god. I was locked the
I was
fuck
running
in.
out of energy. I slowed down a little bit too.
Thank
just
you.
in case.
Thank you.
Give you a little bit of a catch.
Okay, now we have the flower, same level.
Yep.
With the catnip, no? Yeah, no, yeah, Sumis, with Sumis. Got it. So fluffy.
Woof.
Don't see. Oh. Okay, now it's automatic again. Yeah.
I do not want to fall off of this place.
How did I miss that? Oh no, Sue. It's nice, but also even more chaos. Ooh.
Ah, I'm stuck.
Good one.
No.
Oh, I missed one. Oh no, I went up the conservatory. Like I was up the roof, so it was not right now. Don't go there. Oh no, the Sumis. Oh my Jesus. Keep blowing here. Okay, never mind, that one is a lost cause. I was stuck in a tornado.
No. Mine.
Oh.
Whoop.
And the Sumis.
Boop.
My god, we're going like at the same speed almost. Tried a different route, but now we're still back at the same part. No, get out! Oh. Stuck here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, falling. Okay, we're good.
You gotta be careful here.
Ah, my god, you can slide off there. Holy shit, 66, baby. Okay, wow. Wow, Silk, wow.
I'm a busy bee.
Oh. Aww, we beat out. Yay! Like,
This is a very close one.
Holy shit. Oh!
Oh, there goes Cup.
And now we can jam. And we got a lot of points. A lot of points.
Yeah, more kitties to unlock.
Ah, that was good. That was good.
It was good.
Okay, we can see like what we can customize, or do you want to buy all the kitties first?
I want to buy all the kitties, but it's easier to get all the customizations. But
yeah, but all the kitties is good.
Oh,
is
the
good.
kitty.
I'm gonna check. There's nice. One doesn't fit with the eyes, though. Yeah.
Oh my.
I can see you like super zoomed in now. Oh, a little pirate. The crown looks so cool.
Oh, the sun hat's adorable on this kitty cat.
I don't know which neck thing would be the best thing. I only see you. You're sitting right in front of my bed. Which one would be the best? This one works, but it's like, oh my god, that's so bling bling. The dollar sign is a little, yeah. But I'm trying to figure out
The
what.
dollar sign looks great on my cat.
I know with the fluffy cat, it works so good. Like the colors, they're a little too big with this one. I don't know.
Yeah, too thick.
Yeah. The donut doesn't fit. So it just looks like a swimming thing. Fishing, fishing. You're still here. How does the cape look? Okay, I want to buy the cape. Okay, this looks kind of cute on this cat. There's a tiny cape.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of putting on too.
Exactly. Now we're both super kitties. Oh my gosh. You lost a lot of weight there. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Okay, you scared me there. Ah! I'm turning into a whole different cat. I don't know who you are anymore. Meow, meow, meow. Ah. I wish this would make noise, yeah. That would be awesome. Or you could select the actual music in the jukebox. You can select the cup in the jukebox, that's interesting. Can you do something up here? Let's see, can we get up there? Oh. Yes? Ooh. This is a nice walk around. Have you seen the painting, Silk?
Yeah.
Oh my
I love the
god.
painting.
It is gorgeous. I see all the cups in the cupboard. That's also nice. Like all the trophies we got. Yep. Hi, how you doing? Oh! Jesus. Oh my god. Did you come here just to do that? Oh my god. Silky. Why? Oh my gosh. Ready. Can I throw this over? Yes, I can.
Yeah, I was trying to do that earlier.
Wait, can we throw this? No, I cannot. I'm stuck.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I'm not.
It just
There's a
takes
lot of
work.
trophies here. Let me throw those. No. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, I threw the candle by jumping on it. Okay, I'm just giving into my cat urges and trying to find all the things that I can throw off things.
I wish I could throw these off.
Oh my god.
I threw you off.
Oh my gosh. Wait, we can throw these off. Ah. Oh no. I come in peace. This one won't go. Oh my god. I have an argument with this jar. Okay, let's go. That feels like a cat victory. Oh, not again! No! You silky, get here.
It's one of my favorites.
I wanna squish you.
Look at your little legs.
No! Can I squish you?
Your little legs are so funny.
It's like, yeah! Oh my gosh. Okay, no, I don't want to. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna park myself here. Silky, I had a great time. This was good. I am gonna, however, like see. Oh my gosh! Okay, well, Silky makes me a balloon continuously. We are gonna check if we're gonna wait out into dispersion. This person's still going. I don't know. Feel like they're gonna raid out. Wait, this is a girl that I know through Miss Relaxing, I think. Vampire Hour Girlies? What is this? Oh, this is Marvel Rivals, but they're all in costume, basically. Okay, that is awesome.
Hi, actual team.
Okay, yep. Oh, you claimed your muffin! A chocolate mint muffin. Okay, I found someone to raid.
Can I get my muffin today?
We look so cute together there. Okay, I'm gonna... Bloop. Thank you everyone for being here. This was such a fun stream. Thank you, Silky, for being here. Thank you for gaming. Wait, let me give you one little cookie. Okay. Meow. Yay! Worked. Okay, that was cute. Bloop.
Oh yes.
Okay. I'm muting myself 1 second in Discord so I can blabber. Yep.
Yay!
Oh my god. Okay, you have fun bouncing me. Okay, thank you everyone for being here. It was a really fun stream again. Thank you. We started with like an hour of yapping and blabbering. Then we had like 2 games of League, had a raid from Man of Lighters, had another really bad game of League that we don't talk about. And this was supposed to be like just a little break, or like, and then maybe do something else, but it was so fun. It was. Silk is still making. Okay, just check this. Silk is still making me bounce. Oh my gosh, okay. That's what I'm looking at this screen, so I'm a little distracted. But okay, for anyone who is still here, we have a normal raid message. If you are a follower, if you are a subscriber, you can copy and paste this one. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just looking at my bouncing there. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I am gonna set up the raid. I'm gonna send you over to these people. I hope she's going for longer. I think so. They're talking. Yep. She's multi-streaming with a lot of people. There are a lot of people in there. That is kind of a little scary, but it's okay. What? Hey, Leon! What is it? Are you sleepy, Leon? Or the fact that we're raiding out right now? You're in time to say bye-bye. And good morning. Okay, yeah, again, if you want to copy Empire Status raid message, he looks really cool, like the Loki horn thingy. So go say hi from the muffins. Everything is right. I will be back tonight to play like the Mega Chameleon. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be streaming. If I'm not streaming, I'll post it like here in the Discord. But then I will be joining others on stream probably. And maybe we're gonna do more Coden or Minecraft tomorrow. So I will see you guys then. And have a very good night. And bye-bye. Bye-bye. Boo.
Boo.
She says, come here, baby, take the little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a Jamdar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Yep.